Hello everybody, welcome back to Waffleville. Welcome back to some Shatterpoint stuff. I think we're going to be doing another one of these minions here from Bo-Katan's band right there. So the Clan Kreese, Mandos. I believe we got this guy right here. So that's what this here's going to be. We'll see how that works out. We did this one last night, which was really fun. Got to do all the object source lighting stuff, right? And all kinds of nifty things like that. Here, we can check this out. There you are. Now, using the Marion Street fluorescent oil paints, again, those worked out really well. And now let's see, well, wow, this really is, that's looking mighty dry. Yeah, look at that. That's basically, looks like it's dry. Means that we can maybe take this off of here later tonight and do some photos of this. But we're going to do this guy same way. We're going to do the flamey things back here. We're going to have lots of our blues. I think some of the grays, has got some warmer grays here. Those go in a slightly different place, looks like, on this guy here. Now what I want to do is I'm going to try and grab myself, well, at least a cough drop here just to kind of get things underway. 1 second. There we go, that's better. We'll be doing the same sort of lighting on the base here. Hey, Arid, nice to see you. Hey there, Megan. I was hoping, I did send you a message, right? I think I forgot to send Blades a message. Oh well. Actually, I think I forgot to send Landrast a message. Forgot to send everybody a message. Hey there, Deck Knight. Nice to see you. So we're gonna do another one of these, and it's gonna be just out. Well, speaking of which, there's the Landrast. There's the Landrast. Hey, Landrast, how are you doing? So what we're going to do here is a huge surprise. We're going to get down to some, here, let's get down to some of our indigo. Keeping things as simple as we can, of course. Oh, thank you so much, Ulrich. I appreciate that, Ulrich Miniatures. Thank you so much. And Crazy Wolf, nice to see you back, too. Nice to see you back. Yeah, this is the earliest I've started on a Saturday Landrast, Megan, since, gee whiz, 2021 practically. My goodness. Again, whoop, that's too much thinner. That's too much. Hey there, Queez. So, Queez, hopefully you've been able to maybe get that game in that I was talking about this weekend, or today, or maybe tomorrow. Yeah, well, there's a little more thin around here than I was thinking, but indigo is sort of a staining color, so, you know, we can live with that. So, thanks again, everybody, for being here. Again, we're looking to do here the same as we did right here. So, we did the indigo stuff. We wiped it away, especially focusing on this part over here, right? Then we hit it with the brown matter. No, see, I still say Fanchon Red. It is Fanchon Red. It's Naphthol Red, but it's the kind of one and the same. Hey, Adrian, nice to see you back. And Flight of the Coconuts, nice to see you back too. Nice to see you, Luhu. Appreciate you being here. So now you can see this got all kinds of shinies on it here. If you were to kind of wait on this, wait on it a little bit. Hey, Thranuel, nice to see you. Oh, boy, Thranuel, you didn't get to see this one last night, but hopefully you get to see this, because I know it's late for you. I was hoping to start maybe a half an hour ago, maybe even as early as 4. That would have been a little bit better for you. Wouldn't have been quite so late, but I know that your schedule can really keep you up super late. But there was a lot of Prussian blue in here, a little bit of the indigo, and then here Van Dyke brown, brilliant yellow pale. But you know what? Before we start fooling around, how's about this? Let's look and see. Okay, oh, yeah, there's going to be another shadow. Yep, see that? See the shadow being cast on the base there? Yep. Yeah, you can see it, how it's tracking that shadow. Now, where else does it hit? It hits a lot of that stuff there. Hey, Abadoo, nice to see you. Yeah, Thranuel again. Boy, it's definitely would have preferred, right, to just be doing our normal thing, because this is just, it's really, I enjoy the heck out of it so much. Oh, look at this, blue light special. Blue light special. So that's going to tell me where this goes. Uh-oh, look at this. Oh, we got an opportunity for some shadows here. Look at this. Check that out. That could be fun. I'm telling you, these stupid little flashlights, they're pretty amazing. Let's point out that. Yeah, okay. I'm just looking here again. So I'm gonna focus on that cast shadow right there. That's the one we want to have, because that'll be really fun. Hey there, Elron. How you doing? So, which Elron is it? Is it Elron Hubbard or Elron John? How you doing there, Elron? And look, he's all ready to battle in Mordor. Of course, he is the purveyor of the Rivendell Protection Agency. He's like, so you got an Ent problem. Yeah, they're kind of getting in your Isengard ring. They're busting up all your stuff, man. It's like, phew, you got all those machines in there, right? And what are they doing? They're busting up the joint. So we come along, we have a conversation. Yeah, conversation, and maybe the Ents go away. So sorry about that, Elron. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's I just couldn't resist that. That was just too good to resist. Because we have actually, when Denethor shows up. Oh, look at this. There's Denethor. Yes, indeed. Now, of course, again, let's see. When you have an Ent problem, and of course, where are you going to have an Ent problem? Here, we can do this here. It's like, oh, maybe this is where you have an Ent problem. Along comes Treebeard, and he says, well, I mean, they are just chopping down a bunch of my buddies, so I'm kind of thinking I'm justified in this here. I'm going to have to get my Sauron figure out of the box. I thought I had my Sauron out, but he's still in the box there. Hey, Rathu. Nice to see you again. Okay, so that's one of the Forge Worlds, right? If it's off the right, yep, that's a Forge World, all right. So see how this is less shiny? See how that's less shiny? That means we can go over here. Hey, Symes, nice to see you again. All right, no problem. So Landra, actually, I'm going to play some Shatterpoint here. So this is the new. Here, let me get this. That's here we go. This is Shatterpoint. It's the new. Well, I was going to say from Mantic, but no, it's from Atomic Mass Games. Same people that make the MCP game, Marvel Crisis Protocol. Hey, they're part of the plan. Let's see. Randall, actually, you can always just shoot me a message. Yeah, just shoot me a message. You got pictures or something like that too. You say, hey, this is kind of what I was after, right? This is my end goal or something like that. You got a reference or something you shot. That I think now I can finally be able to answer more of those. So thank you so much, Mikey. And hey, I almost Insantium, how you doing? And Mikey, thank you so much for the sub. Now, as far as the oils go, let's bring out our 3 varieties here. So, all out of the tube. Now, these 2, Gamblin, Windsor Newton, they are really, really similar in price and quality. Darn close. Really darn close. This is going to set you back more, but when they say handmade, that's legit. That's not just some fun thing they put on the label. There really is a difference when it comes to the Williamsburg stuff. But again, will cost you more. In some ways, though, it's offset because it actually goes further. So it's it's in the Rivendell Night. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, thank you so much, DrugTech. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hola. Gracias for being here. Much appreciated. I know it's kind of late there. Well, let's see. It's not as late as it would be in Germany because I think you're still got to be 1 hour behind Germany. Yeah, Thranuel, no problem. Yeah, I should be able to send those. And again, if you got some pictures, say, hey, look, this is what I was thinking. I might want it to look like, kind of like with your Tyranids there. So you can see we've wiped off some of it, not all of it. Where's our... So you can see we're already kind of setting this part up, but now we got to set up this part over. Hey, Dark Dan again, welcome back. Nice to see you again. And Goss, nice to see you. Yeah, guys, I was hoping maybe 4 if I could get to that early. Didn't quite work out at 4, but close enough. It's better than start at midnight or 1 in the morning like it has been for the longest time, so I'll take it. I'll certainly take it. Now, what I'm going to do here is good. This, again, is the Marion Street Fluorescence. Haven't had a chance to mix my own yet. Yeah, that's daylight savings in one place and not another, possibly, because there are a lot of debates about that here for sure. Lots of us would like to see that going away here for sure. And thanks, Megan, for posting the GoFundMe link. I think that's what's kind of kept it going, because I was kind of worried that it would have that impetus at the start and then kind of start to peter out, but it's still going, which is great. Glad that's happening, because again, that goes well beyond streaming areas and supplies and that sort of stuff. That goes to trying to make the house livable again, because the last year really did a number on it. That's for sure. Hey, Impending Duff, how you doing? There's enough folks in the chat now. You got to start following people like, well, Impending Duff. Also, Megan. Got to give Megan a follow. So, Queez, actually, are you still liking 10th edition? Because I know you were saying they kind of put things out there for people to see and such. Hopefully, I know you were pleasantly surprised or relieved. Dare we say relieved that 10th edition wasn't too much of a disaster. Now, I hope that you're still liking it. And again, if I miss anything, so it's 12 p.m. Yeah, so it's 5 o'clock here, 7 hours difference. Yeah, that's why I was hoping for 4, so that it could be closer to, well, more like 11 p.m. there. But, well, we'll try for next time. Hey, Grandpa, it's nice to see you again. How you doing? I hope that everybody had themselves, or is having themselves, a fun Saturday, at least here. Of course, in other locales, it's Sunday morning or Sunday night. Well, it's almost Sunday morning if it's midnight. Obviously, our Aussie friends, well, it's could be in the afternoon. No, wait a minute. It's actually, well, being 13 hours, it would be afternoon there. Okay, so Impending Duff, would it be basically all Necron armies, or is it something where, okay, well, if you make this one army, I mean, like with Tomb Kings, you say, oh yeah, you can play Tomb Kings if you make this very one super specific army build, well, then you can play them. So, well, that to me is not really a playable army, is it? Well, Grandpa's, I'm glad that you're able to, well, hang and paint, because, well, I mean, it's kind of what we're doing here. It's kind of what we're doing here. I am going to zoom out here while we're doing all this intense stuff right here with all the pre-glazy things. So there some army-specific rules. Now, I wonder, is it a little bit like some of the Lord of the Rings army bonuses? I wonder if they're kind of, well, I mean, wouldn't be a surprise, right, that they would kind of incorporate some things from one system into another. So it is 8 a.m. on East Coast. Well, actually, I forgot to see who the doggies were going to play this weekend. I thought, are they playing Adelaide? Are they playing the Dockers? Sadly, the doggies missed a prime opportunity playing Gold Coast to move up the ladder another rung. Well, let's see. I think there's, 3 other teams with 32 points? No, with 28 points. Yeah, Pending Duff. Well, I hope that no matter what, you've got playable stuff, right? Because that's the worst thing. is, oh, wow, yeah, can't really play my army anymore. That's always just such a bummer. All right, there we go. So there's our pre-glaze. What we're going to do is wipe off some of this. Now, because of the naphthol red, there's see a little bit of staining going on here. If that were the Fanchon red, maybe not so much. So, Mikey, how the heck are you doing? Great to see you back. It is really, I mean, it is fantastic to be doing this again. So Impending Duff has an unlimited supply of Necrons. No shortage of Necrons. Yeah. We'll just hit this too. So you can see we've already kind of got a flavor for this. What, 15 minutes in? Yeah, 15 minutes in. We've kind of set the stage here, right? Getting the stage set. Well, obviously, we're going to be coming in with the oranges and that sort of stuff. Boy, Dark Dan again. Well, can I say that you've been Tomb Kinged? Now, of course, when Sigmar came out and 40K was redone, I got Sigmar'd, I got Tomb Kinged, I got Seraphod, and I got Imperial Guarded because they became the Astra Militarum, and all of my armies were gone. My 40K army was gone. Both of my fantasy armies were gone, which is why I discovered Bolt Action. Because, well, yeah, those armies, they don't just go away. Even if Elrond has a conversation with them, even Elrond having a conversation, they won't just go away. All right, again, we got the stage set over here. And I'm going to do is actually give this a few more, I don't know, 5 minutes to set or something. And we're going to hit this now with our fabulous Filberts. Fabulous Filbert brushes. Now we're going to I actually have some of the floral blue out here for when we work on Anakin's lightsaber. Where the heck did you go? Now this has a little bit of the Prussian blue in it now. So Mikey, oh geez, Mikey, now have you played Armada yet? That is something. I actually have to start watching gameplay videos of that again because we might have 1 or 2 or 10 fleets of that here. That's the other thing I want to start doing is getting the last of the Armada ships built. There's kind of like the last few odds and ends of several fleets that I want to do. Haven't actually painted the Dwarf fleet at all yet. And there's a decent amount of the Lizardman fleet to paint. The Twilight can and the Orcs too. Hey, Big Chimpo, nice to see you back. Yeah. Now Arathu, I think didn't you and I we got a little chance to talk about it briefly that the old world stuff is kind of, well, there's not going to be a lot of new stuff made for it. Basically, kind of like Lord of the Rings, where they just make more character figures. Maybe some kind of specialty units or something, but something just tells me that it's going to be a Sigmar world, and the old world just kind of gets shoehorned into that somehow. So Grandpa's Thump, this is a Mantic's game here. This is not Games Workshop. And we've been painting a ton of these. Let me get down to some of my stuff here. There's my, and believe it or not, I've got about 3 times as much of this painted now. So you can see some Empire of Dust and the Basilean fleet there. There's some more of the Empire of Dust. There's there's your giant Basilean ship. There's one of the Orc ships. Here's the Elf ships. And then, of course, there's the Northern Alliance and all other kinds of good stuff like that. There's the Lizardmen, a.k.a. Salamanders. Yeah, Arathu, we'll see how that goes. Of course, what are the 2 armies? Tomb Kings, Bretonnians. And after my Tomb Kings, the next army I was going to do was Bretonnians, a tainted Bretonnian army. Essentially, they've been questing in, the lands of Khemri, and they come back with a few modifications. Hey, Dusker, nice to see you. So Dusker, you don't necessarily have to have the most expensive stuff because when I first started with the oils on the miniatures, I was not really even using the artist colors. So you can certainly get away with that, right, Nosferatu? How you doing there, Nosferatu? Great to see you, and thank you so much. We appreciate that. We get to dig this out of our cup holder and do that right there. How you doing there, Nosferatu? It's fantastic to be back. So let me just show you real quick here. Where's my blues? And so, here we go. So now this one is definitely more expensive than this. I'm actually using this one right now. So you definitely don't have to get the most expensive stuff. And also too, I just did a video on the Patreon page. So this is probably 1/3 the price of the Egyptian Violet. Is this Egyptian Violet? Nothing's ever going to be because it's 3 times the price. But this, if you're looking to, well, spend 1/3 as much, this will get you through right here. So this could be a viable alternative for Egyptian Violet for you. And basically, the series number, all that indicates is just, well, how expensive it's going to be. How painful is it going to be to your wallet to absorb that particular color? So Dark Dan again, that's what I meant to do. I meant to look for some of the Blackberry Ginger Ale for the stream saw. Well, no, Kathy's was the stream saws. This is medicine. This is strictly medicine. Uh, yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe I just have to order some on Amazon. I don't know. All right, well, Mikey, I hope that well, I don't know. Is it more of an induced sleep, or do you actually get a decent sleep, even though it's kind of the meds causing that? So Drogtak, the Nevaskaya, I haven't tried those. Actually, the only if they're more of a Russian-based paint, the only Russian stuff I was thinking to try back in the day were pastels. There was some really nifty pastels from Russia that I was thinking about trying. Hey there, Thousand Young, how you doing? Everybody, please give Thousand Young a follow. So Thousand Young, I hope that the sculpting is going well for you. And of course, well, we haven't forgotten. No, sir, we haven't forgotten. We'll still keep an eye on you right there. Thousand Suns for Thousand Young. How are you doing? What is that stuff called again? I keep getting it mixed up with Kathy's old meloxicam. No, melatonin. Yes, melatonin. That has, thank goodness, been extremely effective. Well, Nosferatu. Well, I'm gonna guess that means you haven't had a lot of chance to paint Armada stuff because we were just talking about Armada. Seriously, we did. I mean, literally, we must have summoned you. We must have summoned you. So yeah, Dark Dan again. It's well. Now, of course, we haven't had rum waffles in a long time, and I think people know the story of the rum waffles, where I was in a hurry trying to get ready for a stream, but I was really hungry, so I just chucked some frozen waffles in the toaster, cranked out a bunch of them, put the butter on there, said, all right, got to get some syrup on here, got to get these eaten, and it was dark in the kitchen, obviously, because it was, I don't know, midnight or something like that, and I thought I'd grab the syrup bottle. Instead, I grabbed the bottle of rum. Let's just put it this way, that first waffle that the rum hit, it soaked up so much of it. It was about a 94 proof waffle right there. Let's see. All right, well, Duskern, thanks so much for being here. I hope that you can have some fun at the party. And yeah, that's why I haven't gotten colors like Rose Madder yet, because I keep thinking, well, okay, if I do something with Rose Madder, and you say, well, I'd like to do the same thing, that is not a cheap, even even Winsor Newton, that is not a cheap color. So, oh, Night Whisper, hey, Night Whisper, can you send me that? Because I'll forget that. That's just too good to forget. So if you could do me a favor and just send me an Instagram message or something with that. Well, Thousand Young, if you wanted to post your Cults 3D real quick, because Thousand Young does some really spectacular sculpting. So again, everybody please check out Thousand Young and all that amazing sculpting that happens there. Big Chimpo, it was Kraken. It was Kraken, so well, that almost sounds German. Krakenwaffel. It does. It does actually sound quite Germanic there. Let's see. So the Tiki Fire Spiced Rum. So the Kraken is 94 proof that's in here. Now, if you get the spiced rum version, it drops down to 75% or something like that. Well, there you go. Spiced rum, 74%. About 74% there. There we. Actually, Night Whisper, I've done that a couple of times. I've actually done that. So you can see this is starting to already build up some light here. You know what? I'm going to hit this real quick, if you don't mind. I'm just going to toss some black primer on here. And of course, that's right. I got to be more careful with this. That's right. Here we go. Everybody, please check out Thousand Young. Check out that Cults 3D. Thousand Young does some really fun sculpting, some spectacular figures there. So a Stroopwafel, that is that something? Is that party in the front waffle right there, and business in the back waffle? That sounds like it's a party waffle there. So if a Stroopwafel is a party waffle, then I guess we've made those. So again, Thousand Young, I hope you have yourself a really good Saturday, really good Sunday. Well, no, for you guys it's Sunday now. What is it? Yeah, it's 5:12 here. It's pretty much Sunday for everybody over there. Let me see. I'm just trying to grab a little bit of my primer here. Just want to get the edge of this. What I would really like to do, again, I'm going to be doing some tutorial videos on some of these here. I would definitely like to be able to make some of my own bases for these. I think that would be way, way more fun. See you later there. So, Arato, I'm just going to have to Google a Stroopwafel and see what we got there. How much octane is in that? So yeah, Dark Denigan, I wonder why, spiced rum just has less of the juice in it. I can see where we're going here. Again, I always like to have these kind of side by side. And see how we're building this up here. Oh, Thousand Young is here, so well, that's. I think you were telling me that's one of my last streams that you were in. I think you were saying you were going to do that. Sorry that I spaced on that. Sorry that I spaced on that stuff. So it gets gooey, and it gets all gooey and nice with all the goodness inside. Now here, I'm gonna move you over that way, and we're gonna get ourselves a little bit more of this out here. We're going to try and inject a little bit of luminosity here real quick into the fire section. Let's get a little bit of that Indian yellow going here. That'll keep it from getting too peachy. I think we need to go strong with some thinner on this. Oh, actually, yeah, Dark Denigan, that sounds kind of like, that sounds like a high-powered grasshopper there. Yeah, because Cream de Mince is not 150 proof. That's for sure. Definitely not 150 proof. Now, again, we're starting to... we're going to be lighter than this. It'll be lighter, but for now, we're just, again, trying to indicate... Right, indicate what some of our lighter firelight's going to be here. This is really, really, really thin, but you can see because it's got some opacity to it, that's different with the oils than the acrylics. With the acrylics, it doesn't matter. As soon as you start putting some water in there, it's going to really affect your opacity. Not so much with the oils. In fact, not at all. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Denethor. There's Denethor. It's like, you know what? I'm still tougher than this dude because I ran like 700 yards on fire. It's like, no way. Seriously, dude. Set this robe on fire. No, don't set this robe on fire just yet, but to set this robe on fire, I just skied out of like 700 yards, man. I can take it. Thank you so much, Denethor, for being here. Hey, Mr. Cheshire, welcome back. If everybody could please check out Drogtack's link there. It's always really, really, really handy, of course, to see what people are doing with the oils, especially, well, of course, love us some Blood Bowl, that's for sure. So everybody please check out Drogtack's link on the Instas there. Boy, Thranual. I'm trying to think the last time I used an airbrush. It was actually, it was almost 2 years ago. It was almost 2 years ago as the last time I used an airbrush. Well, with the oils, all you really need are hairy sticks. I just brush on the primer, seriously. That's just a little bit of the seafoam blue and the gray mixed together. I just brushed it on. I did a whole bunch of them. I did a whole bunch of those, and then no problems. No problems at all. Now I'm going to get, again, some of this lighter orange in a bunch of places here. You can see we're kind of using a little bit of a tap, tap, tap type of brush stroke here. All right, and so Megan, was that squishy about the same size as, say, like the avocado squishy, or was that one bigger? I almost said Sambo size, but you've never actually seen Sambo in person. But well, you've seen Sambo in enough pictures. You know how big he is. So Dr. Jenke, all of the Shatterpoint miniatures, they are plastic, typical gray plastic, same plastic as Marvel Crisis Protocol. So there you go. And yes, plastic glue worked on them just fine. The typical tester's plastic glue. So Megan, I was just wondering how large the cat squishy was, because I was just gonna say, is it the same size as Sambo? But you've never actually seen Sambo anything except in the photos. That's so oh god, is that a more recent release there, Denethor? Because oh gosh, basically I painted a lot of the original stuff, like the very first miniatures that came out. We do have some other stuff. Kathy had some stuff prepped that she was going to paint, so well, I guess I can grab those too. Well, Dr. Jenke, they're still. These are very, very, very fragile. They're at least the metal ones would kind of bend, and you could bend them back, but these, they have a tendency to just kind of break. So they are really, really dainty. Yeah, I think the kitty is about a mid-sized one, maybe the size of the avocado, or maybe the size of the rainbow one. Trying to think there. No, yeah, Dr. Jenke, well, they're 40 millimeter scale, but they've got their true scale. So they have tiny hands, right? And their tiny hands are going to have tiny lightsabers. So that kind of creates a little bit of mischief right there, unfortunately, when it comes to stability, I think. Now here again, we're just going to try and do a little bit tap, tap, tap here. Where's my... Good, there's a little bit there. Now, yeah, we al dente pasta, nothing wrong with al dente pasta. This is a cooking channel after all. This is a culinary channel. We love our culinary arts. So again, here we'll do a little bit more right here. Then we're gonna go grab our other one, and you can kind of see how we're building things up here. So you can see, what is it, 34 minutes in? 34 minutes ago, there was nothing but primer. There you can see again how we're starting to work our way towards this other one. Okay, so that's actually the size of Doug and Mick and Reginald. Okay, so that we have a bunch that size. We have a whole bunch of them that are that size. Those are the ones that I use as kind of neck pillows. and they work very well for that. So I would suggest you maybe stick to more my method instead of trying to stick them all on a case or something like that. With the foam and everything else, you just you do something like this here, where you magnetize them either with the refrigerator style magnets, or where's our or with these you get the sheet metal you put in the bottom of your case. So Drogtech, these I'm using the for expediency's sake. I'm just using the Marion Street stuff. As soon as I can get the chance, I'm gonna remix all of my fluorescents. And again, you could use the Green Stuff World pigments. They work really great. Also, their metallic powders work really, really great for making your own oil paints. And then, of course, Megan found the Marblers brand on Amazon. Those worked very, very effectively. So Captain America and the original Human Torch are up for pre-order. I think we're good. And now this one here, I was wanting to make more of a jungle base for this one here. So yeah, this lightsaber broke, and I had to basically melt it with plastic glue and sort of reforge it essentially. So Night Whisper doesn't recommend taking those miniatures and sticking them to the refrigerator door. Now, actually, Night Whisper, that would be one way. You know, let's say your mom wants to say, good job, you painted that really well. Then your mom could put your miniature on the refrigerator. So that's one way that mom could show affection, right? Now, of course, if you have a refrigerator in your game room, maybe that sets a whole different paradigm right there. Because the refrigerator in the game room, yeah, that's. I think there would be people that would be down with that. I think more than one person could be game for a fridge in the old game room right there. Now, what do we got going on? Yeah, we definitely. Ooh, yeah, we really need to heat up this part right here. Also here, didn't have to do this quite as much on the other one because the flame's in a different spot there. So yeah, that's the the mini fridge here wouldn't have many minis on it, that's for sure. But we got to get that mini fridge set up in here. Gotta get that set up in here too. Then we'll have to figure out where in the world am I going to put, in the winter time, my cup warmer, because we have the cup holder, which works fabulous for room temperature and cooler beverages. Not really going to work so well for keeping them warm, though. So I have to figure out something there. So Rathu says maybe just magnetize the ceiling. Now, of course, in this house, I could reach it. There are definitely some houses where that could be more problematic, especially if you are vertically challenged. So magnetizing your ceiling is also another option for miniature space. And then, of course, having a mini fridge and a mini microwave. Of course, don't microwave your metal minis, because not only would they melt, they would start sparking like crazy. So Rathu says he could be able to reach any vaulted ceiling. So Arathu's gonna. Arathu, there is magnetic paint, or magnetic primer. Sorry. There is magnetic primer because, speaking of Tomb Kings, we'll just do a quick little aside right here, because I think you'll be able to see it when we get to our there we go. So that army board, every single horizontal surface is painted with basically magnetic primer. It weighs a ton because it's basically metal shavings. So it's primer infused with metal shavings, and every single vertical on the top of that and on the main floor, because all of these obviously were all magnetized, right? And that way they all stuck to the tray. So even up here, some of those lighter miniatures, they stuck to that because that's got that magnetized primer. It's expensive and it weighs a ton, and you better use it all at once because what happens is all of those huge surprise, right? All those chunks of metal fall to the bottom. Oh, thanks, Impending Duff. And I was really glad that I did that because the one tournament that I took them to, this was the dawn of people looking at their phones and not looking where they were going. At least 3 people crashed into me. So my miniatures were magnetized to the trays. My trays were magnetized to the display board. Now, it's not really something that you can hold upside down. It's not that strong, but at least it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. So what I actually initially tried doing back in the day was to take some cardboard or whatever and paint it with 3, 4, 5 layers of this magnetic primer, and then see if I could magnetize my miniatures on that. Wasn't quite strong enough for that. Well, of course, again, that was in an era where there's a lot more metal miniatures. Now that between all the plastic stuff, most of my stuff is 3D printed because all the Arch Villain and Highland miniature, all those really spectacular, really original miniatures, not just Lord of the Rings stuff. But yeah, that was my Tomb King's army from 2014, my last Warhammer army, because I got Tomb Kinged about 3 weeks after Adepticon. No, maybe it's 4 or 5 weeks after Adepticon I got Tomb Kinged. And that army went away. Also my Lizardmen too, so needless to say, to me, Age of Sigmar always has a few letters substituted. Well, one letter. Now always just imagine Age of Sigmar with one letter substituted, and that's been my attitude towards it ever since, because I was, needless to say, not the happiest of campers. I got to play my Tomb King's army for like 2.5 games before it got Tomb Kinged. Let's see. So Thranduil, I would almost say Diwali, but you know what? It could be Medberry miniatures. I think Medberry because they tend to not be quite so spindly and fragile. So this is well, guess what? Basically the Medberry version of Thranduil, not Thranduil. Well, or it could be. This could be Thranduil here. But yeah, Medberry tends to have, oh god, almost more the classic GW beefiness to it, not quite so scrawny. Printing goes ever on. They tend to be more stylized. I'd have to say, and Kurzlook does pretty well too. I mean, they do some nifty stuff. So, Drog Track, there's basically there's 9 of them, and you could get them in threes. So the first set of 3, probably the most important, would be, I would say, the Radiant Turquoise here, the Radiant Green down here, and then the Radiant Violet over here. Those are your first 3 you want to target. Your second 3 would be the yellow, the blue over here, and the magenta. So those are the second 3. Then the other 3, the Radiant Red, the Radiant Lemon, and the Radiant White. I mean, those, if you want, if you have the funds or something like that, then maybe you pick up those. You know what? This needs to be a little bit lighter here, maybe. Let me do something with this here. I'm just going to grab me another one of my filberts here. Let's see. No, actually, Dark Danigan, I had no idea that this was even coming out. Actually, this arrived on May 16th with Kathy's name on the box. And I just thought, well, I should just get these prepped and painted, right? Because that's what Kathy would do. I had no idea that it was imminently about to release. I had no clue until we did the Wednesday stream and people said, well, you know, that's going to be releasing on Saturday. I said, oh, well, guess I better get me a move on then and get some of this stuff ready to go. So that's what I did. Well, Thranduil, there's also there's some regular miniature manufacturers that do really well. Oathmark, Oathmark is good, and actually these. See those Wolves of Isengard right there? Those two in the back, those are actually just regular plastic miniatures from Oathmark. And it's kind of like the old style GW miniatures. Torso, legs, head, weapons separate, so way more buildable and customizable. Now, let me see. Let's do, yeah, well, what the heck? We'll throw a little bit of our lighter orange right there. Now, let's bring back. So you can see we get closer and closer to establishing this right now. What we're going to do, let's hit our dark on this before we get too far along, and that's Van Dyke Brown. And we're talking dry brush. How dry is this dry brush? It's that dry. With oil paints, less is more is way too much. When you think you have no paint on the brush, cut away half of it. Right, Nurgle Matthew, how you doing? Happy Saturday to you. Happy Saturday. Yeah, let's get some darks over here now. Again, this is going to kind of set a stage for us here. And then the pre-glaze with this was really simple. There was just the indigo, which you can see the sponge we wiped it away with. Then once that was wiped away, then we started to hit it with things like the Fanchon red that is also Naphthol red. Hit it with that. Wipe some of that away, come in with even some of the orange, and the darker areas add a little bit of brown matter to it. So again, just trying to get a little bit of dark in here now. This eventually becomes more of a grayish down here. Now let's look here. So we identified that we need to have a shadow on this too. And that's where Mr. Little Flashlight comes in here. And you can... So, see that shadow kind of moving there a little bit? So we want something a little bit like this here. Can you see? Okay, you can see that, it looks like. Again, just a very gentle dry brush. Look at this, there's almost no paint on this brush. Look at how it paints. All right, look at how much we can get on here. That's the difference with this and the acrylics. Yeah, Nosferatu, actually, someone let me know that this was, I think it was the day, 1 or 2 days before Kathy went into the hospital. They let me know. I haven't had a chance to 3D print anything since, well, May 3rd. So hopefully that's another thing that we can get going again, is the 3D printer. And I think they're more like your generic ships, right? Kind of the filler type ships, not necessarily the specialty ships. But it would be nice to be able to just print those out, right, Nosferatu? Especially, what about the orc ships, right? So we don't have to deal with the stupid jibs on these things. I think you wouldn't hate, right, being able to just 3D print that and not have to deal with sticking those things on there. You remember just how fun that was. So some dwarf ships. Hey there, Fuker. Nice to see you again. So Fuker, this is actually, well, this is my 3rd stream. This is the 2nd of the Shatterpoint streams. Yes, indeed, already the 2nd one of these. So again, just throwing in some of my darks here. Now, you know what, I'm gonna try doing that here. Let's see if we can't get some of this much lighter orange over here. Again, try and turn this so you can see it as best as possible. I mean, it's not like these bases are terrible or anything like that, but I really do just want to make my own. I have so many 3D printed bits from Make It Epic Basing. There's any number of themes. Maybe we do something like an ice type of a theme, and there's anything we could do there. Yeah, Nosferatu, they would probably be less fragile. They would certainly weigh a heck of a lot less, wouldn't they? They would be way, way, way less heavy. Because I had to do the old green stuff glue technique to get those things to stay there. So you know what, they did send me some of the flyers. I don't remember which factions it was from. Probably the Basileans. Oh, here, let's turn that thing off. We don't need that sitting there. Still, I think we need to go. We need to keep injecting some more light into this. We're going to keep. Let's not lose track of our fluoro yellow, though. I'll lighten this up too a bit. Yeah, there we are. So there we go. We're starting to. We're working our way towards that. I think the other one was about a 5-ish hour stream, somewhere in that range. We are 51 minutes in. That's it. 51 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. It was just primer. Oh, geez, Megan, sorry that I forgot to send you the picture of that shelving thing. Unless I did. Maybe it was blades that I forgot to send that to. No, I think I might have sent you those. Boy, that's something I wish was around for years and years and years. And I wish I knew about it for a long time, too. This needs to be some more orange here, too. There. And then, of course, we'll get over to this other side. We also have to start coming back in with some darks. When in doubt, make things darker. When in doubt, make things darker. I think we can, yeah, we can still, I think, add some more of our light down into some of the crevices of these fiery areas here. Although it looks like maybe we need to get some more of our thinner. Now there, sure enough, see how that sticks there? Sometimes you just gotta have some thinner. Now, so Nosferatu, I'm hoping that I can do some earlier streams. I think anything that classifies as a daytime stream would be on a Saturday. And then as things start to play out, maybe some weekday streams during the day. Again, not quite sure how everything would play out. But obviously with all the circumstances different here, we'll just have to experiment and see what works. I'm still trying to create a bunch of different filming areas here. Ultimately, I need to make at least 3 more of various types. Let's do this. A little more light over here. What about this? What about this? How light did we get here? We got fairly light on that. So let me see if we can't start to, again, crank in a little bit of lightness here on the ground. See if thicker works. That's fantastic, Nosferatu. Yeah, here well, I've already been doing tons of stuff on the house. There will be a lot more to do on the house. Basically, the entire summer into the fall. So that we can try and do, again, a lot of the stuff that I have not been able to do for, well, for the better part, almost 2 years. So there's gonna be lots of changes. That's for sure. And here I'm just gonna try and shove some of this here, and then we'll just take our blending brush to this. Later on, after this has a chance to set. Later on, not right away. We don't have to be hasty. Well, Nosferatu, that's fantastic. Hey, if you could, shoot me some Instagram pics of that, because it'd be really fun to see that for sure. All right, here we're going to just as a, that's a dry brush. It has nothing, no paint on it, no paint at all, and all we're going to do is just again a little bit of tap 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 here, and just sort of merge some of this stuff together. Might do a little bit of pin line washy stuff in this area here, I think. And Nosferatu, well, the nice thing is that I'm sure everybody's got lots of Bones miniatures just laying around. Could experiment with those too. Right, there's lots of expendable miniatures, I guess, if that's the word that I'm looking for. Here we go. There's some brown matter. I'm going to throw some Van Dyke brown into that. Maybe a smidge of Egyptian violet. Let's see if that is that. No, it's not quite a pin line wash just yet. Now it should be. No, there it is. Now it's a pin line wash. Bingo. There you go. And that can always be a challenge, right? Nosferatu is, well, you do this. Well, now you need to apply it to that. That's why I never really did very, very, very specific videos where it's, well, here's how you paint this one thing. Because I always want to say, look, you can use this for all of these different things. It's not just for this one thing. And of course, yeah, Nosferatu, the Bones miniatures, right? If you like how it turned out, that's great. If you don't, it's like, well, it's a Bones miniature, no big deal. And so many folks have those too. That's the other nice thing is there's what they've done 27 different Bones Kickstarters. I think Bones 28 comes out next week, followed by Bones 29 the day after that. So there's plenty of those sitting around. Hey Dio, nice to see ya. Everybody, please give Diomedes Industries a follow, and of course, Dio, if you want to post any links to the Etsy shop there, because Dio does all kinds of fantastic leather dice bags, that sort of stuff. So everybody, please check out Diomedes Industries. And yes, there is a wild Arasu in the chat. So at some point, Dio, I promised Asmo and Arasu and Slade. I said I promise, and V. I promised I'll join one of the hangouts. I will. I'll try. Hopefully, actually, people wouldn't mind some of those, maybe even during the day. So here we go. So Dio has been streaming the leather, not quite the same as Arathu's leather streams. There's a little bit different context to Arathu's leather streams, but definitely check out Dio's leather streams right there. That's they'll be fantastic to watch, and again, be sure to check out Dio's merch there. Now, again, we're just trying to work our way in here. A few little darks in there. So Denethor, I'm glad that's working out. And I'm sure, after several of those, there'll be some new technique that you end up working out that you just kind of use all the time. So see how that orange got much more spicy just based on this little pin line stuff that we've been doing around here. So yes, sorry there, Arathu, that couldn't resist that one either. Now, as we make this darker, guess what happens? What is that? Equal and opposite reaction. Our flames look that much lighter, and we're going to go lighter than that too. We've just been wanting those to set, and we're pretty much going to take straight up brilliant yellow pale. We're going to mix that with our fluorescent yellow, and that will be our brightest of the bright, for sure. So Adrian, the gouache is it's basically kind of a semi-opaque sort of a thing, because it's got well, basically a white in there. So whereas watercolors is just very translucent. So that's the main difference. I never actually got a chance to try gouache or anything like that. Some people thought some of my watercolors might have been because I was actually there was one point where I was taking something called Pro White, which actually was basically an opaque white watercolor, and I was actually putting that on the paper first, and then sort of floating the watercolors on top of that. Again, throwing some more darks in here. Yeah, Denethor. Now, which Payne's Gray did you use? Because I think we've tried. Oh, did I ever? I'm not sure if I ever actually tried the Gamlin version. Now, let me get to my pictures over here, my references on this here. Okay, so, okay, that's not, that's going to be more of a gray. So most of the metal here is gray, and a little bit less of the blue here, so that's good to know. Glad I looked at that. Boy, you know, Denethor, oh boy, that's something I have been meaning to get. Would be the some of the Schminkies. Jinkies, got to get some of the Schminkies. I think I'll try and do that. Obviously, once medical bills comes through here and that sort of thing, then we'll have a little better idea of what is going on with that now. Where's my Van Dyke Brown? And you know, I'm gonna go with the Brilliant Yellow Pale. I thought about the Radiant Violet, but we're gonna go with this here. Gonna go with this here to start with. Let me do this. I'm just gonna chunk some of this on there. Also here, up there. You say, wait a minute, that looks really nasty. What you doing there? Oh, we got all under control. It's all part of the plan. Perfectly executed plan. We have Jimmy the Brush raid us. I'm going to use my Nostradamus-like powers, my Elrond foresight, to say that he raided us with 51 of his friends. So Full Wild, how you doing? And we got Mad as Mads, we got Pixie Wink, we got Princess Avelina, and Office Dibble. Sorry. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, and thank you so much, Scosh Hammer, for that follow. Comes along as like, please don't ride that in the ganja fields. It's like, what you I'm like a Dunlending here, just dressed in armor. I'm gonna set fire to all the ganja. It's like, ugh, this is just terrible. Thank you so much for that follow, Scotia. Appreciate that. Yeah, Full Wild. Really glad to be able to do, well, not just a stream, right, but actually do one during, well, as close to daytime as possible here. As close to daytime as possible. So we're painting one of the new Shatterpoint miniatures from Atomic Mass Games, and we did this one last night. So everybody please give Jimmy the Brush a follow, and I'm pretty sure you already are, but if you're not, please do so. We're using our oil paints, traditional oil paints right out of the tube. So you can see we've got quite a bit of fiery stuff going on. And we have a little bit of a Deep Space Nine reference there with Jem'Hadar. It's like, well, wait, where's the other guy that smells bad? He's like, I don't know. He's like, I heard that you had to, like, get killed to get your new fabulous role. It's like, yeah, you know, could have just gone to the store and get one instead of, I don't know, getting killed. Thank you so much, Aluvatar. Thanks for that follow. Appreciate that, Jem'Hadar. So now we have done other Star Wars figures in the past. We did a whole bunch of streams with some Legion figures here. Where'd you get? Oh, wait a minute, I scrolled right on past them. There they are, some Mandos right there. Also painted with the oil paints. However, those I was infusing them with metallic powders. So that made all of those colors there, they're all actually metallic. And of course, well, object source lighting worked great for so many things. So here we've got our Dunlendings and Wolves of Isengard. There's our Moria Dragon. Oh, look, there's our Moria Army. And of course, let me see, where's my dwarves down here? There we go. Speaking of Medbury miniatures, there you go. We painted, what, 9 of these guys in about 10.5 hours. Also that terrain piece. Fabulous. Love doing the object source lighting for things. Thank you so much, Office Dribble. Appreciate that. Hey, Gabawaki, nice to see you again. So again, this is what we're looking to be doing, something along these lines. 1 hour and 5 minutes ago, it was just primer. So this is what all the colors we've done here, everything back here, the object source lighting, that's all happened in 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 20 seconds. Thank you so much, Mad as Maz. Appreciate that. Now, of course, it's not just about the object source lighting. You can also do things like busts. The oils have really, really rich colors, so very nice for intense things like that. And let me see, and here, of course, we love doing freehand. Oils are fantastic for things like freehand because you can really do some nice tiny designs. You can also, basically, if you don't like something, you wipe it off, you start again. We've certainly done that several times, haven't we, on stream? So Princess Evelina, thank you so much for joining us here. Appreciate that. And thanks again, Jimmy, for the raid. Again, I'm sure everybody here is already following Jimmy the Brush, but just on the off chance that you might not be, you might want to do that. So what we'll be doing here is just starting to get to some of the regular metal colors on this. And yes, that's also going to be a regular metal. So you can see all we're doing is just slopping this on there. Hey, Jimmy, nice to see you. Hey, Clawhammer, great to see you back. Now look at this. See, we have this big old blob of paint here, right? You say, oh, what is that? What's all about that? Well, we'll take this brush. There's no paint on it. And we're just going to go a little bit of tap, tap, tap right here. And, well, there you go, right? There you go. No fuss, no muss. Hashtag no layers. So Mr. Cheshire, actually, well, the first thing I would recommend with the oils is to do these. Is to do these color charts. Usually taking the lighter colors and mixing them with those. Typically do the white first because this is going to give you the truest representation what the thing looks like. This will tell you how the paint handles, kind of how strong it is. Is it sort of a viscous thing? Is it super translucent? Is it more opaque like Severus blue? Which, as you can see, very different than ultramarine blue. And this also is a little bit grainier too than the Severus blue. So that's one way to kind of, again, get a sort of a pre-advanced look at what things look like. You could also do something like this. Maybe you just take one dark color, one light color, and do a value study. Did a video of this. Now, this should be very interesting here. Let's, okay, yeah, we'll have these side by side here. Let's do a little film noir. There you go. So all of a sudden, you imagine doing something like this, right, in a value study like we did this here because, well, light and dark, right? So it'd be a nice little handy exercise potentially for you without having to worry about a bunch of colors. Because I'll tell you what, in watercolor class, we started with one color. It was brown. Oh, wow, Megan. Wow, that's fantastic. Oh, that is fantastic there. Now here's another one too. This was done with the oil paints. Now we'll get a brush here to, well, this will point it out. So you see all these little spots here? Those were, every single one of those spots was painted with an even harder edge than what you see here. See all these ones that are really faded? Look at how faded some of these are. I did the same blending thing that I did on the figure. See, like I said, just kind of blended some of those spots there. So instead of trying to do this with, I don't know, how many different layers of paint or whatever, didn't have to do it there. Now look at this. This is another example. Same deal here. So all of these wild colors in the skin tone, all I had to do was just drop a little phthalo green there, take my blending brush like this, and then just push some of that around. So watch what happens when we do film noir for Megan. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's no value difference there. You don't see that, but there's a color difference, right? Green versus red. Bring back the color here. Look at this. There you go. There it is. All of a sudden the green shows up. You got that nice pink magenta right there. So you have all these extra little contrasts. Nothing to do with value. All the value is the same. Now let's. Oh yeah, we're gonna again do a little tap 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 here. Blend some of this stuff out. Let me see. I think I've got myself a bigger brush that I can use for some blending here? No, that's a little bit too hard there. Let's use this one maybe. Right here. See if this is softer. It should be. Ah, there we are. Nice. There we go. That's going to take away some of that texture. Nice and soft, nice and easy. Little bit of tap, tap, tap there. So now you don't see quite so much of the brush strokes or whatever anymore. So these chapters right here, I know we were doing a bunch of these last night, but they really do, and they pretty much piggyback after what we just saw. Whoops, I think I already scrolled past some of those chapters right there. So contrast. When you're at a painting contest, you talk to the judge afterwards, say, so what should I do to make it better? They say, push the contrast or boost the contrast. Well, what the heck does that mean? It means a lot more than just making things lighter or darker. Because it means things like this. See, color intensity. What do we got here on these figures? A super atomic orange next to a bunch of grayish blues, right? So you have warm versus cool. You have a saturated color versus an unsaturated color. That's contrast right there too. But then you got this. Everybody's always wanting to paint non-metallic metal. There's really only one thing that matters. Metal reflects its surroundings. If you got the guy wearing a red cloak and you have a sword right up against that red cloak and you see no red there, you don't have any metal because it needs to reflect. It has to be constantly reflecting those. And I think we've got an example of that here. Where's our Highland miniatures? There we go. So this is a little bit more of an extreme version, but we reflected the landscape. So you can see there's some towers there reflected in the landscape. And I mean we can take it even to more of an extreme, and we've got a whole army painting series on this. Where's my halberds? Ah, there they are. So see everything reflected on their helmets there? That's basically the guy standing next to them. That's the trees or whatever the landscape is around them. All that's being reflected there. So that's why, and here we go. There's a third one right there. Again, you can see there's red also reflected on their armor. Why? Because they're wearing, well, red clothes. Why would that not be reflected? So you really have to always be aware of what their surroundings are. You always have to be aware of that. And as long as you are, you're going to be able to get yourself something that definitely looks, well, at least a little bit like metal. That's for sure. Still haven't actually messed around with white yet. Still haven't messed around with. We've got our radiant violet, a little bit of brilliant yellow pale together. Kind of a grayish color here. Let's see if we can get something a little bit lighter here on some parts of our the armor up here. And does this need to be lighter? Yeah, well, not as light. So there, see, we're just going to plop that up there. Finer blending brush here. Okay. And again, we'll do a little bit tap, tap, spread that out. See, put that on there, spread it out. We'll do the same. Likewise over here. We're going to do the same over here. The same over here. Look at this. Look at that's precision brush strokes right there. You don't see that on every channel. That is some high detail precision brush work there. Now, once we've plopped that on there, we'll take this little guy here. Oh, wait a minute. That looks very different. So is this. So is this when we hit it with our blending brush, right? It looks a little bit different than this other side. Do the same thing over here again. Just tap that. Do the same over here. So you can see just how long and how many laborious layers of paint it took to do that, right? Or maybe not. Maybe it doesn't have to be so difficult. Maybe it doesn't have to be so much work. Like this here. Again, using our blending brush here. Oh, what was that? So that's that is kind of a blue right there. So we've gotta be aware of that. What's happening down here? All right, here I'm going to actually try to get some reflected light down here as well. So instead of a whole bunch of layers of paint, why not this? Yeah, that took a few seconds right there. Hey there, Roger. Nice to see you again. Welcome back. Painting another one of our Shatterpoint figures here. So okay, so this is all just regular metal right there. So again, highly precise brushwork there, which we're going to start pushing around here. I mean, how much time do you really want to spend painting, I don't know, the boots? I'm thinking not that much. So, why not something like that? That way you can really start to smash your way through these things. Just saying. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Let's put some more reflected light over here. Again, just hammering that with a couple of quick brush strokes there. So Drug Tech, yep, you're definitely going to want to be doing your, because all of your lighter colors, anything that's a lighter color is going to be opaque. It will have some form of white in it. And with oil paints, opaque is opaque, as in it'll cover everything. That's why, well, here it's just about that time. It's just about that time to get into maybe our lightest fiery color here. There's my fluorescent yellow. Maybe it's time to do that here. So we're just going to get a bunch of thinner over here. Break this down. So just because there's white in here, this is going to be tremendously opaque. Hey there, Drax. How you doing? Everybody, please give Drax a follow if you can. Drax is painting tons and tons of Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff. Month after month after month, the MCP figures. So Drax, hope that you're doing good. This is the first time I've been able to do an early Saturday start in a long, long, long time. But there you go. See the difference that already starts to make there? So there's Megan with the link so that you can also be like everybody else and be sure to give Drax a follow. I'm going to go a little bit further back there to a little bit of a orangey color there. Let's think about getting some of our more extreme lights down here. Now that we've done the lights in the flame, we're going to get some of that over here now too. So Drax, again, I hope that you're doing really well. Well, that needs to be light also. Yeah, something like that. Something like this here. Oh, thanks, Sarathu. Thank you so much for posting that. Yeah, that's really, really, really super helpful for the things that have to be dealt with now. Because, well, the medical bills, those actually arrived earlier today. That wasn't the happiest envelope to open right there for multiple reasons, that's for sure. So everybody that's been contributing and been helping us out all this time, we really do appreciate that. And all the folks that continue to do so, we appreciate that a bunch. Many, many miles yet to go on this journey. You know what? Oh, wow. Yeah, we really did take out a lot of our light here. Let me get a little bit thinner into that. There we go. Thin sticks over thick and vice versa. So, where's our Imperial Fist here? Yeah. This just took a matter of seconds because a little bit of Indian yellow mixed with, well, actually the Indian yellow is a big part of the pre-glaze. Take the Brilliant Yellow Pale, chuck that on there, boom, you got yourself an Imperial Fist in no time flat. It's another one of the tutorial vids on the Patreon page. Oh, that just literally took no time whatsoever. That was one of the chapter studies videos. And this one was, where's, oh, here he is. Sir Howling Griffin, there he is. So really easy again, doing the same thing with the Indian yellow and with the brilliant yellow pale. And then here with the reds also. Very easy to get those darks. Now, yeah, this is going to have to be lighter too. I'm maybe a little bit more on my thinner here. So we are less than an hour and a half in, and this is what we got going right here, right? Oh, geez, thanks, Drax. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Can everybody please give Drax a follow? And this time, Drax, I'm going to remember, if you wanted to post a YouTube link to the video that features a whole bunch of the MCP figures that you are painting, if you want to drop that link into the chat there. But thank you so much. That is appreciated. Ah, boy. Well, at some point we'll get to the Marvel Crisis Protocol figs that are here, but so there's Dooku. Who is the other one that's been released? Another basically individual character. I've already spaced on that. Actually, no, it was Obi-Wan, right? Is it Dooku and Obi-Wan? Those are the two special characters that have been released now. So thanks so much, Drax. That is going to go a long way, again, to helping things out here. Appreciate that. Now, fine, I'll just do a little bit of my yellow up there, like so. Well, actually, Drax, speaking of, well, Marvel Crisis Protocol and such, is this something that you would want to be painting? And well, I know you would be using, what, the AK, is that Gen 4 paints, or are they Gen 5s, the AK Interactives you've been using? I can always tell by those, the tops. Those jars look so different from everything else. What do we need to do here? Where's my flashlight? I don't... What about on the helmet? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know what? I'm going to try and get away with a little bit of it here. Ah, so Gen 3. Oh, and some of the Uptilongs. Actually, Drax, have they been making any new Uptilong paints? I know there's a ton. I mean, there's got to be, what, 3 dozen colors or something like that, maybe more. But I wasn't sure if they've continued to make new ones or not. Yeah, Nosferatu. Oh, let me just show you something real quick here. These two. So this one, and some of this was hard-won information, to put it mildly. Ah, here we go. So these are not necessarily the worst substitutes for cadmiums. This one, if you infuse it with the Indian yellow, you get a really nice kind of a cadmium yellow medium or so. And this Naphthol red right here, I mean, is it cadmium red straight up? No, but it's half the price of cadmium. So it's just, that's something that I learned just kind of by experimentation. Because, well, I used to use cadmiums all the time. But those things, well, they can get a little pricey. All right, they can get a little bit pricey, and they take a while to dry. It's like, so follow your nose, huh? My nose says that you have been smoking way too much pipe because, whew, I'm wearing a helmet, I'm getting a contact high from you. It's like, gee whiz, first Elron is giving me all kinds of problems. He's like, well, dude, man, you do bring your freaky friends into Rivendell all the time. It's like, well, at least you're not pointing that gun at me like the other guy did. He was nasty. Thanks again for that follow, Turd Ferguson. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Where else are we gonna reflect some more of this here? I think we'll be good there. Let me see if I can start to get some sorry, some of my orange edges here, like we did on this. Yeah, there you go. Now you can see it. Now, Drax, have you been getting any new Uptilong stuff lately, or because I mean, they do have some bright colors. It's not all just weathering colors. They have some fairly bright colors in there, some intense stuff. Okay, here we are. And let's do the same thing over here too. We need to hit these a little bit as well. Can you see? Yeah, you can see that. I already have the majority of the range. I forget how many years ago it was that someone sent me those. For some reason, though, I kept thinking those came after the oil brushes. I don't know why. And again, sometimes Drax will be working with the Optilungs there. Well, it's all AK interactive. And Drax will do work with the oils to get some stuff done, let those set, come back with the acrylics, do some work with the acrylics, come back with the oils, and that's it's not a zero-sum game. I always try to tell folks, you know what, if you want to do parts of it in acrylics, once the oil paints are dry, well, it's just paint. You want to go with some acrylics over the oils, as long as the oils are dry, it is not a problem whatsoever. I do that all the time, especially when it comes to maybe things like vehicles. No sense in not doing that. Yeah, Nosferatu, what was, I think the biggest shock was the Pebeo stuff, and just how grainy that was and hard to push around. I was really surprised. I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to kind of, well, be nowhere near as intense as Egyptian Violet, but I did not expect that part. That was a big surprise. Grandpa's Thump, I tell ya, the oil paints open up so many fun opportunities, and they work well on all scales. Doesn't matter if it's epic scale or a half-size bust. Used it on all that stuff. Heck, I'm going to be using the oil paints on a mural that's 134 inches by 90 inches. The same bag end that I painted at 5 inches by 7 was... We're going to be painting that at a monstrous 90 by 134 inches. And hopefully we can film as much of the process as possible. Turn that into some kind of tutorial there. So Denethor, I haven't actually gotten any, shall we say, like extra alkyds or something like that to mix in. The only paint that I really use that has the alkyds in it would be the Fast Matte White. However, now these I believe are discontinued. These are tricksy right here because you think they sort of dry fast until they don't, which again is kind of weird. Kind of weird. That's something I'm going to maybe look into that, see if there is just alkyds that I could maybe mix in. Now, of course, the alkyds, they're, pigment powders are one thing. Alkyds, they tend to have, well, they're not quite like cadmiums, but they have some things in there that maybe aren't super friendly. Hey, Walter's Workshop, how you doing? Everybody, please give Walter's Workshop a follow. Walter, if you wanted to post any stuff, Instagram, Discord links in the chat, that would be very nifty. You want to do that? So I'd be curious there, Denethor. Would the alkyds have that effect? Would they make it dry faster? And would they actually give it a little more body, right? Make them a little bit thicker and heavier than, say, just the typical linseed oil and powders together? Thank you so much, Epic. Appreciate that. And along comes Shandofax. Yes, I like that. I prefer Gandalfax. How about Shandoff? Let's go with Shandoff. It's like, stupid talking horse. It's like, dude, I told you never to tell people that. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Now let's start to get this into some more lights over here. So we've gotten our object source lighting. We've developed that. I'm going to let some of this have a chance to set before I come back in with more of the floral orange. So you can see we'll be doing a little bit more of the floral orange, right, on our fiery things there. But now we're going to try and develop this just a little bit more here. So Drog, I kind of eliminated all the cobalts. Basically, Prussian blue wiped out cobalt blue and cerulean blue. Then Severus blue kind of doubly wiped out cerulean blue because it's. I loved it as a watercolor, not so much as an oil paint. Too grainy, way too. Oh, there's some of our floral blue right there. But the Prussian blue, which I'm actually putting on the brush right now, that basically wiped out cobalt blue. Now, is this one of our party skinks that has the... Where did you go? Is this it? Yeah. Actually, one of our party skinks here, this actually has cobalt blue. It's really, for its price, it's a very situational color. It's super situational. Now, we did use it on this piece here, too. We did use some cobalt blue there. It actually works well as, believe it or not, as kind of like a pinline wash glazy type of thing. It's a mercurial color, but it's so kind of specialized. For something of that price, it needs to be more utilitarian. So that's why Egyptian violet, I can kind of justify that because, well, like the commercial says, I use that bleep in everything. So that's just such a universal, powerful color right there that it kind of justifies the cost. Whereas cobalt, and I have cobalt violet too, that is another one of those really, really expensive colors that just kind of doesn't make back its cost necessarily. So there we go. Everybody please check out Walter's workshop there. Just posted a nifty little link for you. We need to lighten up. Yeah, let's get some light on the helmet here. Also, we're going to get some of our blue down into here. Once again, letting that blend with what's already here. Again, that's all I'm going to do is plop those brush strokes on there. And then come back with that blending brush to do the rest. Let's get a little bit more of our reflected light down here. Maybe a smidge over there, just because. Back to, this is our radiant turquoise and Prussian blue together. So the Prussians, that's a dangerous place to be on the palette, next to the Prussian blue, because that's one of the most warlike colors on the palette. It just tends to wipe everything else around it out. Now I'm going to try more just a Prussian blue here. Some of the Prussian blue, darken some of that just a smidge here. There we are. Alright, now let's... that's also blue. I didn't think that was too, but apparently it is. Here, let's get some more of our radiant turquoise going. Radiant turquoise. Boom, right along here. There we go. I think we're gonna let this also get lighter. So yeah, Drac, I don't know if you had a chance to post that link yet to the video there, but again, if you want to see a video that really features a whole bunch of the figures that Drax has been painting for months, right? Drax painting a bunch of those for months, and I'm sure there'll be more. Because actually I was told that, what was it, Captain America and the Human Torch, I guess those are going up for pre-order, something like that. So as Zarathu, as our fellow Prussians would say, this is the way. I believe, just ironically enough, I do have some Prussian ancestry. There's actually, there was a Dow factory in Prussia, or East Prussia really, that was actually taken over by the Soviets, and that was used as a headquarters or something like that. So yes, it was actually a place where they made fine china doll heads, and that factory was replaced as a Soviet headquarters. So we're going to take our lighter color there, blending brush now. We'll air it. I hope that everything goes great. And actually, it was really nifty. Oh, and then please tell Erdican Games, thank you so much for the raid. And everybody, please give Erdican Life a follow. Also, Erdican Games. And Arid, if you also want to post some pictures of your stuff there, I don't know if you've had a chance to do that. Megan, I'm not sure if you posted your link tree yet. Oh, Drax has pics on Instagram. Well, Drax, I'm going to be annoying you about posting your Instagram pics all the time now that I know that exists. So everybody please check out Drax's Instagram there. Boy, Drax, I have been away for quite some time now. If there's Draxgram, I've been away for far too long. So again, everybody please check that out if you can. Again, look at that. That's just pre-glaze that's right there. That's just indigo sitting there. Now we're going to do this. And we're just going to let that tap, tap, tap happen. I'm going to get some of the paint off of the brush here. And we'll just let all of that equalize nicely. All of a sudden, there. Why do a bunch of layers? Hashtag no layers. No layers at all. That's got to be that's going to be different right there. Here, we're going to throw a little bit more of this in here. Get my blending brush once more. Everybody please check out the, as we call it, Pinstagram account there from Arid. Please check out Arid's Pinstagram. Also known as Pinterest by everybody else that's not super acquainted with the stream here. And while you're at it, if you can also please give Erdican Games a follow if you're interested in some brick building. You can get plenty of that on Erdican Games. Hey there's Steelhead, nice to see ya. No, it's not. I was going to say Happy Sunday, but no, it's not quite Happy Sunday here, though, for a lot of our European friends and our Aussie friends. It's definitely Sunday. So how you doing there, Steelhead? Great to see ya. This is the earliest stream I've done. I couldn't tell ya the last time I've been able to start a stream at 4:30 or 4:40, whenever the heck that was. My goodness. It's been a long, long time. Now, see, we got our line here. We're going to just have at it on this side. Just sort of buff that out. How about we get a little bit more even of our fast matte white out here. There's some yellow infused in this still. Now, look at this. We also have Bill. Bill has returned. Bill, how you doing? Hopefully today has been fun for you. Hopefully everybody's been having a lot of fun today. Paint miniatures, playing games, doing both. Maybe doing some RPG stuff. Doing all the fun things. I think we need to get a couple. Yeah, let's get some stuff going on here with these little pistols, because can't just have nothing there. And then we're going to try and do some reflected light on those as well. So Bill, great to have you back once again. Doing another one of the Mandos here. One of the another one of the minions, not a special character. I mean, it's not like there's tons of minions. Just a few. Now, and you can see here, this is, we're not going to edge through the whole thing, right? We're focusing here. Why? Because this is the part that's coming towards us, right? That's what pulls this out. Right? That hard edge there. If we did this equally everywhere else, it's not going to fade into the background. But here we can do it again, because this is typically another spot where that's going to be the leading edge. Well, Bill, I'm glad you were able to get that replaced. I remember you saying that last night there, and of course that's, yeah, my sister, hers, Now they were planning on it. Well, they weren't looking forward to it. They knew it was a very distinct possibility that they'd have to replace that. But here, let's get some light now. Some of these areas here. So glad that you were able to get that replaced. Hopefully not too much of a hassle. Gonna try and work in some more of my light here too. Let's get some blue going here. And again, chuck this on there. Tap, 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 like so. Same thing here. So all of a sudden it looks like we're painting the folds of some pants. All right, softer edge versus these harder edges right here. Steelhead, sorry that things are not going the way you would like them to. Hopefully all that really reverses quickly. You can get back to something that's a little bit less of a little bit less stressful. Really soon. Yeah, Bill. I mean, it's one heck of an expense, one heck of a commitment, right? And it's really not something you want to be doing again for 25 years, right? So you just hope that they do it. It's all the way it should be, and then you don't have to think about it anymore. Now, we aren't doing the blue here on the gloves. We're going to have to get some more of the, basically the generic gray here on some of our metals again. Oh yeah, that's oh fine. I'll just hit it with some of the fast matte white here. But I'm glad that they were really good, really efficient. Got that in and out, got it working. I always keep expecting to see the little antenna there, because I painted so many of these with the antenna. Better do that here too, just because. Fine. Not quite sure what we want to do in there, but here, let's get some light there too. Where's my blending brush? Blending brush time. Hey, Ball GM. Nice to see you. And, well, let's see. My next stream normally would be Monday. I don't think I'll try to stream tomorrow. I've got to film some things. Well, actually, I'll be filming. Where did she go? Where's she at? There she is. Actually, I'm going to be trying to film this tomorrow. I just was like, yeah, I was going to be doing something tomorrow. It's filming this. So this will be the Bo-Katan figure. And everybody, please give the Bald GM a follow. Right there, you've got the link there by Megan. Everybody, please do that. Yeah, no, let me get my blending brush here. Let's do it. Blending brush there, so you can see we've got that sort of reflected light now. Blending brush here, same deal. You don't know how many bolters that I've painted in 40K, wishing that I could have just done that. And we've done plenty of Space Marines now on the channel, with enough of them with bolters. Where's some examples here? Yeah. So again, just being able to plop that paint down there, you can see that the oils make short work of all manner of Space Marines here. Where's our... we've done, what, 9 chapter studies videos so far? And the latest one was the Howling Griffins. Yeah, latest one was that. Hey there, TBF Wing Viper, how you doing? And Happy Heretic, great to see you too. Again, nice to see you. Hopefully you had yourself, you've been having yourself a great Saturday. Hopefully everybody has. Let me see if we can't punch a little bit of our light around that area there too. So Wing Viper, it's great to have you here. What are we, 1 hour and 45 minutes in. That's all we've been doing here. 1 hour 45 minutes. This was just primer less than 2 hours ago. And we've had plenty of shenanigans going on too. So we've had little party things. I don't think we did the hype train. Last night there were 2 of them. One of which was a level 6. So there was quite a few party things going on last night. Appreciate all of those, the subs and the follows and the bitses and stuff. That was really fun. It wasn't entirely unexpected given how long it's been since I last streamed. That's for sure. Now here, let's continue on with adding some of our lights here. We want to have we're actually going to go a little bit darker there too to have this sort of demarcation area there, the dark transitioning into the firelight on one side and then the ambient light on the other side. Do I want to go? Fine, I'll go a little bit lighter down here. And see if I do this a little bit of tap, tap, tap right there. I don't even necessarily need to bring out the blending brush. So that basically can kind of blend a little bit on its own. Now, I want to see if I can't do something here with a little bit of dark. Maybe indigo. Let me try indigo. You know, I'll do indigo and some Van Dyke brown here. Let's do both of those. Dare I say you could use Payne's Gray? Well, if it's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, yes. Some of the other Payne's Gray, not so much. Well, Drug Tech, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that, and hopefully some of that info is going to be helpful too for your when you get back to your next miniatures. And of course, you want to post your Insta link again there. Again, with the figures that you were showing off. Again, showing people what is possible with the oils. What's possible with the oils. Now here, we're going to get this away from the blue. Away from the blue. Think of this almost, remember those halberd guys we were showing earlier? Ooh, I can zoom in. Can't I? Yes, I can. There we are. Now we'll get back to our blending brush here. Doing that little bit of tap, tap, tap. So all of a sudden now that's some kind of maybe some kind of horizon line there. Maybe it's a tower, maybe it's whatever in the background there. Now, well, Drunk Tech, I'm glad that is helpful. And again, looking forward to see you at the next stream. And thank you so much, Megan, for posting the GoFundMe there. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's now a whole bunch of other things that kind of had to be sacrificed over especially the last year. Those now those things kind of have to be dealt with. Plus there was, well, a lot of lost income. Still have technically not done a commission since April of 2022. Yeah. Boy, Steelhead, I keep it as simple as possible. One of the keys, though, is to, boy, oh boy, if I could show you one of these little lights. Okay, so here we go. So this is an LED light. Now watch this. See how there's 3 different levels there? You can get these on Amazon, and it's got a flexible neck to it. I use them for filming, obviously, and for streaming, but it's a nice way to light every miniature, because every miniature needs to be lit differently. And they're really inexpensive. I recommend you get at least 3 of them. Kind of one for the top, one for each side, and you spread out your lighting. That by itself is super helpful. And of course, it's maybe, okay, you got 3 lights. Maybe it cost you about $33 or so, but you got them for other things too. I use those LED lights for a bunch of other things besides just taking pictures of miniatures. So they're really handy for other stuff too. Not terribly expensive at all. So that might be something that's helpful for you. Again, to have the light come from as many directions as possible. So everybody, again, please check out DrawTrack's link there, the Instagram, right? Or is it a Discord? That's an Instagram. Now, see, I put that dark here. Look at this blending brush. Think of this potentially right here again as another horizon line, right? So Wing Viper, these are the new Shatterpoints from Atomic Mass Games. Same folks that did Marvel Crisis Protocol. Tonight we're doing this guy here. And last night we did this one here. And hoping to maybe later tonight, where's our... there you are. So might do this one here, a little bit of Anakin later tonight. Something very big this way comes. That would be Big Deno. Big Deno, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Let's welcome in our raiders. So everybody please get... Hey there, Pauls. Nice to see you. So Big Deno, I know you just finished your stream, so you're not going to have any pictures right now unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth real quick. But if you got yourself some Discord or Insta links you wanted to share, that would be fine too. So everybody, again, please give Deno a follow if you could. So Deno, I hope that you're doing well. We are painting the new, I said Shatter Storm, the new Shatterpoint miniatures. Again, these are from Atomic Mass Games. We did this one last night. One of the Bo-Katan minions right there, so she's all done. This guy's about 2 hours in, 1 hour and 52 minutes. 1 hours? Yeah, there's a plural right there. Hey there, Minimancer, how you doing? So yeah, Minimancer, this is only the 3rd stream back. It's only the 3rd one back, and it is fantastic to be doing this again. To be able to say hi to everybody, hang out with everybody. It's like painting with friends. It's just like painting with friends, so really appreciate being able to do this again, that's for sure. Yeah, Big Deno, it happened super fast. It went from, we're almost done here, everything will be great, to, oh my goodness, this is the opposite of that. And it all just it escalated so fast there was really no way to adjust to it. It just kind of played out so quickly that I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to update people more. But basically every update was kind of negated by events. Now this is just Terra Rosa with a little bit of our Indian yellow, or Brilliant Yellow Pale, which is basically my skin tone combo right there. Everybody please check out Big Deno's Instagram, sorry. Please check that out, and of course say lots of nice things. Lots of nice things. So Big Deno, what were you able to be painting on stream tonight? Just happen to have these Shatterpoint minis, and we're seeing what we can do with those. Hey there, Wizard Oak. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us here. Now, it won't take me just some Terra Rosa. So this is sort of where it's doing a blending brush. It has some paint on it. So typically the blending brush has no paint on it. This time, though, we're actually going to throw some paint on it here. And we're just going to, there we go, we're going to let that kind of work its way into some of the lighter stuff, like so. There we are. And of course we can get, I don't want to go too much with the orangey Terra Rosa in here, because then it's going to look a little bit toasty like our firelight there. And we're going to be going back into the firelight to tone down some of the darker stuff where the flames are, also get more of an orange look to that. Timing is definitely a thing here. Let's see if we've got just what we have here as far as this set enough for me to throw the orange over the top of that. Might throw a little bit of the yellow in there too for good measure, just reasons. Maybe a little bit more of the yellow. The weird thing about the Marion Street fluorescents is kind of like the Indian yellow. They're super thick, incredibly thick, but they are massively translucent as well. Looks like it's gonna let me do that. I think I could actually use some more yellow in there. Oddly enough, do we do we see a Sarge in the chat? Yes, we do. That means we get to rock a few rocks in here. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now again, we're looking to hit these things here with a little bit of our orange yellow, because that's awful dark. We don't want that to be quite so dark. So that was my next question, Sarge, was are you still at work or are you heading home to the casa there? But everybody, again, please check out Sarge on the Instas there. Sarge has been doing a ton of bases, some really fantastic bases there. The Witch King diorama, of course. And boy, Sarge, hopefully that things will just sort of equalize out for you there and you can get a chance to do some painting so that you can have stuff ready for ReaperCon, because ReaperCon, right? That's and of course I know that with potential things going on at work and stuff like that, I know that you're just trying to rack up as many opportunities there as you can. Now again, there's so that's really kind of boosted that up a bit here. So Happy Heretic, I don't have any of those here. Could be something that we try and do down the line so that we can show that oils will work just fine on really small scale stuff like that. I guess my question is the Battletech stuff round about the same scale as, say, Titanicus? Because I have not actually seen any Titanicus stuff in person. My thought is that it's probably still bigger than Battletech, or maybe I'm wrong. Something telling me that Titanicus is maybe, I don't know, 5-10% larger than Battletech figures, maybe more. So Titanicus is much bigger. Well, so more than 5 or 10%, but at least I was right then that it's bigger. That's another thing that I've never seen is a Titanicus figure. That'd be interesting to paint some of those with the oils, I suppose. Yeah, wouldn't hurt. Could be worse things. That's for sure. I'm going to try and get me a little bit of my orange in here too. So Nosferatu cannot confirm nor deny the possession of 1 or 2 Titanicus miniatures per square foot of his house. I think that maybe is how that goes. No, I think we're good. I don't think I need to wrap it quite that far around with the orange there. I think we're all right. So with the Battletech stuff being way smaller, so then that must be maybe about the same size relationship of this stuff to maybe the Legion stuff, because Legion stuff is basically around 28 or maybe 30 mil scale. This is 40. So maybe something like that. So yeah, definitely Arathu, the metallic. In itself, it's not magnetic in of itself. You need to have magnets, but it's metal. It's basically paint infused with metal. Thank you so much. Speaking of some metal, thank you so much, Clawhammer, for infusing a few coins into the coffers there. Thank you so much, Clawhammer. Appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Bill. Appreciate the picture there. That'll be very, very handy because I've seen a bunch of Titanicus stuff by itself. I have seen a whole bunch of Battletech stuff by itself. What I've never seen is pictures of them side by side. Not that I really would. Wouldn't really be much reason for something like that. So, well, now see, that's the thing. You got young kids or something like that, right? And they're going to hang those mobiles off the ceiling or something like that, right? Well, that you could just magnetize the ceiling, and then they could watch you moving around the figures on the ceiling. So you would get the kids started young. You get them into gaming as young as possible. That's all good, right? You want to be doing that. That'll be yes. There you go. That's what you can do if you want to make sure that the kids get started young. Magnetize the ceiling with that magnetic primer. It might cost you a little bit, and it only comes in one color as far as I know, black. So your ceiling is going to be a little bit dark. However, you can paint over the top of it, much like I did with my Tomb Kings. Right, with my Tomb Kings display board, I painted an entire floor over the top of that with all kinds of freehands. So yes, you can paint over that. How about this? You know what? What I need to do is we need to get some more light in there. Also, a more neutral grayish type of thing. Here, that's it. Radiant violet. That's what's missing. That's going to make it much more neutral. A little bit on the warmer side again, so that contrasts with the blue. So Nosferatu is going to develop a miniature game called Tractor Pull. There you go. So then Nosferatu would have all kinds of people to play miniature games with if he develops Tractor Pull, the miniature game. Now I'm going to get my blending brush out here, which actually that would be kind of hilarious. A game called Tractor Pull, and it's a bunch of miniature tractors, so that could be very hilarious. Now again, see, we're just using our blending brush here, a little bit of tap, tap, tap. You can see how that has a much sharper edge now. Looks a little bit more on the metallic side of things. First, I'm going to go with some of our darks. Maybe indigo here. And Van Dyke Brown. We need to get the some dark restored there. Also there. Same thing there. So Denethor is says maybe a little bit of a board game farm simulator. It's what was it? Circus Maximus. It's like Circus Maximus, but it's with tractors. Yeah, that was the very first time Kathy and I played Circus Maximus, and guy falls out of his chariot. I'm just trying to run to the wall just to knock in. She runs me over with her chariot, which is then I came up with the idea with Team Wapple t-shirts with just 2 tire tracks running through Team Wapple. Because yeah, there's no team in Team Wapple, just a Kathy. So that was after our first experience of doing that particular. Now we actually did play that in miniatures once, which was gigantic. That was absolutely huge. But Circus Maximus in miniature form is actually really nifty to play. So see, Nosferatu. Then you just have to develop a game that matches their kind of sensibilities there. Yeah, you just gotta do a game all based on farming. You got weather tables and stuff. Soil tables. we're going to try and divide these now that we've got some of our lights and darks already in there. Gonna maybe try to solidify a couple more lines down here. Yeah, we've got a few that kind of got a little wonky there. Went a bit wonky on a couple of these here lines. Let's do some more this way. And of course, with 3D printing and 3D sculpting, yes, you could go into Mixer or Blender or Tinkercad or something like that. You could actually create your own tractor miniatures. There you go. And of course, if you want to simulate farm fields, what do we usually use? Teddy bear fur, those welcome mats, right? That's what people do, is they'll take the welcome mats and they'll turn those into little farm fields. At least that's what we did with Bolt Action. Alright, so now we're oh, you know what we gotta do? We gotta get some darker blue here, but not the indigo. I want to do Prussian blue there. Let me see if we can dial up the Prussians over here. Do this thing. A little more. Right along this edge here. See if we can't sharpen this up too. Alright, so we've got a little bit of it there. Now, I might even use this as a blending brush. So, what I'm going to do is just take my paper towel here. Not going to use any liquid for this. Don't want a bunch of liquid on that brush. Boy, Nosferatu, can you imagine it? So, if you're going to do, what do we call, oh, box art. Yes, if you're going to paint box art, you would do the John Deere or the IH, your International Harvester there. Now that would be hilarious enough that you'd almost have to see that. You almost have to see those made. It would be now just imagine painting tiny little tractors on the channel here in International Harvester or John Deere colors. The distinctive green of the John Deere and the yellow and black of the Harvester. Let's see. So Dave, I was able to put all of these things together with no instructions because they are all in their own individual section of the sprue. I will say though, these things incredibly fragile, and also too, almost all of these, instead of having two plumes, see how that stops right there? That means all that's supporting it is this one little joint right here. That's it. That one area there is all this, so you can see how it kind of jiggles around like that. So it's just something to be aware of. They can be, shall we say, fragile, as some folks might call it. Now I'm looking to get a little bit of reflected light down here. This is the other thing about the oil paints here. This is kind of a hard to reach area. Instead of having to do a whole bunch of layers in a hard to reach area, the heck with that. The heck with that. How's about we do something like this here? Right where we just take our blending brush and let that do all the layering for us. So yeah, I'm thinking someone now has to do then. Someone's got to make a tractor game, and someone's got to go into Tinkercad or Mixer or something like that and sculpt a bunch of tractor figs. Now, if you want to go really, really crazy, you can kind of make them in like a John Deere tractor and a IH tractor if you really, really want to go crazy. Not sure just how much of that would show up at, say, I don't know, what would you say, 1/100th scale or something like that? It would be like the micro armor version of a tractor game. Well, after all, weren't the first Panzers, they were just tractors, right? Now, yeah, I'm going to throw a little bit more light right there. Maybe some here too. something like that. Now I have, so Ratu was mentioning Gaslands. I have actually painted some even on stream. Well, the 28 mil. I know Gaslands itself is not really a 28 mil game, but some friends of mine, they made it into a 28 mil, and I painted some of that stuff for them. And again, some of it on stream, some of them in tutorial videos. That was pretty wild, I have to say. Talk about a lot of weathering. There's definitely some weathering on those. Don't want to go too crazy with the reflected ambient light. It's pretty easy to do that. We don't want to do that here. Now, let's, here, let's go. I think we could use a light edge on this. Yes, we could. Something like that. Maybe even a little more reflected light under here. So see, that's a really, really, really bright for reflected light. Now that is until we do this. Does a couple of things. See how it softened all the edges there, but it also toned down how light that was. So it was basically like this. We just turned it into that. So this is just, again, what makes the non-metallic stuff so easy. So easy. And we're just using synthetic brushes here. Now these just happen to be the Velvet Touch from Princeton. These tend to be about $5 each. Where's our filbert brushes here? About both of these tend to be somewhere between $4.90 and $5.30 ish, something like that. As opposed to the sable brushes, which cost 3 times as much and last 1/3 as long. Yes, because sable brushes, sadly, the quality of those has absolutely cratered. So I said, well, I'm just going to get me synthetic brushes. They last longer. And there's a lot of things I can do with those since the bristles are a little bit stiffer that I just cannot do with the sable brushes. It makes it a lot easier to do freehands. It is a lot easier to get into some hard to reach areas too. Like there, I was just actually pushing the brush stroke the opposite way. Yeah, Nosferatu, they keep changing the color of the handles, but these are the number 8 rounds that come from Home Depot. When they're brand new, they actually have a really nice point to them, but then they start getting really beat up, and then they become you could even chop the tops off of them, turn them into a spatter brush or a stippling brush. I've done that with plenty of them. Once they get destroyed enough, I start using it for spreading around glue and texture paste. And, I mean, that's fine, right? They cost all of about 20 cents a piece to start with. I've certainly got more than 20 cents of use out of them. And again, now here's the original incarnation of the One True brush here. Let me see, have we already gone past it? Nope, we haven't. Now, for the longest time, there were green handles like this. So that's the One True brush for years and years. I don't know, 5, 6 years or so, they were the green handle. And then for some reason, they went to red and then blue, and then they became gray. But here is an example. So when they really started getting destroyed, let me see, do I have a chopped off example here? There we go. So see, when they really get kind of beat up like this, look at this. You can see there's paint all over the place here. See how this has actually been shaved down? So again, a spatter brush or a stippling brush. And of course, you can see the examples of each here. So there's kind of a stippling example. And there's a spatter example. This is on our T3485. And again, look at that. Same idea here, right? Same idea with the object source lighting, all painted with the oil paints. But you know, Nosferatu, they played, and I don't mean years and years ago. I mean, it wasn't all that long ago. There was some folks, they were setting up like a Car Wars tournament at Adepticon, or at least a Car War where people could play it. Not so much a tournament, like a competitive thing. It's more just a fun community thing where they're all doing that. I don't know if they're still doing that. Obviously, was it 3 out of the last 4 Adepticons? Well, we haven't been to. Well, there wasn't 2 of them, and then obviously we weren't at last year's. I mean, I'll certainly be at Adepticon this coming year. And some of the plans that we had for this year, right? I wanted to bring the Lord of the Rings stuff. Maybe late at night in Fort Wapple, we play some smaller games of Lord of the Rings, something like that, because, Lord of the Rings. Hey, Tina, how you doing? Yeah, Tina, let's see. Well, this one is too. Yeah, both of them are going to have the hot foots there, that's for sure. Now, I'm going to go back to Mr. Blending Brush here. Let me see if we can take this, fade that out a little bit. There we are. Do the same over here. Cut that line down. That's a little bit weird looking right there. So, Tina, I hope that you're doing well. And happy Saturday to you. I keep thinking that I should be saying happy Sunday because typically I'm starting the stream so late. What are we, 2 hours, 16 minutes in? Typically at this time, 2 hours and 16 minutes means it's already the next day. It's really freaky to look over at the clock and see 7:02. Holy smokes. I think it was about 4:45 or so when I started the stream, which that will be my target for Saturday is much earlier starts. Again, as far as during the week doing daytime streams, it is something that I always thought about, but well, at some point, who knows, maybe that happens. Let's see if I can't get, you know what, we do need to throw a little bit of light up there. How's about we take our blending brush to that, spread that around. Again, get any paint off of there. Then do some more here. And then one more hit. Right there. Need a couple of lights over here. There we go. I was missing a little something there. Again, it's so easy to make alterations with the oils too. So Raptor says that well, it should also resist the heat. Again, I haven't. I only saw. I think we saw the first 2 seasons of that Mando show. Haven't seen anything since. But I seem to remember that stuff being subjected to an awful lot of stressful things. Now, let me get to the Prussian blue once more here. Some Prussian blue. There we go. Because that's looking a little bit too flat right there. We gotta boost that up just a little bit there. Bit more maybe with the Prussian blue. Oof, that's gonna be, it's a little darker than I was thinking, but let's see if they'll make that work. I think we've got ourselves a decent little edge happening right here. Looks like it. Yeah. Hey, Spill Paint Pot, how you doing? Well, Clawhammer, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Well, just I wouldn't mind a little bit of a toast right here. Thank you so much, Clawhammer. Appreciate that. So Spilled Paint Pot, yes, we've got the next one in line. Tomorrow, I think I'll film the Bo-Katan. Where the heck is she? Here she is. So I'll film this one because then, well, I could actually have a little photo of the 3 of them together. That would be nice. But yeah, we'll do a tutorial on this one. And I think we'll try and make the base for it. Something simple. I'll just take some Make It Epic basing bits, and we'll just try and do whatever we can again to come up with something that'll be fun, a little bit more elaborate than these, because again, well, everybody is going to have the same base, right? Well, spill paint pot. I thought you were saying you were eating some Fluffernutter, which, wow, it's been a long time. I mean, a really long time since I've had some of that. But actually, spill paint pot. If you wanted to share any links to things that you've been painting, like said Fluffernutter, that would be spectacular, of course. You know what? I need to get me some dark in here. You have a lot of middle tone, a lot of highlights, no dark back there. So let's get some dark here. Also trying to darken down some of this. I would like to do, see what we did here with the gray. I want to do the same thing over there. Now I want to do the same thing there. See if that'll work out here. You know what, that maybe just needs to be a bit darker right there. So thanks again, Clawhammer, and I hope you have a very, very, very restful sleep, of course. Do some more here. Like so. Oh, yeah, we never did get our dark back in here. We're going to hit some more down here as well. Again, I want to maybe do some of that gray here, and I think we need to darken this down a bit more. Where's my blending brush? Again, that's going to soften up all those crazy hard edges. Like so. And now that that's been darkened a little bit more, we can start to maybe consider doing that lighter gray over the top, and again, something along the lines like this. I'm gonna let that set first. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. It's weird with the oils. They allow you to work incredibly fast. That's the great thing about the oils. But for some folks, what happens is they get sped up too much. They get into kind of a frenzy, and the next thing you know, they've well, hobbits that are hasty, they mostly end up mixing mud, right? It's one of our chapters in the Book of Wapple. There, you know, he who makes haste shall yield only mud. So don't want to fall afoul of that. Okay, I'll let that set there. Just I've got my dark in place. Speaking of dark, let me see what I can do over here. Again, we have a lot of highlights, a lot of middle tones. And we need to backfill this in with some darks over here. So everybody please check out the latest work in progress there of Der Fluffernutter. Please go check that out. And again, give a Spilled Paint Pot a follow, please, while you're at it. So the dark down in there, you can see it this starts to make the lights seem that much lighter. The light's getting lighter. Well, oh, this really lost the top edge of this somehow. Also, this does not have... Oh, wow, we gotta... If that's supposed to be armor, then we gotta really hit that with some more of our lights. This thing, too, is something we really like to do with our metals here. Something like that right along the top there. And see, almost kind of pinch off this little highlight right there, but not quite do that. Now I need to take Terra Rosa, a bit of our Radiant Magenta here. See if I can get a little light on the top edge of this belt right here. Nothing terribly much, just a little something there. And even that line, see how that line is broken up? None of these are just continuous solid lines. We don't want solid lines. Here's again another little bit of that's that same magenta type color there going into our metals. Again, thinking about reflected stuff. So that's what this is. Some kind of a horizon line is reflected onto the armor there. Metal surfaces, they reflect their surroundings. We need to make sure we're always doing that. You know what? That could. Whoops. Didn't want to do that there because the gloves are supposed to be a blue. Not that, but we'll just shift over this way, get the bottom of that on there, and get some lighter blue. Radiant turquoise. Oh, why not? Some of our radiant violet to highlight that. And here we go. There we are. This, ooh, wow, this thing never really did get any of the highlights I was thinking. This also needs some reflected light there. Otherwise, not going to look metal. Not going to look like metal. So here we go. We're going to take our blending brush here, go after the edge of this. Seems to be a little bit of our reddish color. There we go. So again, see how that we have this sharp edge here at kind of at the apex of the curve of the shoulder, and then here where it's down a little bit further into more of the recess or shadow. That kind of goes away a little bit. Looks like we. Ooh, wait. What's the edge of this here? There's another, again, a mold line that sort of runs through this. That's creating a little bit of mischief over here. Just a bit of mischief there. Let's. I think we need to get some nice light color up here. Maybe some of our fast matte might just do the job. I think I need to get a little bit of light in there. Okay, now let's just do this. Let's get some of our fast matte out here, see what we can do. Now, this is really the first time we're kind of going almost straight up fast matte white. Do I see a big Jim Slade in the house? I see a Slade. Thank you so much, Megan, for posting the GoFundMe there. And thank you so much, Big Jim Slade. Everybody please give Big Jim Slade a follow. And yes, there is a wild Arathu in the chat. He's like, so I hear this Beskar stuff is pretty valuable, huh? He's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's why you gotta be kind of like a cool dude to have armor made out of it. It's like, so they make quarters out of it? It's like, no, we're not so much into coins. Maybe some bars of it, but then even we melt those down and make it into armor. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. So you don't make coins, you make armor. It's like, yeah, because, you know, you don't get hurt wearing that. It's like, I just run away when things get tough, so I never get hurt. So, thanks, Big Jim. How you doing? Sorry. And, oh, my goodness. Yes, every so often, he comes out and he kind of asks for, he's always interested in a quarter for some reason, not nickels or dimes or pennies. He's always interested in a quarter. And it's, you know, he heard that Beskar is kind of valuable, so all of a sudden, you never know. Now, well, that's just strategic withdrawals. That's just a strategic withdrawal. You're just you're repositioning. That's all it is. It's just you're repositioning the troops somewhere to a safer location. That's all it is, right? It sounds very wise. I mean, when the going gets tough, the tough get going somewhere a lot safer. Strategic withdrawals. I mean, what do you think this stuff is for? And if I got one of these things, man, if I even sniff trouble or something like that, it's like poof. I got laundry to do or something. I got something else to do, man. I got a whole list of stuff that needs to get done. No sense in hanging out where things get dangerous. Oh, actually, speaking of dangerous things, Slade, are you still playing the? Are you still playing your whatchamacallit game, the zombie game? Oh gosh, what is that called again? Actually, well, I don't necessarily have to do that. I mean, even if I want to go to the laundry place, it's only about a block and a half away. Although I am willing to entertain the idea of just, I only need to go a half a block, but I'll jetpack my way there. Oh, hey, Zachariah, nice to see you again. So that what was zombie laundry? That's it. You have to do loads of laundry, but you're being attacked by zombies the whole time. So yeah, you have to do laundry and survive the zombie apocalypse. Hey Kigo, nice to see you again. How you doing? And of course, everybody, please give Big Jim Slade a follow. Now, Jim, have you streamed any of that, or have you mostly just been kind of doing a little bit of Discord thing, or just kind of playing it here and there when you got time? Because I know you've had all kinds of interruptions to your streaming schedule too. Okay, I'm glad that today is a bit better. Yesterday wasn't the greatest, right? But hopefully a better day, and then well, actually, when would your next stream possibly be? We never did get our lights in here, so there we go. A couple of lights in there. Ah, okay. So 7 days mostly offline with some of the other Pyro folks. Actually, I've been meaning to ask. I think I forgot. It's just I know there was always the evening hangouts and stuff, but there's any daytime ones. Actually, that would work out really well, because then I could actually test some of the, well, like the microphones and stuff, and actually be able to hang out with folks during the day, since obviously streaming tends to happen at night, or filming. So that would be fun. Now I think we're good on our helmet right here, so we got to get this more of a blue. It's kind of the opposite here. A little bit the opposite, so almost more of a warmer gray here, and then on the around the eyes there of the helmet, more of the blue. Hey, Free Range, how you doing? Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic, Big Jim. That's I was really hoping to hear that. So that sounds really fantastic to me. Yes, indeed. I think we'll just have to avail ourselves of some daytime slots there. So Free Range, nice to see you again. Everybody please give Free Range Minis a follow. Free Range, I hope that you're doing well. What do we got going on here? Oh, thanks, Gwen. Yeah, because I remember, you guys always told Kathy, it's like, look, if someone sees you in there, they might be inclined to join you. If there's nobody in there, well, nobody's going to join you. You have to kind of be there if you want folks to join you. So I'll have to try and, I always kept reminding her of that. I have to remind myself of that now. Oh, yes, I'm going to do that. I'm going to try and throw a couple of lights in here again. This is, thinking of this as sort of a horizon line kind of going across here. Kago, I don't have any Discord myself. Now, I know that a while ago, Grim Nation Hobbies created, I think it was called the, what the heck was it called? I think it was called the Painting Guild or something like that. And he created that where people could sort of post about the oils, ask questions about the oils. But obviously things kept getting crazier here, so I wasn't able to do that. I'm hoping now with, I'll be able to, figure out Discord first. and then utilize it more, because there's a lot of things that I wanted to do with future projects that definitely would involve Discord, because I think there's some very fun possibilities as far as doing stuff with Lord of the Rings, and doing that maybe via Discord somehow. Oh, what do we got going on here? This also needs to be, well, first, let's simplify this. We have like a bazillion shapes, all with hard edges here. First, what we're going to do is just take some of those down, like this here. Now, back to our fast mat. Right there. Also something here too, and then right along this edge maybe. See if we can't get this worked up here. So it's the Miniature Painting Guild Discord. Thanks, thank you so much. Again, I haven't looked at that in a very, very long time. I apologize. Again, that's something that I think too. I just have to remember those things exist, and then make those just kind of a part of the day. It will be a constant adjustment, that's for sure. Oh yeah, Kago, that would be fantastic. I think the only Discord I've ever managed to use successfully was to try and join Drax in some of his streams via Discord audio-wise. Now, let's get rid of this. Oh, and I did a podcast with the folks that do Song of Ice and Fire things. So thanks so much, Megan. Yes, that's where there was a whole bunch of folks, like Pun Expected, Green Fairy, and all the other folks that stream the oils. They would definitely post a lot of info there, and a lot of, if you got a question, they would answer it there. So it's a good resource for the oils for sure. See if I can't get you with, there we go. Possibly even a little bit more on my light here. There we go. So now that's starting to get a nice little shiny metal edge there. Yeah, Arathu, well, what is it? Oh, Skype. Oh my gosh, I absolutely hate Skype. But yeah, Kathy's podcast crew would only use Skype. They wouldn't use Zoom or Discord or anything like that. Blue, lighter blue, like so. So actually, Kikomisphere, if you want to post any Instagram stuff there, things you've been doing on stream, like your loot studios, mermaids, and such, you want to post those, that would be fantastic, I'm sure. Oh, geez, thanks, Megan. Thanks for posting the links, and thanks for the bitses there. Thank you so much. Absolutely hate Skype. Oh my god, it is just so absolutely useless. Beyond useless. Yeah, I think those actually would be a more effective way than trying to go with Skype. At least from my usage of Skype. And I do actually, oh, that's the other thing too. Good grief. Is that now that, well, I still have Zoom, right? I would like to try and do some classes for folks, obviously not in person, but if folks can say, well, they get this STL file, or I don't know, maybe they have, they got their Shatterpoint miniatures, right? And we all just kind of paint some Shatterpoint miniatures together. Especially if Armored Wolf is moderating, posting links and all that good stuff. It's sort of like a live stream, but just for a handful of folks. So that is something that would be fun to explore. Now, see another little edge. See how we have that hard edge, but also too, look at this. You see there's this chain of highlights right here. Why? Because he's basically wearing a cylinder on top of his head. Yeah, Kago, well, these would be invitation only. So yeah, this would be you would get the invite and that sort of thing. So yeah, definitely invite only. Let me see. So Valfera, boy oh boy, is it basically just some things you just didn't notice yesterday because the fall was fresh enough, and it's kind of like the next day there's more pains have settled in? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. That's certainly something that can happen. But sorry to hear that that is. Yeah, let's do a little bit. There we go. So we tested out Zoom as it was for the what was it? The Warfare weekend. We did a charity thing. I think there was about 10 people that could come in, and it was nice because it was sort of like Twitch in that people could type in questions if they had them. If they really felt the need to describe it, they could actually just talk, but that way they wouldn't be talking over me because they would kind of ask permission first. I'm glad that you're going to be able to work on that, Kago. So yeah, Velfira, it's just because when you described what happened there, I was thinking, well, boy, that. I mean, I didn't feel bad about saying. I thought, man, that's got to have even more of an impact than that. Well, it is just after the fact. Now here we're going to take our blending brush once again, and just tone down some of this stuff here, like so. Now, do we come back in this with our darks? Here, let me do something here. Let me see if I can sharpen up these. Again, more edges. Edge contrast is a thing. Especially if you want something like metal. You need that really sharp contrast. Hey, Trouble, how you doing? Boy, Trouble, it's really fantastic to be doing the streaming again. Oh, Mike, look at that. Big difference there. Yes, indeed. Big difference. So yeah, Trouble, this is something I've been missing for a very long time. It was saying 27 days in between streams, which was 27 days longer than I like it to be. So Trouble, nice to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. I'm going to have to reinforce that edge. We kind of lost that one a little bit. Put a little dark in there. That edge went a little wonky, so we're going to change that one around. So 2 hours and 42 minutes ago, where's our... It was this primer. That's what this looked like. No metallic, no non-metallics, no object source lighting, just this color primer, which was brushed on. That's it. That's all it was. Well, Thranul, hopefully this you did get to see pretty much a good chunk of this, almost the whole thing, because, well, I was going to try and paint this one here. So, I mean, gee whiz, Thranul, when's the last time you got to see most of a miniature painted on stream? So I'm glad that worked out for you, and again, glad to see you again. So everybody needs to give Trouble a follow. And when's that going to be? That's going to be tomorrow morning. That should be Anakin there, Kago. I believe. Yes, it is Anakin Skywalker. Oh, look at that. Blue object source lighting should be very fun. Now, you know, now that we got two of these here, why don't we do this? A little side by side, and a little bit of film noir for Valfera. So Valfera, I hope you can just kind of sleep this off, like for 2 days, 3 days maybe. Just sleep through the whole thing. So, I mean, yeah, it does sort of look like there's object source lighting here. Typically, it really doesn't usually look that way, but you can really see here, again, the reflected light here on all the metals. And we'll bring back that color. Poof, there you go. Kagomi's, I'm looking to do this one. Actually, I was just going to grab some some liquid, maybe a little bit of food, just like 2 minutes, and then paint the other one. Because again, that's what I was hoping to do, the earlier start here on a Saturday, so that we could maybe, it's not going to be like our Saturday challenges where I paint 10 or 12 miniatures. Those are coming. We'll be doing those for sure. But for right now, I'm just thinking, well, let's maybe try and get a second one in, because it's been forever since I've had a chance to even just paint 2 miniatures at once. Well, again, Valfera, really just sad that you have to kind of go through that again. Yeah, go through that again, and again. It just kind of keeps on happening. At some point, it's just going to have to not happen anymore. I don't want to say you'll just run out of parts that can get injured, because Mother Nature will say, I accept that as a personal challenge. You have 430 some odd bones in your body. I can find some. Now, do I want to go even lighter here with the... Oh, yeah, I'm going to push it more this way for sure. So that's... Yeah, so Valfera will be the story of how every bone in my body was broken, little by little, one at a time. Not all at once, just one at a time, little by little. Valfera's volume of 1,000 ways to break bones. 1,000 bizarre ways to break bone. Yeah, these do not just the, I'm just gonna fall. I'm gonna have somebody drop a piano on me or something like that. Not the usual ways. Valfera has many more interesting ways to do that. I think we need to get some orange along here. Not maybe a little bit lighter than that. Let me see what happens with this here. So I'm looking to do this right along here. Let me see if we can do this. A bit more of my yellowish orange here. Ooh, we've got to thin that down. That's way too thick. Arathu, it's going to be a calendar. Arathu proposes a calendar. It's kind of like an advent calendar, but it's for all year long, and each day you break a different bone. There you go. Different ways to do that. So Zach suggests it could just be a memoir. Day 324. Didn't think I could break this one this way, but I managed to do it. A couple more of my little dots of yellow here. Maybe some there. Maybe some here too. Boy, oh boy. What are we doing here with our fluoro yellow? Let's bring that down here. I've got to refill my container of thinner. And by the way, I showed this last night. When we're talking about thinner, people say, I don't want to have a whole bunch of smell and all this kind of stuff. Well, that's a water bottle cap. That's all we're going to be using. And it just evaporates. That's the other thing too. You don't have to throw anything away. It just evaporates over the course of time. And by course of time, it could be the next day. It's all evaporated. It's all gone. And then to clean the brushes, we have the fabulous Winsor Newton brush cleaner here, which extra bonus. It works for acrylic paints too. And look, it's not hazardous. It's got no vapors or anything. Only if you have lots of mini wheats and chocolate covered raisins, then there might be vapors. Otherwise, that stuff just doesn't have any. So no smell stinking up the house or anything like that. I know that some people say, I don't want to work with oils. There's all this toxic stuff. It's, nope, not at all. You get paint on your hands. I got a little paint here on my hands. All it takes is dish soap. Dish soap and warm water. It'll make short work of that. Well, Big Jim, I'm glad that you're able to kind of recover a little bit more there. Again, I feel bad for everybody that's had all of these injuries that just don't want to go away, or they want to keep coming back. Either way, not fun. You know what? We need to get a little bit more light there too. Now this, that does not belong there. Okay, that's better. Doesn't belong there.
So say we all.
Hey, Pilos. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And again, in a little bit here, we'll break out the Anakin and we'll see if we can. Cause at the I thought I had the Anakin picture up there. Oh well. But yeah, we'll try and do him here. He's he got a little scar on his face there. It looks like. I don't think that's a mold line, but we'll try and do some blue object source lighting because come on. Well, Valfera, hopefully you sleep very soundly. Wake up feeling a little bit stronger, and then the next day a little bit stronger. Thank you so much, Arathu, for posting that. I almost said pointing that. But thank you so much for posting that. Again, that's a lot of the things that I just could not work on the house for, especially the last 12 months. Those kind of need to be hit as soon as possible. So that's what the ye old GoFundMe is for, is just trying to do the things that I could not do on the house. Well, I could, but it would be like it would be that whole, was that the breaking all the bones in your body at once? It would be more it would be more like that. That's for sure. Yes, after way too many close calls with ladders over the last 2 years. That's yeah. Should I go with more dark there? Might just do that. Well, first we'll hit that little bit of our some of this lighter orange right along the edge here. Down there, some here. This is really is supposed to be some metal there. We gonna go with some dark in here. Let's see what happens with that. Brown matter and Van Dyke brown. We'll do that. We'll try these two together. When in doubt, make things darker. I think that's chapter 50 of the Book of Wapol, I believe. I believe that's chapter 50. Oh, that's the other thing too, is I think Lynn, who actually helped generate all this GoFundMe, she's been working on a couple of ebooks, and she said, well, why not maybe, well, you could also do the physical book, but why not do an ebook? Because that could potentially be updated, right? If there's a new chapter, we add a new chapter to the ebook. I think that's how that could work, right? So that might be something to think about. Also, we had thought about a video version of it, where some little short tutorial or something like that that really just best personifies the concept in said Book of Wapol chapter. See, now here that looks less like a horizon line and just like a weird brush stroke. So we're gonna change that just a smidge there. Okay, so what I had to do was just soften that edge, that hard edge there. Yeah, wasn't so super, not so fantabulous there. So I think I'll try and get some more dark in over here too. Something along here. And what about down here? And if I can squeeze that brush in there somehow. And then, oh, we need to get some dark in there. Now, I think some of this other, we did this a while ago. I want to say about 35, 45 minutes ago-ish, maybe more. I'm thinking now that has set to a point, or maybe we'll take a little bit of our radiant violet here, mixed it with our Van Dyke brown. Okay, maybe a little lighter here. Dry brush, and by dry, Again, you can see very little paint on that brush, right? And then let's do some of that right here. It's just like we did with the other one, but see how it's picking up that dark color? That is the paint that's already there. So I have to come back here. I gotta refresh that brush. Refresh it again. Now this looks light over here. That looks like a highlight. Look how dark that is on the palette. I mean, well, here, let's see that next to our, look at how dark that is. It's all about context, right? So it looks incredibly light only because of all the dark colors around it. Just like some of this stuff here, the reason why it looks light is because there's a dark next to it. That's why we put the darker Prussian blue here on these edges. Same thing over here, right? When you have something where you want to have that lighter color look that much lighter without having to highlight it even more, just put a dark next to it. And that can make all the difference in the world. Yes, indeed. So what I'll do is I'm gonna grab just something to shove in my face really, really, really quick, just something, and then refill the medicine jar, and then we'll paint Anna again. I don't think, yeah, since he's not really wearing armor, he should go pretty quickly. And I mean, this is pretty much what we're going to be doing. So a little bit like Schmandorf right here. So the same idea. I actually have the floral blue out on the palette already. So Prussian blue, floral blue, but then we need a lot of these warmer, basically less saturated colors around it. Again, this really dark color here. That just indicates just how light we were able to get this stuff. That's just how light that is. That this, or dark, this looks light because of how dark we made that Van Dyke brown with a little bit of indigo tossed in just to make sure it was even darker. All right, let's whoops, that was Anakin. Okay, so there we are, and now let's see if I can't lighten this up too a little bit here now, because it's been setting for a while. I'm gonna grab me some fresh. Again, this is the Marion Street version. If you want to make your own, just get fluorescent pigment powder, mix it with linseed oil, and it should work really, really well. Green Stuff World. If you're in Europe, I mean, of course, you could just look on Amazon. I'm sure there's lots of places that have fluorescent pigment powder. But in the EU, maybe Green Stuff World, a good choice there. And then Megan was able to find a brand called Marblers, and we've made several fluorescent paints out of that. See that? Look at this. See how easy that is to position on there? If I had done that an hour an hour and a half ago, let me see, I'm going to need me a cough drop here, I can see. Except that's not where they are. I think they're over here. There's one. Hey, Delta, how you doing? Well, sorry you're not getting any love for your salamanders there, Delta. Sorry you're not getting any love for the salamander. We got one over here. There he is. So there's some love for the salamanders. There you are. See, they'll get some love. There they are. I'm pretty sure that I painted a Salamander's Land Raider, a Salamander's Drop Pod of all things, and at least I think I did a unit of Assault Marines. Yes. Salamander Assault Marine. That was interesting. Got to paint some fun Salamander-like freehand on the jump packs. That was pretty wild. Now, we should have some over here too, yeah. Maybe even a little more thinner. Ooh, that could be too much. Well, only one way to find out. Yeah, a little too much thinner. No big deal, because we can always go over here. Some stuff that has less thinner in it. And then this is something, again, that we can uh, just let that set for a while. Now here, let me see if I can perhaps lighten up this area and create even more of a shadow here.
So say we all.
See if we can do that again. Just going to drop in some lighter tone there. And thank you so much. Hey, hey Tony. There's Tony. Oh, wow. See, we have to replenish there. Thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate that. So everybody, please give YGM Monologue and You Got Me Monologue and give him a follow because you'll be painting some of that on stream, I'm sure. How is the terrain building part of that gone? Because those are some serious amount of terrain pieces there. I know we were talking about it on the stream last night. It's almost like getting a full Warcry box with the terrain, but something like 4 factions. Or, I don't know, what would you say that there's even more terrain in this than, say, a Warcry box? Or maybe about the same? Let's see. Well, Dusker, I hope you're able to enjoy that. Hope you'll enjoy, and welcome back, of course. So, Luhu, how are you doing? And of course, we have You Got Me monologuing in the chat. Everybody, please again give You Got Me monologue and a follow. And Tony, just let folks know when you might be streaming some of your Shatterpoint goodness there. Look at this, getting a little bit of tap, tap, tap here just to move that on along. There we go. See? So there's the link. Megan just posted that. Please click on that and give You Got Me monologue and a follow because that's what you want to do. You Got Me monologuing has done 2 charity streams at Adepticon, as in like the entirety of Adepticon, basically. And actually, if you wanted to post some of those, also too, if you wanted to post, I know you did some of your Golden Demon stuff, some of those projects there. If you wanted to post some of those in the chat as well. So I'm just gonna shove this down on here like so, and then let's grab something we can use as a bit of a blending brush here. Maybe even a filbert, why not? Let's do that. Mech Warrior Monday for Tony. And Shatterpoint will be Tuesday and Wednesday. So again, please give You Got Me monologue and a follow, and then you'll be able to watch some magnificent Shatterpoint happening there. There we go. So it's, see, softened up nicely. See how there's no weird, funky brush strokes there anymore? Well, you have a good night's sleep there, Discern. Can't appreciate you being here as always. Now look at this. See how that goes from all kinds of crazy, weird little deformations in the brush strokes to something a whole lot more uniform. Look at that. See that? It's like magic. It's just like magic. And there we go. Now up here, do I need any more of my light? There's a couple of edges here that got a little bit funky, so we're going to darken some of those down. Now, is that still in, is that in mid-October, Tony? Unfortunately, I'm still stuck on from 2019. I think that's when it was. I think is the date a little bit different. I seem to remember it being mid-October for some reason. And of course, was it Pheasant Run? So it is early October. Hey, Grand Oracle. Well, Grand Oracle, Next up, we're going to be doing this. We'll be doing the Anakin. So, yeah, we're starting off with this. Then we'll a little bit of pause for refreshing, and then hit Anakin next because blue object source lighting. So it is still in October, and I could swear, didn't you say was it? Oh, it was Grand Geneva and Lake Geneva. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was at Pheasant Run. I think there was a convention that was held there. I don't know. I don't remember which one it was. All right, I think we got our chain of highlights there. This thing got a little bit wonky here. I think we need to tone down a little bit of what's going on here. Like this. Yeah, there. Okay, so now that's a little bit more focused there.
So say we all.
There's the Luminous. We got ourselves a Luminous. Thank you so much, Luminous. Wow, that really is looking a little bit light. Ooh, not much left. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Luminous. So, Luminous, I'll have to. Yeah, there's been a lot of crazy stuff with the equipment here as I try to kind of get things back online. There's been some fun, I gotta tell you, some fun organizational stuff that I've found, like a magnetic pegboard thing. That's been really, really helpful. Still have not done any printing yet. I don't know about you, but actually that thing is still sitting on the build plate from May 3rd. Now I'm almost just dreading going down there and looking to see if that's fallen into the vat or whatever. You know what? We need to do something up here. Again, this is the idea here is almost to be kind of reflecting part of the helmet down onto this surface right here. So thank you so much, Luminous. Appreciate you being here. Believe it or not, I actually started this stream, I think, at 4:45. Heaven forbid. Not 4:45 in the morning, but 4:45 in the afternoon of all things. Yes, indeed. And of course, Luminous, there is a wild Megan in the chat. Let's do a little bit more of our light dark here. What about? I think we're good there. That's looking a little bit too much like just a dot. We have to cut some of that away. So yeah, gotta pretty much scoop out that vat and see if we can just remix it in with the main bottle. It's too warm down there to print. That was the other thing that I might try to do is to maybe now up here find an area where there could be some a cooler area that's away from everything else, because now it's just me. So maybe there's a safe zone where I could actually have a printer up here for times where it's a wee bit too toasty. Boy, this needs to get lighter too. Needs to get a little bit lighter over here on some of these edges. Oh geez, yeah, we can really go much lighter than I thought there. But only on the metal surfaces, right? Not on the cloth sections here. I don't think we want to go any lighter on the glove there. Little bit of thinner, back to our fast mat, and we'll see if we can't make that just a smidge lighter. Another little challenge here, because again, see, we got the light coming down this way, but this is just a solid area here. We've got to do something either we get a little bit of reflected light over here, or we got to make things darker. I think we've already made things as dark as we can. Let's try to go a little lighter this way. Maybe we'll do, well, that's kind of a pink light there, but let's do it now. Yeah, a little bit of orange into that. So it's really subtle. There's not much of it there, but I think that maybe that tiny little bit plus this much. Maybe something just like that. Yeah. Any lighter there? Now let me see. Oh, we can get. Oh yeah, let's get a little bit of orange down in here. A little smidge orange there. I wasn't gonna do that down here, but let me see if I can't maybe throw a little bit of an orange down here. I didn't do that on the other one. I left it all just dark down there, but we're trying a little something different on this one, just for cause. Oh, I need my blending brush here. Need my blending brush to do this. Also this. Let me see if I can. Not down there. Ah. Another area of some lighter orange on the boots here. So that actually looks like the treads. I think I'm gonna have to put a little bit of lighter orange down over there. And a little something here. Let me get some more thinner in this here. So Luminous, there's been, and of course I have to really get that printer somewhere, maybe up here where I can print again, because there's some really amazing June releases for so many different printing entities out there. And I mean, this is stuff that has nothing to do with Lord of the Rings either. There's some really fantastic ones. So I think I might just have to again figure out a way to get the printer up here. Just temporarily, not something to do all the time, but just while there's no way to cool down the basement right now. Alright, we'll do our orange here. We have way too much yellow over there. That's better. This has absolutely no shape to it right now. There's maybe a few middle tones on these things and not a whole bunch else. We got to do something over here. Maybe I'll just try this and see what happens. Gotta get some edges. There's absolutely no edges on this, and there's a whole, it's almost like an octagon shaped thing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this thing too. Same here. Luminous, there are no empty rooms. that's the thing, because that's why this situation became so dire, because every room, just one room after another, kind of got wiped out. So there are no empty rooms here. They're all being used by something. Now I'm hoping that with some time and being able to move stuff around, all of a sudden we free up some space. Because there's the bathroom, that's empty, but well, I do need that once or twice a day. Other than that, really no other empty space. Now that's why the basement was ideal for those things. It's just unfortunately I can make the basement warmer. Can't really make it any cooler, sadly. Breadcon, how you doing? Yes, this we painted this one last night. Right here again, the Shatterpoint minis, and of course I had to do some glowy stuff for the fiery things there. So Laminus, what I was thinking of doing is, well, let's see, not in the living room, but there could be some space upstairs here that I maybe just kind of isolate a little bit. And I just say, okay, for the next month or so, I don't use that space. And then it could be up here again, just so that I can keep the printing going. Because you know how it is, there's just, once you start falling behind on releases, that just escalates. That just, it only gets worse, right, Laminas? It never gets any better when you fall behind on releases. And that's, well, that's definitely what's happened, because I missed out printing all of the May releases. I'm not even sure I've downloaded them all. Actually, now you just reminded me there. I don't even know if I have the Lost Kingdom stuff downloaded. Yikes. Oh well. It would be a bummer if I don't have the, because they, unfortunately, if you don't download it that month, it just kind of goes away. So, Tony, hard as it is to imagine, every so often we paint object source lighting. Every so often we do cavalry. Now, I know here's another rare thing. This almost never happens where we paint Lord of the Rings stuff. But if you watch enough streams, right? If you just keep consistently watching, you might just see one or two Lord of the Rings miniatures. You might also see an Armada miniature, or two, or 12. Oh my goodness, because this is the Cavalry channel, it's the Object Source Lighting channel, it's the Exercise channel, it's also a culinary channel. We cover lots of things on this channel. We also cover a lot of 3D printing. It's actually, believe it or not, every, oh yeah, this was our first stream back on Wednesday, right here. So, that, I guess that certainly does qualify as object source lighting. And Lord of the Rings. Let's see, you know what, I'm gonna, okay, here, let's hit these stupid things too with these little lines here. There we go.
Hello, little hobbits. Off my gums.
So these are not printed. These are actually from the new Shatterpoint game. Thank you so much, Funkitron. I appreciate that. Hello, little hobbits. Seriously, dude. Can you just go anywhere with those things? Well, not like forever. Like, I don't know. Can you say go from Rivendell to Mordor with those? Wrong universe, guy. Not familiar with those places. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Funkitron. So these are not printed. These are, again, are from the new Shatterpoint game that just, I guess, yesterday, right? That released. Just released, yes. But we do print a lot of things. Again, that Numenorian was printed. I mean, we print out some busts here, and well, we printed a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff. Whether it's some of our Warg writers. Oh, that's from Duvali. So was that Numenorian? Where's our cave troll here? So yes, we printed an awful lot of things. Where's our Galadriel? This one was fun. Also all these basing bits, all 3D printed, so that was very fun. The miniature from Torida, or Torida, and then all of the basing bits, those are from Make It Epic. Oh, Anthro, you know what would be interesting to see with the DAZ air dry clay and potentially also some 3D printing would be this right here. This was the largest diorama that I ever did. That's all made out of Sculpey. So just Grand himself weighs, I think, 2.25 pounds of Sculpey. Then the entire rig was done with Sculpey. Should have done that out of should have done that out of balsa wood or something. Now you see those two trolls pushing the back of it there? Those are metal GW trolls. That'll give you an idea just how big this thing is. And you can see there's a bunch of orc archers standing on top of that thing. I believe that base is something like 16 by 27 inches long, something like that, whatever. I sculpted the two dinos. Again, 3D printing, I could have just printed out two great beasts of Golgoroth and printed out a lot of the other bits. I could have done them in Tinkercad. Ooh, that's it. Yes. Could have made the entire carriage and Tinkercad or something like that. Oh, those are gobos. That's not Gron. There's Gron. So that was one of the last dioramas that I sculpted back in the early 2000s. Way, way back long, long ago. Where's my scene? There's my scene. Now, Anthro, of course, well, now if we're going to do the War of the Ring board game, now we have to have Grand. Right? We need something like that strolling on up to Minas Tirith. That's not even something that Zorpazorp has done. Not even the great Loki himself. He might have all of Minas Tirith and Osgiliath, but he doesn't have Grand. Hey, Elite, how you doing? Nice to see you again. So, Elite, I'll be painting after this. I'm gonna just again refresh my medicine there. Uh, just maybe just try to shove something in my face real quick to eat something, and then we'll be starting on the next miniature there. So for the War of the Ring board game, well, you're generally playing on a 4x4 table, but usually when people are doing something like a Siege of Minas Tirith, they're playing on more some like a 8x8 or a 4x8, something like that. So it's pretty big, that's for sure.
Hello, little hobbits. Fuck my gums.
Thank you so much, Britcount, for that follow. I appreciate that. Does that mean we're going to see a very, very grumpy wizard come along? He's like, uh, again, could you maybe not point that at me? Oh, sorry, dude. Yeah, so, I heard that, Balrog issues for you. It's like, yeah, seriously, man, look at this here. It's like, so I heard you used a kitchen utensil and a stick to fight him. Probably not the best idea. It's like, wasn't my idea. Now, here, let's do a little quick film noir on this. Again, we talk about the different types of contrast and such. This is another example of where we can pretty much make the object source lighting go away. See that? It's all about the color contrast. There's a little bit of light there. You can kind of see it. But really, when we bring it back, here, let's bring back our color, and you see this. There's these cooler grays right here, and then you see this bright orange, and your brain just says, ah, bright orange, must be fire. It must be fire. So thanks, Arathu, and yeah, I might, in a little bit here, I might just grab some of that stuff, and that way I can get to the next figure, and that would be our Anakin Skywalker right here. Again, with the glowy sword, lightsaber. Now, like I've said several times, these lightsabers are super fragile. Even these guys can be really dainty right here because he's just all supported by this one little thing right here. So Rathu still retains the title as King of Norway. I mean, once you're the King of Norway, you're kind of always king, even if you just in a bow towards being more egalitarian. You abdicate the throne of Norway. Do we need to? Yeah, we need to get some darks over here and sharpen up these lines, like this one and this one. Also this one. I think we can restore some of the lines in between the knuckles here as well. A little bit, there we go. Just taking the blending brush to that. It got a little bit wonky there, no big deal, right? Not a big deal at all. This needs another little bit of reflected light down here. I might just use the radiant violet for this. Down here. Also, this needs a little more something. I'm going to put this here. So that is the GoFundMe campaign. Again, that's where we're trying to Well, speaking of the rest of the house and creating some, oh, actually, Laminess, one of the things we're trying to do here is actually get a new garage going that would be insulated, and that could be a place, maybe not necessarily for 3D printing. I guess it depends on just how big those printers get, but maybe for things like the foam cutting, so something like that. That's one of the things we're trying to do because well, the garage has to be gone anyways, and if you're going to put up another one, might as well make it where you can actually get some work done. This whole idea of putting cars in it is just ridiculous.
So say we all.
Although I suppose it would help in the wintertime. Oh, see, this is why another reason why we've got to take that pause. Oof, look at that. Isn't that not a sad sight? Thank you so much, Wolf Parable. Appreciate that. So for Wolf Parable, that means we just have to go poof. There we go. Thank you so much, Wolf Parable. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yes, what we're actually using here is a radiant violet, a very light purple color. In fact, essentially kind of using it as a light gray at this point. Now I like the idea. There's a little bit of a yellow in this, right? Maybe convey some of the landscape or whatever. Now I know on this one, at a certain point, what are we? Well, we're 3.5 hours in. We should be able to get some of our floral orange on this, just straight up floral orange. Yeah, Tony. Workshops are for working, not for cars, right? It's like pfft, cars. Who needs to put a car in a garage when you can have a Proxon in there? Car or Proxon? Which is it going to be? Which, I mean, I don't know. I think I know exactly what it would be for me, given the choice. See, look at that. See, you got me monologuing's garage. There's a lathe in there and some saws because again, tools. Cars in a garage. What kind of nonsense is this? Wolf Parable trying to just trying to get used to a whole new situation. Trying to kind of start not thinking about well this medicine, that medicine, whatever next, and trying to think about well we need to film this video or try and alter this area so that we can maybe film this type of video. Been working on this area here in this room continuously for now 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks been working on this room basically, and still there's weeks yet to go. Because we're almost there making a basically a large scale filming area for larger pieces of things like terrain. Also dragons like the one that Lamines sent. So that's something we'll finally be able to paint, which will make Lamines happy. Arathu doesn't have a car, but Arathu also lives downtown. I mean, when I worked downtown and went to school downtown, I just took the bus and the train, which was much better than the $30 a day parking. That's for sure. Now again, a little bit more orange right here. Yeah, we got too much yellow there, but that's kind of the weird thing with when you're working with the fluorescent. Sometimes you gotta be a patient. You gotta be patient like Treebeard. You cannot be a hasty little hobbits at all. Yeah, Arasu here. The bus and the train, it'll take you, and this is an ideal traffic, and if the bus shows up right away, at least 43 minutes to get downtown from here. But it would be a heck of a lot cheaper than trying to drive down there, which would be, again, somewhere in the neighborhood of $30, $40, something like that. And it would probably take you just as long. Now again, more orange over here. Got just don't want to have too much of the yellow there. Now, where's my blending brush here? And Arathu, just think of it this way: Chicago has one of the most developed mass transit systems in the country. I think pretty much only New York and Boston can rival it. Everywhere else, you're pretty much on your own by comparison. Yeah, there's no such thing as a free ride here. No such thing as free buses here, or trains for that matter. And yeah, this, and of course you better pay attention to your route, because there will be times where you could be waiting for an hour and a half, or you could be waiting the rest of the evening because the buses just stop coming at a certain time. So Big Jim has sampled both, and can say one has a little bit more ease of use. What's funny, Big Jim, is I've never taken a subway. I've spent thousands of hours pretty much on trains, but never in the subway. It's always been above ground on the elevated tracks. So that's, yes, never actually have been down in the subways at all. For having taken public transportation for years and years, never did the subway. A little bit more of my blending. Oh, gee whiz, look at this here. This is, never really did get to this. Look at that, couple seconds with Mr. Blending Brush, and it's all nice and solid there. Yeah, that's, you can almost say that the suburban transit system is almost as developed as the urban one, because that feeds into it, that's for sure. There's that awful lot of stuff that happens via Metra. What was there? Oh, in the 1980s, Metra, the way to really fly. Especially when you get those derailments downtown. Ah, boy, Elite, we used to have a 312 area code here. Now there's about 75 area codes for the Chicago area. There's so many of them, I don't even recognize them myself. So there's times where I think it's just some spam number, but no, that's an actual legit Chicago area code. There are just so many of them now. I think even the city itself is divided into three. Then the suburbs, there's about 200 of them. Yeah, we need to do something down here. Also over there. This should also maybe get a little lighter back here too, yeah. Now, what about down here? Some of our, you know what? Let me see if I can't grab some of my Indian yellow here. That does make it more translucent, though. With the way Dallas has expanded so quickly, boy, I can only imagine the area code confusion there. I'm still trying to get used to 773. I don't know how many years ago that happened. Now, yeah, a little bit more of our yellow. This is our opaque yellow that's getting in here to lighten this up a smidge. Just a bit here. maybe. Oh, that's what we need. That's what I was hoping to do here. Let's get some of our orange. Is that going to be too light down in there? Let me reverse that a bit. Let me get some red into this. So the old Boston area codes that still exist there. So yeah, the 312, I bet you the only place you're going to have a 312 number here in Chicago is downtown. And that's a very narrow, tiny area right along the lakefront. Obviously, the 773 is going to be the vast majority, but I think there's other ones now. Okay, this is making a little more sense here. Because we got the interiors of these so nice and dark, this middle tone again looking like almost like a highlight. Bringing that into here. Let's do a bit more, shall we? Like so. Well, yeah, we can still do this one here. Alright, what do we got there? There we go. That's more like what I wanted to see. That's better. And again, this is a relatively dark color. That's not super light. Now maybe I can get a little bit lighter orange here as we work in this spot right here. Because that's right where the flame is coming from over the top. Can you see this here? Now you can. Something like so. Alright, I can see there's another, there's a whole nother couple of edges here. They're lost. Like what we got here, we need to do that on this other jetpack thing here. So let me see. Can sneak over here to some of that lighter yellow like we got here. Thin down. Yeah, somehow we never really did place this edge here. That's better. Same on this side. And here. Now, okay, that helps. So now what I think I'm going to do here is that we'll put the Albi back screen on, and again, I'm just going to try and refresh some liquids here. And try and just find some kind of food that I can eat very, very, very quickly, and we will then be back to paint Anakin right here. Yes, indeed. So, well, we'll be treated to a little bit of Rohan, maybe. I think this is our, there we go. I have returned. Yes, I have. I'm still alive. We have a different type of right here. A little something different. We're trying it for the first time. That's actually kind of like that. It's not too different from my blackberry ginger ale and our Kraken. So with these two, looking pretty well established here. Why don't we move on? Why don't we move on here to get to our Anakin Skywalker figure? So thank you so much, Queez. We're gonna try this out again because you taste it once. Who knows? Maybe you like it. Maybe you don't like it. But that seems to be pretty good. I tried this for the first time today. Um, there. Okay, so it's this, and see, it's medicine. It's for severe colds. Severe colds. Ignore the fact that it says serves. It actually says severe. So for severe colds, you take this Jack Daniels stuff here. So yeah, there you go. It's for severe colds. So it's medicine. It's medicine. Now let's look at the. So they actually shows this being almost like a violet. It's like almost had. Well, we can mix brown matter and brown matter and Egyptian violet for our pre-glaze. Wow, that's that's gonna be one heck of a pre-glaze because the whole darn thing is pretty much that color. Let me see. I think I've got the picture of it here somewheres. Wow, this is why I don't have it. It's the second one here. Okay, there's that one. This one. So where did he? Let me see if I can find my Anakin image here. Is there one over here? No. Oh, wait a minute. That sort of got him. There we go. So it kind of shows legs a little bit more towards the brown here, but a lot of violets and stuff here. So Quiz, it's it's kind of like a cough drop, right? The cough drop kind of tastes like candy. This tastes a little bit like a cough drop. So let's get going here. Speaking of cough drops, I'm going to just grab another one of these guys right here. All right. Let's have at it now. This could be maybe a 3-stage because we're going to do our Egyptian violet and brown matter here. Down here we'll do more of like an indigo Van Dyke brown, and then here we're going to go Prussian blue on the lightsaber. But first, why don't we do our yes, of all things, Egyptian violet and brown matter as a pre-glaze. So means we're going to have to clean out this brush here. That was our pre-glaze brush. Let's get that clean out. Got a lot of indigo in there. Yeah, Landress is back. Raptor, that sounds good. That sounds very good. Alright, here we are. Egyptian violet, brown matter, and we're not going to chunk in a whole bunch of thinner with this. Oh, what the heck, for good? Ooh, no. Terra Rosa. That's what we're going to see down here is Terra Rosa. Oh, yeah, Terra Rosa, Egyptian violet, and boom. There you go. Look at, these are very delicate, precise brush strokes here, as you can see. Like I said, you don't really get this on any other channel except this one. This kind of precision brushwork right here. Yeah, look at this. Now that's what you call detail. And of course, you only get that kind of detail with the one true brush. Yeah, so again, if you want to paint the Wapple way with and join the Linseed Brotherhood, well, guess what? Your brushwork is just going to be infinitely more precise, like this. Where's my other ones here? I am not joking when I just ask the people in the chat. This one started out the exact same way. Wow, there's a big scale difference here. Holy smokes. This guy's like a little hobbit here compared to Anakin. Anakin, he's like a Numenorian, and this is a hobbit. Wow. I'm at first I looked at that. I said, there's a little bit of a difference?" And I looked at it again. I said, "Oh my gosh, there's a tremendous difference." So yes, see Arathu. Look at see Arathu. You can do it because you too have. I think everybody watching can do this. I think is it safe to say that everybody watching this right now can do what I'm doing here, and then hit it with the makeup sponges like we're going to do? I think so. I think everybody can do that. Here, look at this. Look at there's a perfect flesh tone right there. Again, it just doesn't get any better than this. Look at that. Yeah, more Terra Rosa. Believe it or not, if you leave Terra Rosa on there long enough, it actually, much like a Naphthol Red or even Van Dyke, it can have a little bit of a staining effect. Not a ton, not lots and lots, but some, more than others. All right, so I think we've got that pretty well set. All right, we got this. Chuck you aside. We're going to grab this. We're going to grab Van Dyke Brown, Indigo, and once again, more precision brushwork. Yeah, look at this. I mean, that's just snazzy, right? Doesn't this screams Golden Demon and Monte San Savino award-winning paint job right there? There we are, just spreading all this around. And once again, only the highest quality brushes. Only the highest quality brushes, right? You got to spend thousands of dollars on a brush to be able to do something like this. You're darn right you do. All right. Now, we could ideally, maybe we let this set on here for 15 minutes, at least 5 or 10. We're not going to do that. We're just going to get right after it because, oh look, Egyptian Violet. Egyptian Violet is just the king of staining colors. Well, Indian Yellow is the prince, I would say. Look at that. Look at all that now. Good, we got another clean sponge here. Really gonna try and I gotta be careful with this here lightsaber, because believe me, you'll break those things. You breathe on them the wrong way, you're gonna break them. All right, another sponge. Still can't believe I used to throw away these smaller pieces of sponge. I don't have. Oh, I do. 1 second here. Let me grab. So these are latex-free sponges. They actually start out like this. I chop these usually into about 7-ish. Sometimes you can get 8, but usually 6 or 7 pieces out of them easily. All right, here's our Indigo Van Dyke Brown mix. And that's good enough. So, first part of our pre-glaze established. Let's do the next bit here, and this is going to be our blue. So again, I wipe that away. We'll take Prussian blue here, and it could actually be more like, where's our, these right here, where our pre-glaze actually started out as a light, so we're gonna actually do a little bit lighter here in our pre-glaze than what you've maybe seen before. Here, let me get this. There we are. And now we're gonna start to really get some of this blue going into here. Let me see. A little bit more of our light blue. If you paint the object source lighting first, then you don't have to do this whole thing of, oh man, I don't want to ruin the miniature that I've been painting for the last couple of hours, because, well, you started with it. If you don't like it, you can make adjustments to it. Also, too, instead of, I don't know, painting a whole figure and then, well, now I'm going to repaint, I don't know, about a third of it and cover it with the object source lighting. Now that I've done this, let me see what happens with this thing. So this is what we're doing. Remember the shadow we wanted to do? See that See that shadow down there on the ground? So that was something that I wanted to do. We can double check here just how extensive is their source lighting. That really does cover. See that? Oh, look at that. That's going to be fun. Oh, look at that. I think we sort of, well, I know with the lightsabers, the light's supposed to be equal all the way down, but I don't know, maybe we'll change that a bit. So look at this here. See all this blue here? If I'm superimposing this afterwards, I'm basically having to repaint all this blue. That's just a pain. That is an absolute pain to do something like that. Why would I want to do that? None of us has time to fool around with that kind of stuff. Absolutely none of us. So instead of doing that, how's about we do something like this? And again, what I'm going to do is use the pre-glaze that's already there. I don't have to paint in a shadow. It's there. It's literally right there. So how long have we been doing this? I don't know, 5 minutes maybe? Within 5 minutes, we've already begun to establish our lighting here. That's how fast it can happen. Now, there are going to be some places here where I do remove a little bit of it. Oh, geez, we're going to have to start cutting up some more sponges soon. Got to be careful here again on the yield lightsaber there. But hopefully, with a little bit of Prussian blue on this thing, there's a little bit of staining that happens. All right. Maybe remove a little bit of this. That's why I figured I'd do this one second, because he's going to happen pretty fast. Look at this. I'm sorry that I didn't ask somebody to just say, hey, when did I start this? How many minutes ago? But I'm going to just say, well, I guess we'll loosely say the 4-hour mark. It's not quite the 4-hour mark yet, but close enough. All right, look at this. That's pretty well established already. Now, let me clean off this filbert brush here, and let me see if I can really start to bring in some of the light stuff. So Valfera decided to blink. Valfera decided to blink, and it went from this to this in about 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes tops, something like that. Alrighty, here we go. Fluorescent blue. This is a bit of our. Oh, wow. That's talk about a really intense color there. Alright, gotta be delicate here. You can see that's the pre-glaze. Right? See the difference between one side and the other. Again, it's going to happen quick. Just to see, don't be like Valfera. Don't blink. Don't sleep. Never sleep again. That would be Valfera and I, the two people that never get to sleep. More of our light. And we're going to be going lighter than this for sure. But you can see we got that darker stuff there. Woods. I mean, we got to refresh here. Have to refresh this. Very light, and by light brush stroke, I mean none of this here. None of this crushing the brush kind of stuff. No, none of that. You got to caress the brush. So Arathu also approves of the sleepless lifestyle. Again, we're supposed to be this apex species or something like that, yet we spend 8 to 9 hours a day drooling on ourselves. It's barbaric, it's unproductive. Oof, look at that Egyptian violet right there. Holy smokes. Look at that. Again, we're establishing that lighting. Anakin Skywalker in 10 minutes or less. There you go. We wanted to get this on the side of his face, didn't we? Again, see, we have to refresh, or we just use the other side. Now, the more of the other, the previously we had wiped away, the more easily this would cover that. But again, we're letting it all mix together here. Let the oils do the work for you. Also, too, here's another thing. So there's just a whole lot of paint piling up on this brush. I'm not going to put it in any cleaner or anything like that. All I'm going to do is just take my paper towel here. Is this completely clean? No, it's not. But as you can see, most of it's gone. But we still have a very dry brush. That's the key there. So it's a radiant turquoise mixed with some of the whatchamacallit, the fluorescent blue from, I almost said Make It Epic Basing, but the fluorescent blue from Marion Street. That's why I want to try to do a tutorial video of one of the, I'm pretty sure that she must have blue lightsabers, right? So we'll try and do her with the blue. Same thing. There we are. So again, you can see this is the difference. If you're dry brushing with acrylic paints, well, you get just a dry brush. Right here, you're actually getting blending. So imagine you can do a dry brush technique, getting the blending of wet blending. I mean, does it get any better than that? And oh, by the way, this light blue here, this light blue is not very light. It's barely a mid-tone. Yeah, it's barely a mid-tone at all. Again, I'm going to hit this. There we are. Okay, see that? See on his face right there? Well, Denethor, now also too, I know you were asking about the alkyds there. If you're able to get some and you experiment with that, that's something that I was thinking about. Again, it's just, well, alkyds can get a little weird as far as some folks worrying about this, that, or the other toxicity or something. So maybe we don't. That's the other reason I've been kind of staying away from those. So Steelhead says the Ashokas are yellow. Well, that would be certainly more like candlelight. We wouldn't be doing a fiery thing. Well, I mean, sort of, but not also yellow and green. That would be interesting. Wow, oh, well, dual light sources then. Not all that different from Opelius Spellbrush. Again, hoping for the to do a birthday stream, which will also combine the stream streamiversary we never got to do. Well, we can answer that one way or the other here. Where's the stupid little cards? Here they are. Now those look like they're red. Of course, Darth Maul is red. Well, here it shows blue, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So we'll be doing blue. Okay. Well, that answers that question. I'm basically sticking with the box art, so to speak. Hey there, Zombie Bunny. Nice to see ya. So I'm not sure how they've got the lore right in this game. Whoop, wait. Look at this. So see, there's some hitting over here. I'm telling you, those stupid little flashlights. And again, it's a box of 40 of them for, I don't know, $5-6 or something like that on Amazon. They don't last very long. The only colors are going to be red, green, blue, and white. That's it. At least that's all I've ever seen. Look at this. See how fast that happens? Thank you so much, Zombie Bunny. Where's the... Oh, here we go. We painted this one in the first 4 hours of the stream. So a little Mandalorian there. And now it's time for some Anakin here and see what we can do with that. Where did my... That's not the brush I'm looking for. This is not the brush you're looking for. It's around here somewhere, I guess. There it is. That's got to go behind my ears. She started with green, moved on, got 2 blue later during the Clone Wars. So I think that's probably where they've got her is at the in her blue phase. It's her in her blue phase because this they've got what the clone guys like whatever the little robots and stuff. So now we're gonna start getting a little bit lighter here because reasons. This is a little more thinner in it, I have to say. Come on, very, very gently. Look at this light grip on the brush, even this big old heavy thing. Huh? Does it have to be difficult? I ask again. Does it really need to be as difficult as people make it? Oh, heck no. It really just doesn't have to be that difficult. There's an entire industry, for whatever reason, based around making things way harder than they gotta be. So thank you so much, Arathu, and thanks for thinking about that. Appreciate that, Velfera. Again, that has been really, really helpful. Again, with these things that have to happen with the house. That again, I had hoped to be able to do myself over time, but not really going to work out that way. It kind of has to be done by somebody else and done really fast. There we go. So again, look at that. See, we're starting to bring out the juicy bits here of our object source lighting, and I've been painting in this all of what, about 10 minutes or so. That's about it. So when people say, well, how in the world do you do object source lighting on an entire army? I say, how in the world don't you? I'm not joking here. Where's my Mori army? There you go. You can bet you're going to be seeing a whole lot more mass amounts of object source lighting because I got a bunch more dwarves to paint. And I'm really looking to try and do an army that's got, well, lots of glowy blue and stuff. Because, well, that would be fun. Probably something, like that Lost Kingdoms, the new sea creatures there. You know what? We should hit on and no, let's refresh. Let's refresh here a bit. Boy, Valfera, huh, that's for sure. I was telling my sister about that. Yeah, those guys, no bueno on them, that's for sure. Well, also too, this now I would be dealing with the position of strength, and instead of what it was then. So, yeah, let's get the fingers. Let's get those fingers here. Yeah, the guy from the tree folks, boy, he couldn't have been more different. That was really spectacular. All right, we need to get our nice, juicy, lighter blue in here. Like so. And then we'll get some of our Terra Rosa down there too. You know what? Let's start thinking about that. Let's not wait. Let's build evenly here, much like Monopoly. All right, where's my paper towel here? Now, I'm looking at the thing. Yeah, Terra Rosa. It is hilarious that we're basically just painting with rust here. That's essentially what Terra Rosa is. Absolutely love it. It's a great skin tone color. Fantastic for rust. Also, I use it a lot in my golds. I use it an awful lot. It's basically one of the only opaque, truly opaque earth tones. Most of the other earth tones tend to be really translucent, or various degrees of translucency. His sleeves also going to need some Terra Rosa. His face will need some Terra Rosa. Now you can see, well, this one was interesting because not only was it object source lighting, but this was also done in true metallic metals. So even the object source lighting has metallic colors to it. But you can see this kind of demarcation line here. And even on the face there, we've got to do the same thing on this guy. We also have to say hello to Blades. Blades, how you doing? Sorry that I forgot to shoot you a message. Thank you so much. Everybody please give Blades a follow. Blades, how the heck are you doing? I hope that you've been having a fun day and not that Cooper's been behaving himself. Cooper's been behaving himself, being a good doggo there. I know sometimes. Oh, I gotta. Jeez, I didn't send you the pictures of those clamp things for your desk. So Queez is saying, well, somebody finally said, okay, fine. You like the high ground so much, I'm gonna jump on it myself. So Blades enjoyed the wedding. Now, was it one of those things where it was kind of you were there for quite some time, or was it just kind of one of those, well, I'm here, have some fun, little bit of enjoyment, a little bit of dancing, and then head home, or were you there? Did you turn out the lights? I guess is what I'm saying. Were you there to turn out the lights? Or you can see again, starting to get some of that Terra Rosa into the mix here. Now we're going to take our so Anakin does not want, he doesn't eat Wookiee steaks because they're a bit chewy. Now let's try Brilliant Yellow Pale. Mix that with our Terra Rosa here. That'll give us some skin tone. Something that's not completely dark. Let's put a little bit of that here. So we've been painting for what, about 15 minutes? 15 minutes ago, this was just primer. So again, I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. So Blades says that someone else had to deal with Doggo. Boy, that's when's the last time you had him in the doggy daycare and had a chance to just kind of not have to worry about that? I know it's been a little while, I think. I know for you, you wished it had been quite so long, maybe, where you could just kind of not have to even think about. Oh, you know, we're going to have to get some more of our blue down over here. But first, let's just get some of our Terra Rosa down here. Let's see. I knew a bunch of people at this one. Only stayed about 90 minutes after dinner. Oh, geez, now I know why I'm getting all confused, because I'm sitting there like, who was going to throw a Spaniard? I'm like, who's throwing a Spaniard? And it's like, oh, bouquet. So she didn't throw one. Okay. I don't remember if Jen threw her bouquet or not. I don't remember. Not quite sure. Now this one definitely want to go emphasis on that. But you see, look at this. See how we're starting to get the nice juxtaposition of cooler colors, warmer colors. So Rathu asks, why do Tuscan Raiders cheat on their taxes? So Rathu's going to have to tell us the reason why Tuscan Raiders cheat on their taxes. Again, more of our, look at that, see it, nice little juxtaposition. Now all of a sudden our base, and again, we didn't have to paint that shadow in there. That was just there because we painted the light around it. That's called negative painting. That's kind of a watercolor type thing. So Blade says that almost nobody was dancing there. Well, that's a bummer. We certainly did dance at Jen and Roy's wedding. We did do that. All right, there we go. Again, just trying to get a little bit of our some lighter color here. We're also going to bring in some of our brown matter into this. But see all that darker color that's getting in there, all that pre-glaze there? Let's see. I felt bad for the DJ. He was good, but nobody was doing the dancing thing. Well, that is quite sad. Not sure why people wouldn't. Arasu and I, we would have danced. Arasu and I would have done ballroom dancing together. All right, let's do some more of our. Let's keep going with the yellow here. Let's do something like that. And again, this is going to start to be some of that where we just take the blending brush and start to blend things together. Let's get a little bit of our, again, some of that warmer color there. See, we want, again, these differences here. I'll just use this as a paper towel there. And not so much over there down here. What was my Terra Rosa? So the pre-glaze on this was a really first time use maybe of Egyptian violet and Terra Rosa together as a pre-glaze, because why not? So only 3 people danced. Yeah, I guess it does when there aren't many other single folks there.
Hello, little hobbits. Fuck my gums.
Thank you so much, Pugmaster Live. I appreciate that. And along comes the Gandalf. He says, "Oh wow, maybe you should meet my much bigger and tougher older brother, Schmandoff." That would be very appropriate because, boom, look at that. There we go. Thank you so much for the follow, Pugmaster. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, why don't we thin this down? We mostly got the indigo. Happening here. So before we keep going with some of the lights, we're going to blast in some nice darks here so you can see that really starts to take effect here. Well, Blades, I hope it was still fun. For you. And again, little time away from the hound doesn't hurt. Of course, the hound will probably make you pay for that, much like a cat, right? You've been away. But I think he does like his doggy daycare, right? Maybe gets to play with other dogs that he knows. So again, mostly just sticking with the indigo here. See, even in some of my shadows, they're starting to bring those out. Thank you so much. Hey, Polly has his cracker. So we painted this. Whoops, not this one. Well, that was last night's stream. The first 4 hours of the stream, we painted this, and we've been painting this guy for less than a half an hour. So basically 4 hours and 20. Well, check that because we also we left to get a little bit of food for about 3 minutes or so. So this is about 4 hours and 15 minutes of painting right here. These two together, and this was last night's stream. Another one of the clan. What the heck is that clan again? Clan Kreese. So yeah, let's do some more darks here. So he likes the doggy daycare. Okay, that's well then all of it. It's like, wow, how come he got? Gee, there was a dog? Wasn't there a dog I was supposed to get somewhere? There was this dog. He was kind of tan, cream colored. He was sort of like a big dog. What was his name again? Oh, that's right. I left him at doggy daycare. Thank you so much, Polly has this cracker. The object source lighting is just so much fun, and it all kidding aside, I mean, we joke about it a lot, but it really does actually make miniature painting go faster, because as far as I'm concerned, there's a whole bunch of this miniature I don't have to paint, right? Because there's no different colors or anything like that. This just basically dominates the whole landscape. Well, yeah, let's bring back our Wapelia spell brush here. I mean, there is no other thing except the greenish stuff here, the orange stuff here. The only ambient colors I had to worry about were back here. That actually made it take, I want to say, at least 1/3, if not 1/2 the time to paint. So Blades cannot confirm nor deny that a certain dog might be spending 99% of his time at doggy daycare. Let's see. So that's sometimes when mom needs some kind of peace, then that's doggo has to be somewhere else. And in Blades, did I send you the pictures of the giant mural that I will be painting? Yes. Oh my God, that is going to be one massive thing. It's 134 inches by 90 inches. That is quite the massive thing, and it's we're painting bag end, so we're going to try and see if we can at least record the process. I don't think it's going to be able to pick up my voice, really. If it does, so much the better, but at least we'll be able to do some kind of maybe a speed ramp tutorial thing or something like that. So just like, remember the bag end painting that we did here on stream with Hobbiton and such. It's got the Purdy tree up on top. Yeah, we're doing one of those. One of those scenes should be really, really fun. Alright, I think we're starting to really get there now. So Arathu asks, why did they make, was it Star Wars? Arathu, I think it's because they needed to roll a D3. Yeah, didn't they need to roll a D3 or something like that, and they screwed it up, and they rolled a 4, 5, or 6 instead of a 1, 2, or 3. All right, let's do more dark there. Okay. Let me see if we can start to boost up the light on the face, because again, we want to really get into this quickly. No lingering, no lollygagging, no malarkeys. We're just going to power right into this. Right here is with his schnoz. Slips out at the chin. Really didn't have much going on with the chin there. Yeah, so Blades, I'll send you the picture. It's kind of a little bit hard to see because it's just a drawing. But that was really very fun to do, I have to say. So thank you so much, Adjacent Gamer. Appreciate that. Well, I think you can tell what the scale of this is. He's like, dude, aren't you supposed to be like the king of horses? He's like, what is this, more conquest stuff here? Why the heck is everybody bigger than me? This is ridiculous. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Adjacent Gamer. And thank you so much, JP. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Fleshhammer. Appreciate that. And again, it's wild to see everything kind of flipped on its head. Here, the non-lit areas are cooler colors, warm there, and then your lit areas completely the opposite. It's just it's kind of wild to see that. You know what? Let me break out a little bit of my fast matte white here. So this is the Gamlen Fast. Now this does have alkyds in it. Yeah, vehicle alkyd resin, and that's why I know we were talking earlier. Denethor and I were talking about mixing up some of the alkyd in your own homemade oil paints. Well, that's the thing. Do you want to be doing the resin stuff too. Thank you so much, Neroni. I appreciate that. That's 3 months worth of subscription. Thank you so much. So JP, I hope that you're doing well. Hope that you had yourself a whole bunch of fun there. And where this is our third stream in. Well, let's see, we're at 4 hours 27 minutes. This is the earliest I've been able to start a stream. I would say since 2021, pretty much. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it could be that long ago, that insanely long ago. But this is really kind of how I would prefer Saturdays go, right? A much earlier start like this, so that we can do more miniatures. More miniatures, more better. Oh, sorry, JP. Let's see. So it's so not the greatest Saturday ever. Sorry to hear that. That might have been too much there. Oh well, no big deal. It's all right. Not a problem. We can fix that up with no problem at all. This, we need to get some more lights down here, possibly even on his neck, I would think. See what we can do with the hair over here. There is a little bit of blue in this. It's not, we're not just using straight up white here. There's a little bit of blue. Plus, with each and every brush stroke that we do, some of the blue is getting in there. That was the whole point of our pre-glaze, right? As always, is to get some of that blue. See how it's just mixing there? Ooh, yeah, let's... Speaking of some blue, so see how that white just turns blue? I don't have to struggle and fool around with it or anything. Same thing over here. Same thing. That we're just kind of changing that around a little bit. So I just realized that lightsaber's up here, which means we got to get this part with some of that lighting action there too. Yeah, that's better we go. So JP was not able to be victorious there. So JP not terribly happy with the... Yeah, well, JP... I think I told you about my very first painting contest experience, which is why to this day I just do not devote, well, any kind of energy towards it, really. And you'll be shocked that it was a Lord of the Rings miniature painting contest. And this is when the Fellowship came out. So that's how long ago this was. That was when the Fellowship, the old metal set of Fellowship figures was brand new. So Polly has a cracker. We started out with a pre-glaze of Egyptian Violet and Terra Rosa for most of this. Wiped some of that away, and I think that, yeah, there's the sponge that we did that with. Down here was indigo with, let's see, some Van Dyke brown. Then we took the radiant turquoise over here and a little bit of the fluorescent blue, and we started to do some little bit of the dry brushy stuff in there. It was kind of more like the pre-glaze we did on these. Actually, this one this one's on the YouTube channel now, I think. So it was kind of a different sort of a pre-glaze. It was kind of a light, almost inside-out pre-glaze. But yeah, JP. So the idea was you buy something like the Fellowship, right? And you have to paint the Fellowship. Well, I painted all 9 figures, and now again, this was 20 years ago, but they were painted pretty darn nicely. Now somebody else comes along with a painted Gandalf, and everybody says, "Wow, look at that Gandalf! It's fantastic." Well, the problem with it was only the Gandalf was fully painted. There were 3 figures that were just primer, and there were another 4 figures or 5 or whatever that had maybe, I don't know, half of them painted or something like that. And they said, wow, we really love that Gandalf figure. They're going to say this guy wins just because of the Gandalf figure. And I said, the rules pretty clearly stated that you had to paint all of the figures, not just one, because if that's the way it was, I just would have painted a Gandalf too. So yes, that was my very first experience with a miniature painting contest where they said, "Well, this guy didn't do anything according to the rules of the contest, but he should win anyways." So that kind of that stuck in my mind just a wee bit. Must have, because 20 years later, that's all I keep thinking of when I say, you know what? I'll just do something that's gonna be fun, like this one here. Where's our right? Oh, there we go. So this was the latest contest that I did. That was the Lord of the Rings painting contest on MEPC, Middle Earth painting contest, and I think that one took third place. It's a very different type of a contest. Basically, you get matched up against somebody, and whoever wins moves on. Whoever doesn't, well, that's see you later. It's definitely a little bit different way of. Not everybody all goes together and you decide one, two, three, or something like that. No, this is sort of a direct composition or competition against somebody else. Give me a little bit more of my blue out here. That's better. Oh, yeah, we need to get some more of our lighter blue back here. So again, we'll try and get me some of this here turquoise. Some of this turquoise right here. And again, see the opacity of that? See how that covers so easy? Actually, oh, Valfera, I was going to ask, since everything is pretty much just staying, well, uniformly hot and everything, is that also cutting down on the allergies and stuff? Because I know that was absolutely making you bonkers there, where it would be 40-degree temperature shifts on the same day. So, I don't know, I was hoping you get some relief at least from that. So yeah, Steelhead, let's say well, it's kind of like the NCAAs, right? There's 64 people, it's 32 in each bracket, and then you basically have to win your bracket, and you have to keep moving. And basically you are at risk every step of the way from elimination. We could, nope, nope, no, let's use the blue over here. Yeah, something like that, that's better. We even need a little bit down here, some more. Also, we got to get some on this too. So again, using the blue here. This is the radiant turquoise, like so. A little bit more down here. Gee whiz, at this rate, we might end up having the whole Shatterpoint box painted pretty soon. I don't know. Maybe I'll even do some tutorial vids on the Clone Warriors or whatever they are. I guess there's stands of 3 of them or something. So Valfera still. There's always, Mother Nature has always some kind of pleasant surprise for Valfera, or something pleasant in mind for Valfera. I guess that's why we say Mother Nature is undefeated. How's about some more? Yeah, JP, if you want to post your the stuff that you had in the contest there, so people can see that and offer you some kind words of praise, that would be fine. Alright, again, looking to just get our some of our lights in here. To face it, well, we need to do some light down there as well. Let's pull this over a little bit. Let's see. Throw some more of our. It's got more of a white to it. I think we better just really hit this part hard. And that's where it's closest to the lightsaber. Again, this is where the oil's so advantageous, right? Because you just let it all mix together on its own. We gotta go back to our turquoise here. A little bit of that floral blue too. So the fluorescent blue on its own is really not going to do much of anything. The whole idea is that you're mixing it with something else. You know, the floral orange, the floral green, those are different. Those can have an impact all by themselves. But the floral blue, I think even the floral purple are different. The magenta also is kind of like the yellow and the green. It has enough punch by itself. And this is floral magenta there. All done again with the oil paints. Now a little bit more of our lighter blue needed here, and some kind of turret. Let me see what happens. A little more thinner. Maybe that's another thing we need to get. Yeah, that's what we needed, more thinner. The thinner paint sticks to the thicker paint and vice versa. Maybe we'll throw a little bit of our on this side. There's a little bit of violet on the I'm going to try and switch that over to maybe a little bit more of a, again, a blue here. Let's see if I can make this lighter now. Trying to just sneak that brush in. This is the other thing that you just can't do with those sable brushes, because they don't, the bristles just aren't stiff enough to do something like this. Now what we want to do is kind of head back the other way here. A little bit of our fluorescent blue here. And you can see just how translucent that is. Massively translucent. So that's going to tint some of this lighter stuff that we've done. Get it a little bit away from, say, the purple and the violet. Well, that was a really interesting pre-glaze that we did. Again, doing the Terra Rosa and Egyptian violet together. And tone some of this down again, make it a little bit more towards the blue. Like that. Alright, well, we'll step away from that. We're going to head towards our warmer, this kind of stuff right here. So again, we've been working on this thing for less than an hour. Less than an hour. It's really, we just don't need that long. Just don't need that much time. Don't have to fool around with things that long. Less is more. More is way too much. Always. Time for some lighter skin tones here. So I believe, oh yeah, 40 millimeter, I believe, is the scale on these guys. Now, there's a little bit thinner in there. Makes that paint really, really, really flow. Here, we're going to take some of the paint off the brush. And then we're just going to take some of this and we'll start to move this around. And remember, there is a scar that he's got on the side of his face. Well, they barely show it there for some reason. So Trouble in Valfera both talking about well, Mother Nature once again, kind of reminding everybody who is actually in charge. So Valfera, as you can see, I can sort of see it in the card here. So see, there's a violet tinge to this, but I didn't want it to be purple. I wanted it to have a brownish tinge. So the Terra Rosa, which is also a decently strong color in its own right, that was enough to step up to the Egyptian violet and keep it from becoming basically from him looking like what was it, one of the California raisins or something like that. Yeah, that's what it would have. That's what would have happened if we didn't put in the Terra Rosa. He just would have looked like a big giant grape or something like that. Now, the amusement factor aside from that, I was thinking, well, that's probably not what we want to have here. So that Terra Rosa was just enough to cut down on that. Hey, Artemico, how you doing? 4 hours and 43 minutes for both of these now at this point. So, yeah, kind of cruising right on through stuff, right, Artemico? Yeah. Now, Velfair, the one thing though, oh boy, you really have to take into account is that Egyptian violet. You can combine it with other colors for a pre-glaze, but it tends to just kind of just overwhelm those when you wipe the stuff away. And you wipe it away, it's like, what happened to my Terra Rosa? So I had to be kind of extra careful to actually put more Terra Rosa in there. Now this was a case here. So this was Indian yellow and phthalo green, because this is pretty much straight up phthalo green right here. This is with Indian yellow in it, and both of these were pre-glazed because, well, phthalo green is the staining color. But you can see the Indian yellow not only made it warmer, but it made it an atomic bright green. So Artemichael, I hope things have been somewhat tolerable there. Hopefully. Anyways. Alright, we're trying to just, there we go. Let's see if we can get ourselves a little bit more of a warm color to this. I'm not thinking that's that is not armor, that's more just leather there. Where's my Terra Rosa? Some Terra Rosa here. Maybe some of that over this to just change that up a little bit. We'll just take again, use this as a de facto blend. No, here let's use, maybe we'll use this as a blending brush. Why the heck not? Alright, again a little bit of tap, tap, tap. Nice soft brush here. Like so. So yeah, these are the new Shatterpoint miniatures, atomic mass games. There you go, right there. So flesh hammer, it's just a very simple Logitech C920. I tried other cameras here, they just wouldn't work with this machine, so we put those cameras on my filming machines, and this one went back. Now, I always do like the Logitech, of course, because with my software, I can do this, right? We can control it, do our film noir. I mean, we can do a whole bunch of different things. We can zoom way out. We can just zoom way in. Just a couple of clicks of a mouse. So the Warmomac there. And now, actually, I don't remember if you filled that with the half trolls. Did you fill that up with half trolls, or did you go with something else for that? Oh, what the heck? I'll go with no. Let's radiant violet here maybe. See what this does. Yeah. So flesh hammer autofocus is always gone. There is yeah. Well, there never was autofocus because I've been filming videos since what, 2013. So yeah, the autofocus thing really wasn't going to be viable, so I got used to just finding a focus point and you stay there. You set it and you stay there. Now, in the early days, I used to actually have my hands or my arms taped to the table so that I wouldn't move. Then once I got kind of used to that, then I just had pieces of tape to kind of designate where my arms should be. And then, well, again, after 10 years, you're so used to just kind of staying in one place that you just don't even think twice about it. So yeah, the and even with the expensive cameras too, I mean, why fool around with the autofocus because it just never seems to work anyway. So instead of that, I'll just say, I'm going to bypass all that. I'm just going to set the focus for one spot and stay there. Obviously, easier to do in miniature painting or something than say something like a battle report. Obviously, that would be kind of difficult. But yeah, when it comes to miniature painting, you kind of train yourself long enough to do that, and you'll be good to go. All right, let's try this one again here. See, this is going to mix with the Egyptian violet there and just kind of turn sort of a brownish color. Okay, we're just going to let the oils do all the work for us here. How many layers am I putting here? Besides basically none. All I'm doing is just sweeping the brush along here. Oh, again, that's something the sable's not going to do. As you can see, I'm taking the brush and literally going against the grain like this. Yeah, sable brush is not really going to do something like that for you. Synthetic brush, again, 1/3 the cost, lasts 3 times as long, does 3 times as much. So Valfera, they worked. Oh, what the heck is my package? I had the package of them here, but they worked out really well. Oh, there it is. At first, I was a little worried because I measured the earpieces, and they were 55 mil. These showed up, they seemed awful tiny, but of course, now I have like 20 years. So this headset is going to last me till about 2042 because we have 2, 4, 6, 8 more of these things in here. Yeah. So when you guys are when your grandkids are watching this stream, I'll still be using the same headset. Yeah, that's how it's going to go. Now, of course, all the other headsets, those are going for the other computers. So, well, the Razer, that's going for the large format filming area. The wireless one, the Bluetooth one, that's supposed to go for the battle report area for obvious reasons. Right, being tethered to a computer via your headset while you're trying to stream a game or film a game, that's just a disaster waiting to happen. All right, well, Trouble, you have yourself a good one. Thanks so much for being here. As always, appreciate that. All right, we're going to just throw a little bit more of our light down there. So again, you can see how fast this is happening. Get less than an hour in. Less than 1 hour. Keep it simple. Keep it safe. I know I say it all the time, but boy, oh boy, people really seem to, if there's 3 steps to do something, they'll say, let's make that 15. Not sure why. It just seems to happen all the time. The guys that paint the tanks and all that kind of vehicles, I would see them do something that should be a 1-step process. They turn into a 3-week odyssey. I'm thinking, exactly why did they do that? Just didn't make any sense. There was just stuff that clearly did not need that many steps. As in very, very, very clearly. Let me see if I can get a little bit of light here on his hair. That's ambient light and not our lightsaber glow. And we'll get to more stuff on the skin too. Again, we've only been working on this guy for an hour so far. That's it, just an hour. That's what we need. I think we're gonna use something like this, like a radiant violet here. Ooh, it's too much thinner. Let's back off that a little bit. Also, let's not have the fuzz on the end of the brush there. Give him an eye here. Let's try and give him some other features. There's my radiant magenta. Can you see him? Yeah, I think you could see him okay. Okay, trying to get the ambient light side going here, and there's this scar that kind of is a. I understand they wanted to have that sculpted in, but that's being a little bit persnickety over here, that's for sure. Alright, I'm going to try and darken that up, and then we'll come back with our blue. No, let's go darker here. Let's go darker with some indigo. And do this. There we are. That's what we need. Some nice dark here too. That's what we're kind of missing. That's also going to create a little extra contrast for us. We also need to brighten up on the on his hair. You know, I'm going to also get back to our radiant turquoise. Well, we got the mix here of the we could even just take the fluorescent blue and the fast matte white directly together. Now, thank you so much, Arathu. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. What I might do is I might try and copy paste your link there. So where's my keyboard? Oh, geez, it's way the heck over here. That's why I don't really type much stuff here. Nope, can't do that. Oh well. But what I can do is a little, is that a Book of Wapple thing here that Val Farah was wanting there? I'm going to see if we can't go to some earlier ones here. Let's go to some earlier Book of Wapples here. Ah, there we go. Oh, look at this. Less is more. More is way too much. So when you have too much oil paint on there, not only are you going to have a heck of a time just keeping the paint to stick on there, you're also going to have a problem where it's going to take forever to dry. And this is really important. We were talking about this at the start, right? With all the dry brushy stuff there, you have to have a really, 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 really light touch on that brush. And that's we can show you that right here. So none of this, see, fingers on the metal, death grip like this, like, no, none of that. What you want is something like this. There's times where my hand is closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. With the oils in particular, that's very important. You want to have a really light touch on that brush, because if you have that proverbial death grip on the brush, you're going to end up just literally scraping paint off the miniature. That it takes a while to paint miniatures when you're scraping the paint off at the same time as you're supposed to be painting. So applying the paint tends to make the miniature go faster when it comes to painting. So you really want to have that lighter grip on the brush. Other benefit that you're going to get from that is that you're actually going to be less tired when you're done with your painting. Multiple people have said, wow, man, you're right. I don't feel quite so tired and exhausted after a painting session. So again, sometimes here, that's more of a little bit of a tap, tap, tap than it is an actual brush stroke. Same thing here. That was a little bit of a tap, tap, tap. Think of it more like a stippling type of brush stroke. And again, it's not always, not everything is 100% true all the time. Sometimes you have to, depends on the situation. Just like the pre-glaze is going to depend entirely on the miniature itself. I'm not going to be doing the same pre-glaze on that green fairy bust as I am, well, on Anakin here. Be a totally different pre-glaze on, I don't know, if I'm doing somebody wearing P. Dot camo, that's going to be a very different pre-glaze. And also, too, the whole idea of thin over thick and vice versa. Right now we have some thinner paint on the brush. It's not super thick. And also, too, you don't want to think of it like it's acrylic paint. It's not super slow drying acrylic paint. You don't want to be layering like crazy. That's something we really don't do. We're not doing any layering. Now, let's say you're painting a bunch of miniatures, you get interrupted halfway through and everything is dry. You say, oh man, I can't do any more wet blending. Believe it or not, when I do my army painting series for the Patreon page, that's where we get to explore the wonders of painting wet oils over dry oil paint. Because if you do that sort of dry, brushy type thing and just think of it instead of layers, right? Instead of layers, you're going to kind of almost do like a pre-glaze, like a second layer of pre-glaze. You will be amazed, absolutely stunned at just how much it looks like it's been blended, wet into wet, but it's not. There's no. The only wet paint is the new application. Now let me see if I can get a little bit more. There we go, and then something for his eye. We need to lighten this up a little bit more, I think. Just a smidge more there. Something down by his chin. And then let me see what happens. Do I want to make this? I don't think I really want this glow down here to be a whole bunch lighter than it already is. Yeah, maybe not too much lighter than it already is. And like Grand Orica was saying, we talk about it all the time. You allow the paint to set. It's not going to dry, but you give it 15, 20 minutes, sometimes even less. Maybe you just give it 5 minutes. That can make all the difference in the world. Now, what we haven't really used on here is anything that is straight up white. I'm hoping that that's still going to have an impact, especially here on our lightsaber, which, oh, looks like it does, yes. We had just enough blue in the other stuff that our white is actually going to make a difference here. So then our lightsaber becomes lighter than everything else around it, which is what we want. There you go. So that's really starting to get juicy there. Which means now here in the area where it's closest to the lightsaber, we need to really hit that pretty hard with some of our light here. Do that right over here on his vest, whatever. Maybe a little bit of something down here. And again, this figure we've been painting for about an hour. Maybe an hour, that's it. 1 hour ago, there was no paint on this whatsoever. That's the magic of the oils and the magic of Object Store's lighting. Because there's so much of this that pretty much just painted itself, didn't have to work at it. Now those are the kind of miniatures I like, the ones that just paint themselves. Those are the ones that are really relaxing, really fun. Now here I need to get a little bit of reflected light or something down in here. There's not much there, but we're going to let this mix with some of the Terra Rosa that's there. Get mixed with the Egyptian violet. Sort of creates a bit of an amber color. Now what I might just do here, let's get some of this blue here. Yeah, Grand Orica, and of course, geez, with the reds, there's even another added aspect to that where, sometimes the red, it can be a finicky color to get more applications one on top of the other, can't it? That can be a little bit of a bugger right there. So that's the other thing you kind of have to, with those reds, they can be finicky. So that'll be very much like our, well, let's see, I think that's got a little bit more of a fiery glow to it. But we'll definitely be emphasizing more of this. Where's our radiant magenta? So I'll probably put more of the magenta in there so that it's not quite so fiery orange if we're doing something that's red. We would probably have, again, the naphthol red because there's a little bit of staining to it. But we have to determine just how warm is that going to be. Too warm and it becomes too much like orange. So that's the thing we've got to, we're going to have to decide just how warm that red is going to be for, I guess Darth Maul probably has red ones. What's her name too? This one probably is going to have red lightsabers, I assume, whoever this lady is. So Carolish is it still waiting on those self-painting miniatures. Now, of course, well, I guess, what was it? The one where it 3D prints it or something with the paint on it? I guess those are self-painting miniatures, but they sort of look like it, don't they? I'm going to grip myself another. Oh, no wonder it's going to be like this because this is now, is it the longest stream that I've done? Well, in about 20 minutes will be the longest stream that I've done in, wow, probably 2 months. Boy, Grand Oracle, yeah, I haven't tried the Perline Crimson yet, that's for sure. Now, I know there's a couple of folks have been using that. The other thing I would love to get is Rose Madder. I would really love to try it. However, it's just so darn expensive. I just wouldn't want people to feel like they have to get something expensive like that to be able to replicate what I'm doing. Maybe we just get some just so that we can try it for people that maybe are interested in a color like that, or maybe in the course of using it, again, sorry, we can find something that is closely approximates it, just like, well, with our Egyptian violet and some of the other colors that, again, tend to be kind of pricey. Again, we're going to stick with I think the radiant turquoise here. Maybe bring a little bit of that down, but we also have our light here. So, okay, maybe a little bit more there. Boy, I think we can hit this a little bit more too. So Grand Oracle, yeah, I kind of forgot that Egyptian Violet was a Series 5. Now, of course, this Rose Madder would be Winsor Newton, so it wouldn't be quite that bad. Obviously a Winsor Newton Series 3 or even a 4 is not as bad. Certainly not Egyptian Violet bad, but can still do a little bit of a punch in the face to your wallet, that's for sure. You know what? This probably should get there we go, a little bit of that right there. Okay. No. Well, yes, I'm looking at this. Believe it or not, it kind of sneaks over the top and gets down here, which is why we're putting it on the on the rock over here. Although we are going to take our blending brush to this and calm that down just a smidge. Just a smidge. Now this, I guess, is supposed to be some kind of a sand over here, something like that. Take my blending brush to this. There we are. So Valfera, well, you and me both. You and me both, because where's my Fanchon Red here? You can see this has not gotten that much use. It's because I keep using the Naphthol Red. But fortunately, the Naphthol Red is only a Series 2. So, and there are some things, again, that the Fanchon Red does that it's definitely more intense of a color than, say, the Naphthol Red. That's for sure. Boy, oh boy, I can't believe that that little cough right there. I can still feel that in my ribs. Remember the the disease that Kathy caught and passed on to me? And then I was trying to suppress that cough on stream, and well, hilarity ensued. Yeah, that's wow. That just popped up again a little bit there. Now, fortunately, I've got I got my cough drops handy, but we do have our new thing of medicine that we poured out. So we do have some medicine available. Oh, remember what I learned about the oh gosh, what was that stuff? The Alka-Seltzer cold medicine, absolutely the best cold medicine ever. But when you look at the label, it causes extreme fatigue. Not just regular fatigue, but it says causes extreme fatigue. So remember those micro naps that I was taking on stream? Yeah, that's why I was well. In addition to the not being able to sleep just regular, there was also the fact that the Alka-Seltzer really knocks you out. So there you go, Valfera. Just take some of the Alka-Seltzer cold medicine, and you won't be blinking for a long time. Now let's get to our little bit more of the blue there, and oh, this needs some too. Okay, I'll let that mix together here. Literally taking a crazy fluorescent blue and letting that mix with sort of a dirty brownish color here. Now once again, 5 hours, 10 minutes, so maybe about an hour. What am I thinking here? About an hour and 5 minutes-ish, something like that for so far. That's all we've had to spend on this to get this far. I think people could do something like this. They could get through this starter box thing pretty darn quick. Alright, do I need any more blue here? Well, let's see. I'm also waiting for this to set so that I can kind of hit this again to smooth that out just a bit more. Because why not? Here, let me get to my... I just want to look at my reference picture there. As I'm looking at this, I might just go back to some more darks down here. Sure, why not? Maybe brown matter again, and I want some Van Dyke brown possibly. Let's do something like that. So Valfera has a bottle of it was the Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine, which it did explain why there's a daytime version of it. It's like, why? What? I didn't know there would be a daytime version, but yeah, it's because the regular version causes extreme fatigue. Now, oh yeah, there's a couple of other areas of some, oh, like here. There's a whole bunch of stuff here with his wrist. Let me see what he's actually got on there, if it shows it. Yeah, so he's got a whole bunch of stuff going on right here. Whole bunch of stuff happening there. This needs to be in shadow. Thank you very much. Somehow we lost sight of that. Remember, sometimes I said you can only lighten stuff up so much, then you have to just make things darker. And there we go. We darken that down. This suddenly just gets lighter. Same thing maybe over here. Like so. Maybe we'll, oh yeah, oh, this is it too. We really like this one here, and you can really see it well. So you get your lighting here, and then see as it gets overtaken by the ambient light, there's this sort of a dark band here. So you have that light, then the dark band, then the ambient light. We need to start doing that on these sleeves here especially. Because the way these set up with the lighting, see, yeah, here I'm trying to make this lighter and lighter. I don't need to make it lighter, I just need to make this darker. Boom, there it is. That's, when in doubt, make things darker. There was that chapter 50 of the Book of Wapple. Now some of this other stuff here, mold lines are the issue. Mold lines are the issue. Let's see if we can work through these and essentially just paint in detail that's not necessarily there. Now again, these liner brushes, synthetic brushes, you could use Winsor Newton Cotman brushes. These just happen to be from Princeton. Now, skin, or is he wearing gloves? It looks like he's wearing gloves. Alright, fine. We'll do something else here then. That's not blue. It's almost a little bit of violet right there. But we need to do something different. Or we could just do some gray. That's about some gray. So Van Dyke brown over here. Brilliant yellow pale into that. And yeah, now it's going to be a little bit more of a grayish type of a thing here. Because we want that to, at least in some way, contrast a bit with all the blue. Now I'm going to double check here. So that one finger catches some of this blue light, but boy, oh boy, that's, so we're going to have to go with a little bit more of an ambient light here. Like this. Also ambient light down there a little bit more. And then on these two fingers, we got to get more of the blue light there. Okay, so that's what all those maybe straps are or whatever. Alright, we'll go back to our lighter blue there. So the illustration shows both hands having gloves. Fine, we'll do both hands with gloves. Again, I just, sometimes with things like this, even with the Song of Ice and Fire, I kind of stick with the, for lack of a better term, the official color scheme, because sometimes people want to paint that, and this way, well, they've got a little bit of a guide maybe. A little bit of a painting guide to make it look like it does on the official art, if you want to call it that, box art, whatever. I suppose I've had to paint enough box art over the years to kind of be in that mindset. Now, do we need to go with... I think we got plenty of light there. We maybe need to go the other way and start cutting some of these into some dark areas here. Like this. Oh yeah, it does make a difference. Let's make it there. So some more. Okay, and now these fingers here. I need to get something on the bottom. Maybe this, well, there's a little bit of our indigo there. That's going to make it even more of just a gray. But thanks again, Valefair. Appreciate that. Again, not having... there's several of the movies I haven't seen. And there's a bunch of the... Was it on the Disney thing? Haven't seen a bunch of the TV shows either. It's been years since I've last seen anything. So I'm, well, out of the loop on that, too. Now, I'm going to go with even a bit more yellow over here, perhaps. And then back down to our gray over here. See what happens when we let this mix in. Down over here on his shoes. Blending brush, where'd you go? There you are. So again, see all those little nasty brush strokes there? We'll just clean all that stuff up nice and quick. Now we put our dark in over here again. That was mostly indigo. I think we'll try the same thing on the other arm here now. Mostly indigo here. And this is the Winsor Newton version, not the Williamsburg. No particular reason why. I think we have sort of determined that the... Well, big surprise, the Williamsburg is a more strong, more potent version of indigo than the Winsor Newton. Yeah, that's not really going to be a huge surprise. Actually, Grand Oracle, you know, the one... I was only going to buy so many dioxazine violets anyway, but I don't have actually a Winsor Newton dioxazine violet to test. But we already know that it's not gonna overtake Egyptian violet anyways, right? Ooh, let's solidify that line a little bit more. And again, our shadow over here, right? We didn't have to paint that in because we already had our pre-glaze color, which was already nice and dark and already was there in place. Now, what about some shadows here on the vase? Because I keep thinking that what we're actually missing here is some shadows and not necessarily more light. But let's see if we can get some more light on his face now. Because if you recall what our light showed here, right? See how it does? So let's get a little bit more light on his face. See if that's going to work out here. So that's our fast matte white. Little bit of the Prussian blue in there. So let me see if I can get his ear. A little bit here on the cheek, a little bit on the chin. Either that, or maybe I just start to throw in a little bit more on the fast matte white, and then we just let it mix itself. Yeah, I want to make sure that you can see that. We're trying to really get to some of the lightest lights that the saber is going to cast on his face here. I really need to get his chin a little bit lighter there. Let's see yeah, and of course Grand Oracle, that's what I look forward to, right? On our future Saturdays, our Saturday challenges, where we're painting maybe a dozen miniatures or something like that, where you're slowed down kind of just by the nature of painting so many figures, right? You do the pre-glaze on a bunch of them. It takes you a while to get back around, so it's gonna set all by itself. You won't have to consciously think about it, right? That's what I love so much. Like you were saying there about painting multiple figures at once. All right, now this over here, once again, I need to go to something that's not going to be a blue here. So we need to get some lights on. This is kind of a mid-tone right here. Oh, geez, yeah, it's lighter there. We needed to get something a bit lighter on that too, I think. Maybe here even on the... I almost was going to say the pommel of the lightsaber, but I don't know if they really have something like that. And while this looks extremely light here on the figure, this is not a very light color. It's just everything around is so incredibly dark, which is what we're looking for. But we're also trying to stick with warmer colors here. Right, so that it doesn't mix in too much with our lightsaber. And all the cooler colors that's casting everywhere. So again, if we want to have some kind of light in some of these other places, like reflected light, it really does have to be a warmer color like this. And it's just a warm gray. I don't buy gray paint at all, even when I was doing acrylics. There's many ways to make fantastic gray, so much more interesting than any dead gray color in a tube or a jar. I can remember even as a little kid working with oil paints and being so disappointed with the gray because it was just such a dead color. And when I put it with all the other colors out on a paint, it just didn't look like it even belonged out there because it was just so dead. Now, what about down here on his boot? Maybe I'll go with the... Okay, I'll try it here. We'll try a little bit of the radiant turquoise. That's even got some of the floral blue in it. Try doing a little bit of that down here, and then we'll try and hit it again with our light. So I think we better make this part a little bit lighter here. Hey, Grey Wolf Studio, how you doing? And of course, well, again, Valfera, I really do wishing you the best to get to sleep. I know, again, the injuries really kind of hit you today. So hopefully tomorrow, and then the next day, and the next day, that just starts to dissipate. So yes, and Grey Wolf Studio, nice to see you again. Actually, Grey Wolf Studio, this is the second figure here, second figure of the day. Where is here's our first guy. So we're 5 hours 25 minutes. Neither one of these had any paint on there. I know you're shocked. I know you're absolutely shocked to hear something like that. And oh, thanks Valfair for posting the GoFundMe link. Appreciate that. Again, that has been a massive help. Again, because with all of the after effects of this here, it's definitely going to take some time. Lots of stuff again to do around the house and such. Now here, I'm just going to take some of this gray, or some of the black primer here, because this is going to let me know just how light that blue really does need to be. Very quickly, eventually I'm going to hit it with the Stuart Simple, the Black 3.0, which is the most expensive base rim painting color ever. However, it really is tremendously effective. Now we can do a film noir for Valfera. Actually, before you go, Valfera, let's see a film noir of both of these side by side, right, with the orange and with the blue. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. All right, so I think yeah, let's go with this. Let's go with this and see what happens when we do a little film noir. What's interesting is He's well. See, now we really lose a lot of shape back here because this got violets in there. It's got browns and all kinds of stuff. This it loses a little bit of shape, but again, there's some here. Let's do this. Let's bring back our color again and show what we're talking about here. So you can see there's these warmer grays, and then you got the cooler colors here. And then here you got some blues. You got these tan colors, and here there's a little bit of violet there. That's from the Egyptian violet pre-glaze. So we miss out on this. That's why this looked like it has almost no shading, because it's not so much about value contrast, it's color contrast. So thank you so much, Valfera, for being here. Appreciate that, as always. Thank you so much. Again, sorry that it's just incredibly difficult to ever be comfortable, right? So darn difficult. And I'm really hoping that that changes for you, for sure. And we're definitely going to be really tired after tonight here because that was a late night last night. And it was at early morning this morning. Oh, what's going on over here? Oh, that's just another mold line, of course, right? So yes, yes, Valfera, the irony just... Well, what was it, Valfera? Oh yeah, that's right. The most likely thing to happen to you is the most ironic thing. Yes, remember that little saying that we came up with right in early May? Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Now, what's happening up here with the hair? Do we have a sharp enough edge there? No, I'm gonna take some indigo, also Van Dyke Brown here. I'll just throw them over here, I guess. Wow, it's gonna have some of our Egyptian violet in it now too. What we're gonna try and do is get a few darks in the hair. Now, so Grey Wolf Studio, hopefully today was okay for you. The eye over here needs to... Here, do we need to just really sharpen that better? Okay, there we go. Must have been, well, huge surprise, some more mold lines kind of coming through that. Thank you so much, Xander. Appreciate that. Wow, after Anakin here, we're going to actually have 3 of these painted up. Because this was our stream last night. Doing one of the Mando minions right here. And then this one was our earlier part of the stream. So we started that one 5 hours and 30 minutes ago. And then at around the 4-hour mark, so about an hour and a half ago, we started Anakin over here. So yeah, 5 hours and 30 minutes for both of these combined from primer. Like this, they were just the same primer color right here, just some brush on Stynylrez primer. There we are, and then maybe a little bit of a shadow back here too, yeah. This could use some shadow, because we've been piling all kinds of light up here. What have we not been doing? Haven't been doing a shadow. Alright, gotta do that. Gotta do that. Oh yeah, see, big difference here. Look at that. Didn't have to add any light. I just needed to make things darker. When in doubt, make things darker. Now, well, Grey Wolf, hopefully maybe tomorrow you'll be able to have some fun. More of my dark down there. What's going on with this? Should probably get a little more light down on this area too, I think. Yeah, probably should do something like that. This thing right here, not quite sure what that's doing. Then we're going to tone that down. Also these two. That here. So this is actually some of the same pre-glazed color that we had used on this section up here, which was sort of a first-time use of the Egyptian Violet Terra Rosa together as a bit of a pre-glaze. Ah, there we go. Yep, see that? When in doubt, gotta make things darker. Now, there's gonna have to be a bit of a shadow there, and also here too. Where's my blending brush? Blending brush time. Now this will get some, oh, wait a minute. Time out. No, see the arm actually blocks that. I was just thinking there needs to be some of the blue right there, but actually that's blocked by his arm. Very interesting. So there's our Terra Rosa yellow together. Hey Blades, how you doing? Well, Blades, we're hammered away on our second figure here. On Anakin. And I have to say that's that new medicine, I'm kind of enjoying that. That's I had no idea what to expect. I'd never even seen it before. Now, actually, now Blades, are you any worse for wear? I guess that's the other thing too. Are you any worse for wear after coming back from the festivities there? Hopefully not. Hopefully you're all right as rain and good to go. Or maybe just a little sleepy. I guess you would have been a lot more sleepy if people would have been willing to do some dancing there. But unfortunately, really nobody was. Alright. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a little bit of, again, the ambient light there. Now this stuff down here, we're going to see if we can't. We're going to see if we can't say hello to Monster Den Minis. Monster Den, how you doing? Nice to see you. Everybody, please give Monster Den Minis a follow. So, Monster Den, I hope that you had yourself a blast on stream, and thank you so much, Humbler John. I appreciate that. And along comes Ganef, and he says, let me get my older brother. He's bigger than me. Also, he's a blue wizard, apparently. So let's get Schmandoff in here. Thank you so much, Humbler John. Appreciate that. So, well, we're doing some blue object source lighting here. However, earlier, where'd you go? Hey, Patchwork Goblin, nice to see you too. And there's Night Whisperer again. So this was the first figure we did. We started this one 5 hours and 35 minutes ago. Around the 4-hour mark, this one was done. And we've been painting this one for about the last 1 hour and 35 minutes or so. These are from the Shatterpoint starter box, Atomic Mass Games, a little bit of Star Wars theme, obviously. Hey, Quantum Reveries, nice to see you again. How the heck are you doing? And thank you so much, Humbler John. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Blades. And how you doing there, Bench Guy? Nice to see you back. Yes, this was an early start to our stream. Thank you so much, Blades. Appreciate that. Now, this is the one that we painted last night, right here. So actually, pretty much within the last 24 hours, this is what we've gotten started collection-wise on our Shatterpoint box. Now, of course, Monster Den, if you want to share anything in the chat, that's really cool. I know you just finished your stream, but, hey, maybe you're going to skedaddle on over to that photo booth and snap some quick pictures. Otherwise, you want to do some Discord, some Instas or something like that. I'm just going to clean out a brush real quick here because I want to do some more of my blue-ish light down over in here. Let's see if I can do some of that. So Monster Den, it's great to see you again as always. Thanks so much for the raid. And again, if everybody could please give Monster Den Minis a follow, that'd be super. Yeah, that'd be spectacular. Just taking. We're doing this with the oil paints as usual. Same oil paints. Winsor Newton, Gamblin, Williamsburg, all the usual stuff. And again, Monster Den, hopefully you had yourself a blast on stream. I'm sure that you did. Actually, I'm sure a lot of folks are already following Monster Den minis. There, now here we actually used a little bit of our fluorescent blue. The other ones, we've been hitting those with the fluorescent orange. But here, a little bit of fluorescent blue. You know what, we need more. We need more shadow area under here to kind of indicate there. Okay, yeah. Now let's try this again with our lighter blue and see how this works out. Alright, so Monster Den. Let's see. Hopefully it wasn't too long of a stream. This stream is, I mean, it's not really all that long. It's only what, 5.5 hours long. But boy, it's now the longest one that I've done in a couple of months. All right, now we're getting there. Finally getting here with our light. All right, let's get some of this. I think what we had to do was actually wait for this paint to set just a bit. Hit that again with some of my light. Now we're gonna have to go back. I can see we lost a little bit of the shape up here. Not a problem. Okay. Now I think I'm going to try and come back in and see if we can get this eye over on this side here. So Monster Den. Just let folks know what you were doing on stream. And again, if you want to share any of the Instagram links, Discord, whatever's, that is just fine. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Oh, thanks, Monster Den. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, let me see if I can again try to bring in a little bit more ambient light here. Of course, you got that scar there. Let's see if we can give him this lower lip here. A little more. Bingo, there we are. This had a little bit different pre-glaze approach to it because of our what we have the blue light, but then his clothes, there was sort of a violet, but also a kind of an orangey brown look to that. So we mixed let's see, there was a little bit of our Terra Rosa and Egyptian violet together for our initial pre-glaze color. Also the Reaper High Roller models to celebrate 2,000 followers. Well, if Monster Den Minis has 2,000 followers, we're gonna bring out the hype train. We bring out the hype train for Monster Den Minis. There it is, all aboard the hype train. Everybody, please give Monster Den Minis a follow and make him get him on the way to 3,000 on the hype train. There it is. Thank you so much, Zombie Bunny Creations. I appreciate that. Oh, gee whiz, we're all celebrating. All of a sudden, here comes Grumpy Gandalf. He's like, well, you'd be grumpy too if you had no arms. Check this out. This is horrible. He's like, oh, yeah, I heard something about a glow stick and wait a minute. You got a glow stick. Well, yeah, that's why I'm missing appendages too. It's like, oh. Boy, it's too bad Velfero wasn't around for that. Too bad Velfero wasn't around. That would have been hilarious for him. But yeah, that's very grumpy Gandalf over there. Zombie Bunnies, actually, I could swear that you actually followed just the other day. But actually, Zombie Bunnies, don't be surprised. That's happened to me too. there's people that well, actually, my moderator, he he knew I was streaming, and he went, you know what? Twitch unfollowed me. He's my moderator, and he's like, I didn't get the notification. He knew I was streaming. So that's just, it's weird, but Twitch being twitchy, right? Twitch being very, very twitchy. So yeah, who would have thought fighting with glow sticks not as good as fighting with, I don't know, something that shoots from much further away. Hey, M-Tellies, everybody please give M-Tellies and Patchwork Goblin a follow. Actually, hey, Patchwork Goblin, if you want to post anything, they're in the chat too, just like Monster Den. And of course, so M-Tellies, we painted these two tonight. So a little bit of Anakin, and then another Mando minion over here. And so if you were playing some more of this at the game castle over there in Santa Clara. So Bench Guy, I hope that you're doing well. Nice to see you again. It was really kind of a nice thing to be able to start a stream at some time other than, say, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, something like that. It hasn't happened in so long, I forgot what it was like to look over at the computer and go, wait a minute, I've been doing it this long and it's 10:30? The unfollow is squeezed in between info and mention. Well, that's... why am I not surprised? Well, Twitch really for the phone, you would have thought by now they would have improved that a little bit. Not so much. Well, Patchwork Goblin, wow, that's... used to actually have a booth at a Ren Fair myself. Yeah, I still have all my Ren Fair stuff. I still remember the costume police, the accent police. Oh yeah, good old Ren Fairs. So everybody please check out the Instagram link there from Patchwork Goblin. Let's see, let me just snag this here. There we go. So yeah, Patchwork Goblin. This Ren Fair was obscenely obsessed with accents and costumes. If you had something you weren't supposed to have, or if you didn't have something they wanted you to have, then they would basically threaten to kick you out of the fair as a shop owner. So yeah, that was for us shop owners, and then of course they would pretend to be customers. They would actually sometimes come in with a little bit tipsy, well, looking tipsy, with a big old one of those giant beers in their hands. But what they were really there to do was see if we were doing all the stuff they wanted people to be doing. Now, we're going to get a little bit more of our light down here. Let's try and do some more here. A little bit of light down there, maybe even on the edge of this. Again, the shadow here, now that just kind of was able to pretty much happen by itself. And of course we determined that by our little flashlight here, right? So you can see that shadow developing right there, and it follows the shadow that's there. Now let's get a little bit more, maybe some light on his shoe there. Yeah, oh yeah, I could see that Grey Wolf, definitely. But yeah, they gave you a whole, you had a whole thing of phrases that you had to use. And they insisted that you did that. So you had to, they said, this is the year 1603. If you don't sound like you're from 1603, then, well, you will go elsewhere. And it was funny because Kathy would be at places where it basically didn't matter. You could be dressed any way you wanted to, it wouldn't have mattered. You could almost be dressed like a green fairy and be walking around the fair, just like Green Fairy Studios. How you doing there, Green Fairy? Nice to see ya. So Green Fairy, we sort of did a little bit of a different type of pre-glaze on this one. Terra Rosa and Egyptian Violet mixed together. Obviously, the Terra Rosa was very beefy and kind of tried to overpower the Terra Rosa, but we were able to kind of keep them in line, and that was a very interesting pre-glaze. So Polly has a cracker. There was a booth at the farmers market. That's also farmers market's also a Ren fair. Now again, we're gonna look at our. So, well, there you go, right? We're kind of doing what the card art shows us there. It was just what was weird, Elite, is that there were some parts of it where it was very impractical to do those things, and also too, obviously in a lot of places in the U.S. it's been very warm. There was no excuse for not having several layers of wool costume on. So that was where people got a little bit jinky, is that they were about to pass out, so they tried to. They were caught in the one moment that they loosened something, or they weren't wearing this or that thing or the other because they were about to pass out. Now, speaking of going to pass out, that's going to be Blades heading off to sleeps. Blades heading off to sleep. So, Blades, thank you so much for being here. Everybody, please give Blades a follow. And, Blades, just let folks know when your next stream is going to be. I know you were maybe thinking about a stream tomorrow, but I think Monday would be your actual stream, right? Yeah, Bench Guy, that's one of my definitely favorite songs. Really enjoy that one for sure. Yeah, Patchwork Goblin, that's like you say, there's no fooling around there. And of course, a lot of folks, they might, shall we, they're taking a lot of medicine during the course of the day, and that's not exactly going to hydrate you. That's just going to dehydrate you. So I could see some folks doing a face plant. Now here we need to get some light down here. Boy, we're gonna have to stick this down somewhere, not too thin though. So this is another again advantage of the light grip on the brush, right? If I got a death grip on the brush, how do I even get back there? I can't. Oh, by the way, these lightsabers super spindly. Let's see. So Night Whisper's got a little bit of a whipsaw there in the temperature. Now let's do a little more light right there. We go. Okay. So there's a seam that runs all the way through her. So we're just kind of trying to paint all the way through that. So good night there, Blades. You have yourself a good one. Now I'm gonna grab me some more of my grays here. Something like that. Yeah, like here. And we're just trying to put a little bit of a... Well, I don't want to go too crazy with reflected light on this. Now we'll do a little more of our maybe ambient light down here. So see you later there, Blades. You have yourself a good one. But Green Fairy Studios, if you pick this one up at about the 4-hour mark, watch the basically at about 4:15, this thing was already looking just wow. Because reasons, right? Thank you so much, Hal, again. I hope that you're doing well, having some fun. Yeah, well, Elite, it just well, they also too. There were certain vendors that they kind of preferred and others they didn't, so that was kind of another way of maybe exerting a little bit of control there. Go back to some darks here. So Halligan, I hope that you had yourself a good Saturday. And that you're getting that much closer to knocking out the next historical large-scale figure. And of course, if you want to post any of your historical stuff there in the chat, that would be sensational. Let me see, do we go need wait a minute. First, let me solidify this line right there. Now, Halligan, I remember. Oh, Halligan, what was the line that you said? It was oh no, that was someone else. Actually, somebody else that was going fishing. But I'm glad you guys could have some time together, and hopefully there's going to be some good eating as a result of that. Oh, gee whiz, you just reminded me. I gotta go to the store tomorrow, get me some fish. Yes, indeed. I gotta have me some of that. Thanks, Val, again for reminding me. I'll probably forget after the stream, but at least for now, I know that I should go to the store tomorrow and get me some fish. What was that? The dolphins, right? Goodbye and thanks for all the fish. Now, I'm just actually throwing a little bit of radiant violet here. Well, JP, again, sorry that didn't work out the way you wanted it to, but here's hoping that that the next one of these things won't be quite so weird. Definitely not so weird. Now, what are we trying to do here? I've got a little bit of my blue. I'm going to try and throw some of that here, like this. Do I need to throw some of that down? No, that's kind of in shadow there. This is actually the radiant turquoise and some of the fluorescent blue. So I'm using some of the Marion Street fluorescent blue for the first time. Actually, this guy here, you know what? Here, let me do something like this. That might be a little too dark there on the end. Let's do something like this. And again, these lightsabers, oh my gosh, they are very, very fragile. So you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with them for sure. So sorry about the occasional coughing there. Boy, that's weird. It's been a long time since I've had some of those happen on stream, but well, this is also now officially the longest stream because it's almost 6 hours. We're gonna have to build ourselves back up again for the Saturday challenges. Now, the Monday stream might be painting one of the new Kathy figs, but this tomorrow I will be filming a tutorial video on the Bo-Katan figure there. So yeah, Patchwork Goblin. Well, when a certain mysterious disease of unknown origin was passed along to me, and coughing was pretty much the main symptom of that, and I tried to, well, stifle a cough on stream. That caused a little bit of a rib cage injury there, and I thought that was all gone. But well, and again, everybody, please check out if Halligan's got that link there to some of the historical stuff. Please again give Halligan a look-see on the Instagrams. Maybe a little bit more here. What we need for ambient light there. Let's just try some of this again. This has got some of the violet in it here. Right along here. Just a smidge right there, and then there has to be something here. We got a whole bunch of dark there, not much of anything else. I'm going to try me some Terra Rosa. Right there. Oh yeah, look at that. Terra Rosa, very opaque color, that's for sure. Ooh. I'm not going to do much as a blending brush. This will, though. More Terra Rosa. No, that one didn't quite go where it was supposed to go. No problem. We're just going to do that. Well, Polly, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. So, next stream would probably be Monday then. As I had thought about doing a Sunday stream, and I thought, no, I have to film. Gotta film a bunch of different things. Now, of course, by that Monday stream, we could have 4, maybe even 5 of these from the Shatterpoint starter box done. Well, Halligan, I hope that's a blast for you then. Really hope that's a blast for you. All right, we're coming back over here. This is the Van Dyke Brown with the Egyptian Violet. There, yeah, see that? Somehow all of those edges kind of got lost. We're going to restore some of those. And then some shapes here. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to take a blending brush here. Take some of that dark, and we're going to move that this way, like so. Thank you so much to Last Hut. Appreciate that. And along comes our Gandalf once again. And he says, that's a much better glowy stick than I have. Because you see this one right here? Yeah, it breaks really easy. It's like, yeah, you're still going to get your hand cut off, though. Like, what do you mean? It's like, well, you die in this movie. What do you mean I die? I'm a Maiar, man, like immortal. What do you mean I die? It's like, well, we get a fabulous white cloak as a prize. It's like, I'm not sure I like that prize. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Last Hut. Poor confused Gandalf. He's everybody tells him that he's gonna die in Khazad-dûm, and he has no idea what they're talking about. Well, until you get to Gandalf the White, that is, and then things are a little bit different. Now, maybe... No. I was thinking of almost doing something a little bit different with his fingers. I think we'll just leave those as simple as we can. And let's leave those be pretty simple there. Now, what I have been thinking about doing, see if I get too much light here on these things. It's the lightsaber really doesn't reach down over here. Not really reaching quite so far. So here again, trying to find some more edges to sharpen up to make that look a little bit harder. And then here we need to just get some more darker this is, in a way, the more your eye is going to see this as that lightest point right here. Now also to this, oh yeah, that better get a little bit lighter, I think. I think we can do that, and I might just use this. I might just use this. So some of our turquoise and the fluorescent blue there. So, as Grey Wolf says, Gandalf the neutral gray, as opposed to Gandalf the warm gray. Well, you have Shandolph, who is actually just got a lot of warm grays, a lot of warm gray colors on him. So yeah, see, we're able to do this here. Mostly because that color's been on there, well, now almost 2 hours now. Well, Bench God, thank you so much for being here. I always appreciate you. Always appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for, again, all the bits and subs last night. That really, really helps. Big time. And thanks. Actually, Bench Guy, now we have the funds from the Kathy raffle. I know you would contribute a whole bunch of times to that. So that is on its way now here. So thanks again for that. I know you were contributed that several times, so that is very much appreciated. Now, Elite, there's been times where I've painted in circumstances where it was so dark it practically was like I had my eyes closed. There was a computer graphics studio where you had to load up the piece of film on this film recorder thing, basically would take a digital image and put it on a film negative. And not only did you have to do it in complete darkness, none of this red, infrared light or anything like that, complete total darkness. You had to wear not one but two pairs of cotton gloves. So you had no sense of touch, you had no sight. You were not just blind, but you also had no sense of touch either. That was one of the freakier what is that, sensory deprivation. It was like a sendep room. That was, and you had to find your way around to you had to not only find the piece of film in the drawer, you also had to find the right side of the film to use. That was crazy. And again, I'm going to chuck a little bit of this here, make it look like a little different texture. Maybe some kind of sand or something or whatever, as opposed to the metal texture over here. So Grey Wolf Studio used to paint some in some poor lighting situations. Well, you just got to eat lots of carrots then, right, Grey Wolf? Actually, well, Grey Wolf, I don't know if you wanted to post any pictures of your, oh gosh, Black Plague, right? That's the zombie side. I almost, for some reason, I almost said Rue Morgue, but that's because somebody else a week ago was talking about how they really enjoyed that one. All right, come on, a little lighter here, a little lighter. There, okay. So now, I feel like that was coming down here just a bit more. So Elite knows what that's like. Now, I guess imagine doing that also with two pairs of cotton gloves where you can't feel anything. That was really, really weird. And you didn't have a whole bunch of time to do that either. There was not much time. Now, okay, that does not reach down here. It says blocked by these pieces of cloth here. I'm going to try do some more with his eyes here. See if we can make this happen. Right here. Because I would like to get just the... okay, that's more... Now I feel like we're getting some... there we go. That's a little better now. So spilled paint pot I had experimented with, and I got a bunch of these. Try to mimic the colors that we use all the time. So these are the Gamlin Fast Matte. These I think are discontinued now. To me, they're mercurial at best. They didn't quite do what I thought they would do. They don't act like the Fast Matte White, which is weird because it's Gamblin, right? It's Fast Matte. But the Fast Matte White, maybe that's why they're still using that, but they're discontinuing all the colors. Now, the thing with the Alkids, too, also, think, what was it? Oh, MIG Ammo oil brushers. They have, now he's looking over this way. The MIG Ammo oil brushers, those have Alkids in them. Those, if they're really got Alkids in them, those things will dry on your palette maybe in an hour or two. I mean, you'll be able to actually kind of sense the fact that they're drying there on the palette. Which, I mean, it's not like there's something wrong with that, but they'll dry pretty quick. They can, it's hard to describe. It's hard to describe, but they're not necessarily always the most rigorous colors either. So to me, something with the Alkids kind of changes the property of the paint a little bit for whatever reason. So everybody, please check out Grey Wolf's Zombicide figures there. So Patchwork Goblin, I had the shop for 2 years. Then I realized, as much as I loved that place, because it had a fireplace in it, I actually cooked there. I actually had a little shower in the back. I heated my own shower water, put that in a camp shower. I had citronella candles in there. I had all the mosquito netting. So I had some really nice showers every night. But unfortunately, the booth was not good for 2D art, and even the Ren Fair itself just wasn't really good because 2D art is very vulnerable to weather. Alright, let's do a little bit more light. There we go. Okay. Maybe a little more light up here too. Ooh, let's use this as a blending brush here, maybe. Just a bit. Alright, that's better. So now we've got him, see, kind of looking off this way a bit. I want to take a chance. No, not that. Not that. Let's use this. Take a chance here. See if. Now, that's dark enough. What about over here? Maybe this is where we need to get some more dark. Yes. Because we can't really make this any lighter than it already is. But as you can see, we're kind of using a little bit of tap, tap, tap method right there. Alright, there we go. So, oh, there we go. Now we got a nice little look to him there. Maybe a bit more blending of these things. I would really like to get an extra bit of light there on these things, but boy, I don't know about that. Well, let's see what happens over here. Yeah, it's got some violet in it now. Also a piece of fuzz that we don't need. Maybe try a bit more here. That's a little too light, so we're going to tone this thing down right here. There you are, something along those lines. Maybe a little bit of ambient light down here. Blending brush again. Something like that. Now, again, some of this Terra Rosa down here, I'm gonna... Let me see if I can't lighten some of this. Let me see if we can do something along here. Maybe with the Brilliant Yellow Pale. Let's just stick with that. Stick with Brilliant Yellow Pale for right now. On that edge, again, if this is too light, then our lightsaber is just not going to have that glow to it anymore. Always have to be aware of those kind of things. And Brilliant Yellow Pale, that's a pretty intense color. Very, very opaque. Now, these got a little bit... Alright, what we'll do... Okay, even this is... Okay, this is good enough. Just hitting them with the blending brush. A little bit too globby there on the brush strokes, but... wow, that seems like it's going to pretty much solve a lot of those issues. There we go, yes. A little bit of the Brilliant Yellow Pale, maybe on the... right there. A little bit over there. Because there is this scar... Right there, I'm trying. Okay, now I think I've got it. That's been a little bit of a bugger right there. These are. It's easy to figure out which pieces go where. Each thing on the sprue kind of inhabits its own little area. Apparently, you can download the instructions for whatever reason. There's no instructions in the box. You have to download those online. Maybe because they feel like they could update them there or something. If they, I don't know, whatever reason. But yes, you have to get those on the website. Back to this lighter blue here, because I just realized that does actually cast a little bit of light over here on this. Never really got that piece. Not very much, just a little. And a little over here too. That's it, not much. And that's coming from this part of the saber up here. That needs to be, yeah, that's a weird edge right there. Just a couple of hard edges here we're going to take down, and now we're a little over 2 hours painting this, so now we can start to think about brushstroke management. It's something usually after, say, 2 hours in, we start thinking about. Say, well, okay, there's some brushstrokes over here. Maybe just smooth those out. Hey, Mikey, nice to see you again. So yeah, we did the we did the minion over here first. We did the 6 hours 12 minutes. Did him in the first 4 hours. The last 2 hours and 12 minutes has been some Anakin over here. See you later there, Halligan. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that, of course, as always. Thank you so much. Now we're going. There we go. Let's bring in a little bit more of our blue light down here. All the way down here, because yeah, this is we should have the brightest part of our light down here on our ground. So again, we have a nice little shadow happening there, right? This is the fun thing about the object source lighting, of course, is playing around with light this way, also playing around with the color this way too. Because what do we have here? We've got this cooler light source, but then all of these other warmer colors right here. So we're kind of playing those two off of each other. That's always a blast doing something like that. Let me see. Oh yeah, see this this part of the hand just needs to be hit with more of our ambient, our blue light. That's at this point. Now it's the fast matte white mixed with the fluorescent blue. And that's the Marion Street fluorescent blue. Really the first time I've had a chance to use that. Maybe a little lighter on the ends of the fingers here. Okay, yeah. Now what about this? I can, if I start making it lighter, then it's just going to compete. But if I try to make the color a bit warmer here, like that. See, so some Terra Rosa there. There we go. So that's a bit more of a color contrast as opposed to just trying to do a straight up value type thing. Because if it's all too, if the hand is too light here, this light doesn't really mean very much. Always have to be aware of that. Alright. I think the other adjustment that I'm going to have to make to my streaming area is, believe it or not, yet another piece of old equipment has to be brought back in. The old chair. This new chair is terrible. It is absolutely hideous, unfortunately. When I got up out of this chair after the first, 4 hours, I almost fell over because it's just that hard and uncomfortable. So yeah, we're gonna go back and get the old one. Oh my gosh, ouch. This thing is painful. It's after all this time trying to bring in all the new stuff, one piece after another. Although I do have to say these worked out really well. Because, yeah, now we'll be able to use that old headset mic for about the next, I don't know, 20 or 30 years. I have an infinite supply of those earphone things. So that'll be fantastic. Now we're going to do some more of this here. And along the top there. Ooh, what about... No, we don't need to worry about that. This part, though, that's all very flat. So we're going to throw a little bit here. Blending brush, where you at? Like so. I mean, really, when it comes to things like even music or whatever, there's a lot of simple principles to it. But boy, when you try to do all the combinations, you get some really amazing and very unique things. So there, see, it's not just the fact that this is light going into dark, but there's some yellows in here. You got some tan. There's even some violet still. There's actually a fair amount of purple right in there. But if you look at the card here, you can see a fair amount of violet in there. This is where Terra Rosa came in there. This is where our Egyptian Violet Sea came in over there. But again, Terra Rosa right there. Good old Terra Rosa. I love it. Painting with rust. Seriously, that's basically that's basically what it is. Gee whiz, I'm gonna need me another cough drop here soon. Again, what are we at now? 6 hours, 18 minutes. So yes, the longest stream I'd have to say since, I don't know, maybe March. Hard to say. All right, well, Greywood Studio, thanks so much for being here. Of course, appreciate that. See that? See how bright that started out, and then we took our blending brush and toned it all right down again. So Grey Wolf Studio, thank you so much for being here. Well, hopefully we'll see you on Monday. Well, you're going to be heading out there. Well, no, that's Halligan. Never mind. That's Halligan doing that. So both of these, right, they were really, really sharp edges to them. This one too. So we're talking about that brushstroke management, right? Brush with no paint on there. A little bit of tap, tap, tap. None of this, right? All it's going to do is smear the paint. This tap, 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 what that does is actually remove some of the paint. And that's what basically gets rid of the brush strokes. You're not really blending so much as we are just removing paint. Megan's still here. So Megan, thanks for being here this whole time. I know it's getting late there. It's after midnight there now. Appreciate you being here. And of course, oh, hey, share your link tree. I think it's been quite some time since you last shared your link tree. What about the... Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess we could go a little bit further with the blue there on the... maybe. Let's just see what happens here. Something like this. Thanks for posting the GoFundMe there. Appreciate that. Again, the GoFundMe, that is helping us here with, well, all of the expenses of, well, what happened, and then, of course, all the things that could not be taken care of all during the illness and such. So I appreciate, well, everybody that supported us while we were doing the fight, and now, well, that fight might be over with, but there's more battles yet to come. So we appreciate all the folks that are sticking with us. Thank you so much. Ooh, what are we doing here? That could really catch a little more. I know we did the dark on the other side of this. I might let some get right there. Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna go more for what the heck? What the heck? Well, let's take some of this. A little bit of our brilliant yellow pale. Whoa, that's way too way too much there. There we go. This is just kind of an in-between. It's not quite light enough, not quite dark enough. Hopefully the temperature that I'm doing this here doesn't interfere with all of our blue glow. We don't want to do that. Now, what's happening over here with our this edge. A little more ambient light there, reflected light there. Blending brush, where you at? Blending brush. Take that lighter stuff and just push that up this way. Again, it's not so much about pushing the color together, it is basically removing some of the excess paint. Less is more, and more is always way too much. See here we're doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap type of brush stroke, letting all that stuff blend together. I think I can maybe get away with a smidge more light over there. What about this? No, I should just leave that be. Back to our yellow pale over here. Just a bit along there. This is all just pre-glaze. All this shadow stuff right here, none of that is really painted in. That was the indigo mixed with Van Dyke brown. Creates a really, really dark gray. Well, basically black. Essentially that. And then as you can see, it just look at that. It's a shadow. I think it's the other stuff that when people are doing the object source lighting, they don't really think about the fact that, well, it should be casting shadows on the person, on the ground. Take a look at this here. This was our first one. And when I did the little light thing, oh, there we go. So see, that's the shadow. These legs, boom, shadow. So, and that was pretty fun doing something like that. I have to say, just as this was right here, again, creating that shadow, and I did not have to work at that at all. The darker color was already there from the pre-glaze. I didn't try to wipe it away at all because I knew, well, eventually I was going to want this shadow there. So here we're going to, let's see, we've got a little bit of, again, reflective light going here. Back to that again, the Indian, or the our light yellow there, brilliant yellow pale, mixed with a little bit of the Terra Rosa. See if we can get something here. This part and his scalp there. Maybe do we lighten this a little? I don't know. If we do too much light there, then our object source lighting side not gonna really look terribly object source lit. Not too much. Here we'll use. I wonder if I got myself another little blending brush here. Yeah, let's try this one here. And even finer. This is like a micro blending brush here. There. Okay, so I'm just gonna taking away again some of the white there. I think that kind of helps. Because if the skin has the same kind of hard edges as this coat and the hair, it's just gonna look more like a mannequin or something like that than an Anakin. Ah, see what I did there? Yes, we want Anakin, not a mannequin. Boom! I just did that. Yeah, just drop some linguistic gold on you there. 6 hours 25 minutes into the stream. Much like our precision pre-glaze brush strokes, you don't get that in too many streams. Let me see if I can find a cough drop over here. Try and keep this voice going. There we go. Ooh, that's a weird, crazy edge right there. Now the nose over here does the. I'm just looking at this. It's like the blue should reach that. So I'm gonna do this. Fine. We'll change this around again. I think this is how we initially had it based on what we saw here with this. Yeah, okay, fine, let's do that. Let's do that. We'll take our fluorescent blue, some of our fast matte white, and we'll try and get his nose like so. Okay. Now, what's happening here? That's more like it. Alright, just a little bit of a modification there. And this, I think, a little bit less of a smile there, a little bit more of a menacing look to him. Couple more, little, there we are. Alright. What about, oh yeah, see there's another real edge here that's almost from the very, very beginning. Yeah, and this up here, of course, again, where we've got the crazy seam. We're just trying to sort of paint around that. Trying to hide that with some paint. Now that one little seam gets me right there. Here, let's get our darks back again. Indigo should be good enough there. So some indigo. Reconstruct that again. Suppose I could maybe try and put a little bit more of that dark blue up in here too. So again, indigo, very, very dark blue. Hey, Cookie Mandius, how you doing? Everybody, please give Cookie Mandius a follow. So Cookie Mandius, at some point, I know I've been saying this for. I'm gonna try and get into do the Discord thing to a hangout with folks, just to be able to say hey and hello and just hear some voices, have some fun. Now, where's our? This was the first one here that we painted on the stream 6 hours 28 minutes ago. Neither of these guys had any paint on them at all. They were just primer, looking a whole lot like that. So we've done all of this stuff since in the last 6.5 hours now. Hey, Painting Tentacle, nice to see you. Thanks, Cookie Mandias. I wasn't sure what to expect from these figures. Now they were actually sent to Kathy, believe it or not, and then I just said, well, let's prep these things up, because everybody has been asking me to paint Star Wars figures, things with lightsabers. This is the first lightsaber I've had a chance to paint, but we got this one here that we can do, and there's another one here. And I suppose again, was it Dooku and Obi-Wan Kenobi? I think those are available now. So maybe we'll have to try and snag those. Sorry, the voice is definitely going here. And maybe take a little drink of something here. There we go. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, this has definitely been the longest stream for quite some time. It'd be different if I was also filming videos at the same time. Alright, I'm going to go back to our blending brush here. Is this the new smaller one? This is it. Well, that would be, well, let's see, I think the most different color light sources I ever had on the same miniature was something like 5 or 6 different light sources on the same miniature. Hey there, Recoil. How you doing? Well, thanks so much for being there last night. Thanks so much again for being here tonight. Appreciate that as always. And hopefully Recoil's mom also doing well. Just now kind of doing a little bit of some finishing stuff here, right? Just trying to take some of these areas where things have a little bit of brush strokes in them, trying to get rid of those. So I'm glad that you're home now there, Sarge. So yeah, this is definitely something where the voice is saying, whoa, what are you doing here? Let's see. So Grievous is going to have 4 lightsabers. Well, I guess then we're going to have to. People are going to have to let me know when that stuff comes out. And maybe we'll try and snag some of that because they could be fun for, well, tutorials and streams, of course. Thanks, Recall. It's just this was the thing that above everything else that I missed the most. Because I mean, it's all the favorite things, right? It's painting miniatures. It's hanging out with all my friends here. It really is. It was the thing that was the refuge for so long, and it's great to be back doing this. Let me see if I can just do almost like a pinline wash in here. Let me see if we can do this. So I'm saying you want the new Mandos, right? Right, painting tentacle. And Asmo is still here, right? Asmo's still here. So here's the one that we painted on last night's stream. And then this is the one from tonight. So these are the two, basically the minions of Bo-Katan there, right? So these two painted these guys. We'll be painting Bo-Katan as a tutorial video. I actually want to make a nice base for that. And thank you so much, Recall's mom. Hello. Great to see you too. Because we could use a little bit of that right now as well. So yeah, we're at 6.5 hours now on this here stream. Again, for a Saturday challenge, as far as the old days go, this is really just a light stream right here, very, very brief. But looking forward to, again, taking that much further as we kind of get the voice back in shape and bring back the old chair. So Asmo is doing the... Now, actually, Asmo, have people been going back to Valheim at all, or has it really been, has it been the zombie killing game? Alright, what do we got going on here? Another little edge there. And of course, again, like we've been saying several times, the lightsabers on these things are extremely fragile. They are fragile, just like in the movie. Fragile. You know what? This needs to be a little bit lighter here, ambient-wise. Let me see if we can do this somehow. Terra Rosa and this. I don't know. So Nasty Guy, this is probably going to be, well, I want to do a special base for this one. I have some of my jungle foliage there because it's really fun to see all the light reflected in it. I mean, even if it's something like this right here, right? See the light reflected in the trees and everything, that would be very fun. So that's probably another one that I'll paint up on stream. Who knows, maybe I'll try and do a little bit of a basing video for a bunch of these. I mean, I'll just use these bases and I'll just stick stuff on top of them. Now, some of them can be relatively simple where I'm just using some some of the Make It Epic sci-fi bits or something. Well, that's going to be way too light there. So, yes, actually, Artemichael, I know at least 2 people now. They're miniature versions of it. They're not the full-size version of that. But I know 2 people that actually have the that particular lamp. I just... oh my goodness. Now, let's get a little bit of... there we go. So a little bit of light there that has nothing to do with our saber light. And you can see, what do we have? We have some of our darkest dark right next to our lightest light. All right, and then we've kind of radiated that outwards this way. Let's see. Oh, that'd be a cookie question. I haven't played either. I'll kill Indy. Oh, Diablo. Never mind. That's right. That was yesterday, right? That's why Twitch was acting twitchy. I don't know. Is it still acting twitchy for folks with all that? Now, of course, What? Oh yeah, we if we can somehow do the what is that the partner thing, right? Finally, they wouldn't be stealing bandwidth away from us. Yes, they would not be taking away our bandwidth. Well, again, I'm not super. Again, Star Wars. When I was a kid, one thing, but it was kind of replaced by other stuff, especially Babylon 5. As as I got older, and now I have no idea just exactly how JMS is supposed to be doing a new Babylon 5, given the fact that sadly nearly all the cast members are no longer around. I mean, it's going to be like some kind of a weird ghost movie or something like that. Uh, let me take some of our blue. Would that reach down there? Nah. Well, let's do something like this. We'll take some kind of halfway in between those two. Mix a little bit of yellow in it. And we'll just hit the top of that. And then there is something more going on with this here. So Cookie says that they're playing a Core Keeper at the moment. Because I remember there was quite a bit of... oh, Misco, that's right. Actually, I hope that Misco is aware of kind of what happened there, what transpired. It just occurred to me that Misco may not know. Well, maybe he does. I don't know. And oh, and Brush Guy. That's right. Holy smokes! Again, maybe somebody can tell me if they are kind of filled in on that. And you know what? Not so much with the reddish brown. Let's go back to this blue again that we're using. Kind of a grayish blue here. Just a hint of it right there, and that's it. So again, you see we have to let the light hit, but then it starts to dissipate down here, and the ambient warmer colors and light start to take over. Now this, oh yeah, that really need to be softened up there. So Grand Oracle, when actually when I do the little blurbs that are on each of my highlights, if you look at some of the recent ones, they'll say 1300. If you look at the older ones, they'll say 900. But yeah, I'll have to. Is that on the? Oh, that's on the About Me page, I think. Yeah, we'll have to adjust that. Actually, yeah, if it wasn't for the interruption there, Grand Oracle, we might have been getting really close to 1400 hours. We're getting there. We're getting closer and closer to 1400 hours of tutorial videos on the Patreon page. I've only been doing those videos for 10 years, so... and when you do the Patreon page, you're getting all... If you do that, was it the Army Painter Pledge? You're getting all 10 years. Good luck binging all of that. Many have tried, all have failed, right, Grant Oracle? Just a tiny bit more light right there on the end of that. There we go. Now, and sleeping through them doesn't count. You have to be awake through them. You can't just stream them while you're snoozing there. No, if you're gonna do it and lay claim to having binge watched every single episode, you've got to do it awake. Yes, indeed. Because I mean that I would have read the Art of War 15,000 times instead of about twice, because that's how many times. Because it's basically there to put me asleep. Because I've listened to it so many times. All right, again using the this is like the micro blending brush here, just trying to kill that edge. That was a really sharp edge there for some reason. So it's almost like a Grand Orga. It's like somebody has to That has to be somebody's full-time job just to be able to binge watch all of them. Yeah, Night Whisper. What's interesting too is there you can kind of see the clearly defined eras. Obviously, there's the painting pyramid era that started it all with what, the 53 videos. But then you can kind of see then there's the acrylic era in the Patreon page days, and then you've got then you have the oil painting era, and then you have the 3D printing era. So there's you can see about almost like 5 different distinct eras in the video stuff. Now something's gonna happen over here too. That can't all just be one flat color over there. What do I got here? Well, something that hopefully has not got any blue on it. Good, no blue there. Nothing fancy, just a little something. So it's dark here, and I might even double down on the dark because actually what you're seeing over there is just pre-glaze. So, well, oh, look at this. Here's our pre-glaze color. Just use some of that maybe. Some of that, and go back to our blending brush over here. Push it around like so. All right, there we go. Now what is happening over here? What's happened over here is a Reiner raid. Reiner, how you doing? I'm sure everybody is pretty much following Reiner already. If you're up at this time watching Twitch, you're probably following Reiner. But just to make sure, Twitch is twitchy. It unfollows. Make sure that didn't happen. Hey there, Egu. Nice to see you, Egu-saku. All right. Here you go. And this will be a shock to Reiner that 6 hours and 43 minutes ago. Whoops, wrong one. This one. These two had no paint on them. So these two 6 hours, 43 minutes, and 48 seconds ago, this is all they were. They were just primer. They were just the same primer. Did all the object source lighting here, all the non-metallic metals and such with the oil paints in less than 7 hours. Less than 7. Hey, Davistia, nice to see ya. How you doing? Again, hey, Renner, if you want to post, well, I don't think you're going to bother running off to the photo booth right now, but if you got some stuff you wants to share in the chat, that's all good. That's all good. And again, everybody please give Reiner a follow if you could. This is the new stuff from, was it Shatterpoint? Where's the card? So there's the card there again for Anakin. So we've been trying to pretty much go with the, as you can see, there's some of those violets in there, right? Hey, Bug King. How you doing? And of course, Bug King, thank you so much for all the help and assistance. We appreciate that. Everybody, please give Bug King a follow too, if you could. Yes, that's Reiner72 and Bug King. Oh, actually, Bug King, if you want to post the same thing, you want to post any work in progress things, finished stuff that you've got from either Instas or Discords, that would be fantabulous. So what we've been trying to do is really get that sense of warm light everywhere else, and then this cool light generated right here by your lightsaber. I want to say 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, this guy also had no paint on him. Yes, it was around 4 hours. Yeah, so 2 hours 45 minutes ago, this guy also had Zippo in the way of paint on him. As we say here on the stream, don't blink. You blink, you're going to miss something. That's for sure. You will miss something. Now, you know what we got to do here? We either... No, maybe I just need to leave that... Oh, this is what we should do, maybe. Maybe we'll just put some... a little bit of ambient light on this. So we'll use this. Not blue. Maybe a smidge of that. Because I don't want the fingers to have to be lighter there. There's some Instagram stuff there. So everybody, please check out the link there from Reiner. Well, Bug King, sorry that you haven't had a chance to really get down into some painting there. But Bug King, it's great to see you. Great to see you too, Reiner. Uh, so we're gonna probably be painting. I want to say. I think we'll be painting her probably on our Monday stream. There are some Kathy miniatures that I'm trying to get prepped, and oh, here we go. I've got all these. So here's some rose bushes. I'm either going to do one with rose bushes and then another one with the oxalis, or we'll see if these go well together. But I might do maybe one with the roses and then another one with the oxalis plants there, because again, oxalis plants, that was her thing. So let me just pick these up off the floor, because if I forget them there, I will just I'll find them with my feet and just step on them. So again, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Oh, you know what? Okay, I was thinking of some more. Reflect the light down there. No, let me see if we can get a little more of our Terra Rosa up here. And Terra Rosa is the same color that we use as for our skin color. It's also, well, it is iron oxide. So it's very fabulous for, well, things like rust, right? Where's our BT7 here? That has plenty of, there we go. So the same Terra Rosa that you're seeing here is the same Terra Rosa on this BT7 that we used for some rust. Not yet, Reiner. This is what, our third stream back, and now it's definitely officially the longest stream as we start to push 7 hours now. There was a point where the voice said, "Are you kidding me? Yeah, you haven't done this in a long time. We're tapping out here on you." So I was getting a little bit rough there for a bit. All right, there we go. That's another area here that also needed a smidge of light right there. Maybe a bit more of that Terra Rosa up here, and then I hear a little bit of smoothing. Because once you do reach a certain point here, that's when you can really start to think about, as we call it, brushstroke management. Now, this shadow right here, it was really easy to do. I just left my pre-glaze on there because the base was basically indigo and Van Dyke brown, so you can kind of see it right here. We only wiped away this area and this area. All I had to do was take my filbert brush here with my lighter blue and boom, 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 boom. We had a shadow. Poof. Just like our shadow here, right, that we did on our Mando minion. Now, speaking, hey Ziggly, how you doing? Or Ziggy? Oh gosh, nice to see you again. It's been quite a while here. This was what the painting pyramid was all about. Now, at this time, it was mostly it was all acrylics at this time. But you see this kind of the bottom row. Now, basically substitute pre-glaze for shaded base coat. They're basically the same thing. But if you look at this, the object source lighting, freehand, non-metallic, those are not things that we tack on afterwards. Those are things that I consider part of the start. Just like this. If you were to go back and watch this, 10 minutes in, most of the object source lighting was established. That's why that's down there on the bottom. So again, most people think of the object source lighting as something that you kind of tack on afterwards. The pyramid here is all about, and it's here you got some of our color theory, right? Where we're playing with the different forms, the 7 deadly contrasts, right? Edge contrast, our warm versus cool, saturated versus unsaturated, that sort of thing. That's in that color theory part where it's kind of a higher level of the pyramid. And of course, once you keep building all those blocks, I do wish I had put basing in there. I really wish I had put that in there. That's well, there was only so many boxes to put things. Only so many boxes for that. So again, sorry if the voice gets a little bit buggy, so to speak, there. Because again, this is pushing the envelope for the amount of speaking that we've done here. All right, let me see if I can. I'm hoping here with this color having a few hours to set. Sure enough, yes indeed. I bet you I can do the same over here. Sure, yep. So those little batches of light right there, those, if I tried doing those, I don't know, like an hour, hour and a half ago, that wouldn't have gone so well. It didn't matter how light the color was either. It just was not going to work. See, same thing right there. Much more success in applying the paint there because, again, it's not dry. None of this is dry. This from yesterday is, though. So this was the miniature from last night, less than 24 hours ago. I was still painting this. This is all oil paint, start to finish, yet this is basically all dry. Oils do not have to take forever to dry because we're not piling the paint on there, right? Less is more, more is way too much. It's always way, way too much. Also, too, we're doing a lot of the dry brush stuff, right? So, and by dry brush, I mean there's barely any paint on that brush whatsoever. A huge reduction in the amount of paint on that brush. These things here, we either need to get some, I think we could still get some white on those. Let's see if we can do that here. It's gonna maybe not that light of a blue, maybe more turquoise here. Less of the white. Let's see if I can get just a smidge of light on top. There we go. Same with this. Can't go over here though because well, how's that light getting there? Not really able to reach that. Well, JP, thank you so much for being here. Again, sorry that didn't quite work out as you had hoped it would, but hopefully you get another shot at another one there, and it kind of goes the way it's supposed to, right? That would be better. Again, we'll take our blending brush here and just do, again, a little bit of a brush stroke maintenance there. Why don't we do this? Oh yeah, we got a little bit of light there. Take our blending brush. And poof, there we are. I'm thinking this could also still get a little more light right here. Again, thinking that, hit it right over there. Like so, and now let's take our blending brush to this once again. And you can see all we're doing is a little bit of tap, tap, tap. We're not smearing it. We're literally taking the brush straight up and down like that. Not this. Not that type of brush stroke. I'm just looking at this. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of my fluoro blue here. We're going to carry this a little further because I'm just looking at where that lightsaber is. And then, well, we got some of our light here. We got this little bullet hole, something there in the ground, in the floor. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of our light highlight on the edge of that. Sure, why not? So a little bit like what we did here with the, as you can see on the, I guess that's the grate on the ground there. Again, these are the two that we've been working on today. Today/tonight. It was the, oh yeah, Reiner, this was the earliest start to a stream since a long, long, long time ago. Yes, it started at about 4:45. It's hard to remember the last time I started a stream before midnight, much less one that started at 4 in the afternoon-ish. Alright, there we go. Now I feel like, yeah, you can really see again the shadow built up there, for sure. Now, what are we going to do here? A little bit more of our light on the end of that. Now, let me see something. My brush is caught on something there. I'm going to try and go a little bit lighter on the edge highlight there on this shoe. because reasons. That's better. Can't have all this light down here, and somehow it fails to reach the end of his shoe. Now we'll throw a little more of our light right on the edge of this. Here too. Apparently we need to get a little more thinner on that maybe, because sometimes, well, not all, sometimes thinner sticks to thin and vice versa. Sure enough, there it goes. Yeah, I just had to thin down the paint a little bit. I know people ask me, well, how do I know when to thin the paint or whatever? Well, the paint's going to let you know. The miniature will anyway. The paint's not sticking there. It's got to be one or the other. And by thinner, I don't mean it has to be practically liquid. And by thicker, it doesn't have to be right out of the tube. Could be a difference, I don't know, 10-15%. Maybe one has 10% thinner, the other has 20% thinner. And the thinner is a high quality thinner, and you have very, very little of it. This is it. It's a water bottle cap. That's all we're using. That's all I've been using for what, the last 7 hours? No more. The brush cleaner is from Winsor Newton. And as you can see, added bonus. Look at that. You can use it for your acrylic paints too. Not hazardous, no vapor. You want to clean, yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of paint on my hands. Dish soap, boom, it's gone. That's it. There's no big smells of anything or whatever. Yeah, it's not like it's some kind of resin printing or something like that. Where, and believe me, well, technically I have 3 printers. No, technically I actually have 4. I don't count the Ender 3 really. It's there. Let me see if I can get a little bit more light along the edge here. I think we need to get just a smidge of light here again on the edge here, kind of the light being cast this way. Trying to give you give the viewer as many of those visual cues, right? You want them to believe that it's metal. You have to have a lot of reflections. You have to have a hard edges, edge contrast for sure. And that's why right here, it's a very hard edge here on the cloth, right? Soft edges here down on the metal, hard edges. When you're doing the painting contest thing, and a lot of people that walk up to a judge and they'll say, so what do I need to do to improve? They will just say, oh, well, push the contrast. To which you say, exactly what do you mean? Make it more lights and darks? What are you talking about? Actually, what it really could be is, well, you need to have more color contrast. Cooler blues, all these warm colors here. Even the violet here, right, that's kind of in the background of this, counts as a warmer color. These are all the cooler too. You can see there's a little bit of the violet in here. That's got a little bit more of the blue in it. Hey, Hobby Time with Tim. Nice to see you again. So yeah, this I'm hoping for at least the Saturday challenges to kind of do that 4 o'clock start again. To start at 4 in the afternoon, and then we'll just see how long we can go. This one again, this is a very short for a Saturday challenge at 7 hours. The real Saturday challenges were ones where we were painting 12 miniatures, at least somewhere between 8 to 12 miniatures. No, 15. That's right. That was the record. We painted 15 goblins in about 12 hours. Oh, with object source lighting, there you are. There's the gobos right there. We painted the Balrog, I don't know, 6 something hours. Where's our dwarves here? Our Medbury dwarves, 9 of those in about 10.5 hours. So those are the kind of Saturday challenges I'm looking forward to doing again. Thank you so much, Zito. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for joining us here. And Zito, if you want to see anything. Well, say you want to go back and watch this. All of the episodes they're saved as highlights. So it's kind of like a YouTube channel. So if you want to see how this was painted and then the start of Anakin over here, all you got to do is just catch the highlights. I know that I guess if you make partner, your VODs become permanent, so I wouldn't have to necessarily do that task. But that's for somebody who's, well, all those of us that ain't partner. If you want your VODs to stay around forever, save them as a highlight. So, I mean, yeah, you got to do a little bit of work, and it's always nice to have, say, a blurb and, of course, a thumbnail, much like a YouTube video. So, I just a little tip right there for folks that maybe, again, those of us who aren't partner, who would still like to have our episodes stick around for a while. I detect an Eridican wife. My Elrond-like foresight is going to predict that she is rated with a party of 13. Everybody, please give Eridican wife a follow if you could. So nice to see you, Arid. Yeah, hobby time with Tim. There was a point in, I think it was 2021, where I was at 68 average whatever per thing, and I people said, well, with all the socials and the YouTube channel and everything else, they should be more than willing to do that. They said nope. They said get off my lawn. That's what they told me. They said you get off of my lawn. So I said, oh, okay. But we're not going to tell Arid to get off the lawn. Actually, Arid's going to have a new lawn uh, later this month. They're a whole new lawn to take care of there. Well, there we go, packing up for the morning at work. And Arid, you still have that, what do you want to call it, the uphill climb there at work? But again, I'm really just so glad that now you can kind of, before the hound is all back to get everything is good there. I just know that for what was that, 7 months or so, 8 months, trying to get that thing taken care of. So yeah, we're trying to do kind of a, well, I guess a new push here. Might try for some other daytime streams, maybe during the week. Because now with, well, things the way they are, I could film Tuesday night and then stream during the day, or the other way around, film during the day and stream at night. I know, is it what Real Brush Guy streams every single day? Won't be starting at 5 in the morning though, not like he does, or 6 or whatever. So again, I think we're okay here. I'm looking at his nose. Do I need to shade? Maybe I just need to do a little blending brush over here. Well, boy, Arid just did a whole bunch of linguistic gold right there. So, so that would take a load off in the long run. Wow, Arid, that was linguistic gold, right? That was fantastic. So, get everybody, please give Eridican wife a follow if you can. That would be sensational. Now, what do we got happening here with this blending brush? See here, a little bit of brush stroke maintenance right there. See, we got some rough brush. All we're going to do is just a little tap, tap, tap here. Because that was pretty much just a line right there. We want shapes, we don't want lines. So thanks again, Arid. Appreciate that so much. Same thing over. This was really, I mean, these things had really hard edges on them, and we were able to come back in and really tone those down. We'll do the same over on this thing here. Oh yeah, that, you see these again, they're very, very linear. We don't want the linear stuff. We want shapes. Same thing with these guys. Very delicate though. See, none of this, right? You can't Can't be doing much brush stroke maintenance with the death grip on the brush. Don't want that. See, here's another area where we've got all kinds of weird things going on with our brush strokes there. Again, just a bunch of taps here. Ironically enough, what it does is it removes the paint. It removes some excess, but well, you could really see that on the end of the brush there. Try some of that again here. So yeah, you can really see that lighter color on the end of the brush. Now let's just make sure we've got... that's what I wanted to do. I'm not sure if it's going to work in the same way that our orange usually does. But I'm going to try it now, especially since we're looking at about 3 hours. So yeah, 3 hours ago, this guy had no paint. Anakin was just primer. Now what I'm going to see here again, you know, I was tempted to throw a little bit of Prussian blue on there, but we'll just go with this. Wow, that's actually darker than I expected it to be. How's about we throw a little turquoise in that to make that not be quite so dark. So it's, we're not really trying to change the value here. I'm just trying to juice this up a little bit again with this. This is the fluorescent oils from Marion Street. Go with a little more turquoise in that. There. Now trying to cut a little bit of variety here of the turquoise and some of the, well, almost more, well, the Prussian blue is a bit more on the reddish side. The fluorescent blue definitely has a tint towards the green. And then if we put a little bit of turquoise in there, it's even more so. So I try to make the end of the lightsaber here have a little bit of darkness to it, so this really does hit you with that glow. I'm going to actually, dare I say, I need to go lighter down in here. Holy smokes. Alright, well, let's do it. Let's do that here. We'll just take some of our fast matte white, a little bit of our radiant turquoise here, and down in this area, right here on his shirt. That is so close to the light source there. Might need to put some thinner on this. No, okay, so it does stick. Alright, it wasn't really sticking there, so I thought, ooh, actually this should get lighter too. Just looking at it here. Hey Sluggo, how you doing? So Zito getting the one gift sub there from Grand Oracle. Thanks again, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the subs and the bits and the follows. Because where are we at here with our we're getting closer to the 8,000. I think now we only need 71 more. 71 more, we get to 8,000. Not that that really does anything. It's just, it's fun. That's all. Really doesn't do much of anything. But I didn't think it was really gonna go to that extent. What, 3 years ago? Oh, by the way, again, where's our, speaking of object source lighting, so we're probably going to combine Streamiversary and my birthday stream. I think that'll be on the June 19th stream. I think it'll be a Monday. I've got a bigger version of this printed out. And I figure, well, because we never got to do my Streamiversary, things just, they all kind of went south here. So we'll try that. Better late than never. Better late than never. And again, Arid, I hope that that's all very successful. We want to see everybody having lots of success. All of our friends here on Twitch. So Sluggo, we've been painting the Shatterpoint stuff. This is actually the third one that I've painted so far. I painted one yesterday, one last night. Earlier tonight, the first 4 hours of the stream, I painted another Mandalorian. This guy here. He was very fun. Now I am hoping to be able to maybe do some more YouTube videos and not just taking the Twitch streams, and turning those into YouTube videos. Alright, let's bring in a little bit more of our light right there on his hair, because that would reach, I think that would reach that far. See if I can't lighten up this side of his nose a little bit more. Ah, that's better. And what are we doing here on his chin? I still feel like I need to make that a little bit lighter, but I don't know. Thank you so much, Lego. Appreciate that. And we'll be doing a soak in here, right? I do want to make my own base for this, so I think it'll be much more fun, much more vegetation. That's what I like to do. I think that would really be fun to do something like that. I think I just keep wiping this out with my finger. That's, oh, yep, that's what's, it's like, wait a minute, I've done that edge a couple of times. Still, oh, what the heck, I'll just go forward here. I'm going to try to get a little bit of shiny here. The handle of the lightsaber, maybe a tiny bit of light down here on the ends of his fingers, like that. I'll be doing a couple of, at least a couple of tutorial videos as well on some of these guys. I think that'll be really nifty. Now, I don't know, I was going to do also a, where's the guy with the shield? I was going to try and do a tutorial video on him, but it depends on if I start running out of things, running out of these guys to paint on stream. We'll see. We might save him for a stream then. I think maybe, I don't know, maybe our next Shatterpoint Saturday. Because, well, again, we're going to try to be painting a little bit longer here. Oh, no wonder I have actually painted the light on the end of his toe. I just keep brushing it off with my hand. That's what's going on. I see how that works. Boy, there's a interesting choice I gotta make here. So you see the big ball of the lightest light there. This almost is a little bit too dark. I'm just going to experiment here. If I don't like it, I can easily change it back again. But something tells me... see, yeah. Because up here I got the lighter stuff. Then all of a sudden, it's like this had as much shadow as this area here. Speaking of shadow, I might almost have to accentuate that a little bit more. But first, we'll do this. First, we'll do something like this here. And let's just go right down here. I think we could use a bit more of our light on this trim. I don't really want to mess too much again with the end of that lightsaber there, because then you can see the big difference between that, the blue and the orange. You know what? Wait a minute. Let me go back to this. Is something that I never really got a chance to do here. We're going to take some of this orange, and now this has been actually sitting there for 3 hours. We should really be able to... Oh, sure enough, yep. Oh, wow, look at that. That really covers there very nicely. So that was just something that wasn't going to happen a few hours ago. Bingo. Yeah, this is something that I kind of needed to do. I forgot all about this. Wow. The paint just applies so much easier now. Again, being patient. Be like Treebeard, not a hasty little hobbit. If you make haste with the oil paints, It show yield only mud. That's in the it's in the book of Wapple too. That's in there. Maybe I'm gonna try to get a little bit of the lighter orange out here. I might even see if we can hit this a little bit more. There we are. Yes, this is something this is the advantage of the Saturday challenge, multiple figures. Again, this is not dry, but well, 24 hours ago, this was very much wet. This is all dry now. I wouldn't say it's dry enough to be putting some I wouldn't be putting my Army Painter anti-shine on that, but it's dry enough to the touch. All right, so Zito, yeah, the dog commands the human. I must be walked. I keep thinking it was that made me think it was 1:09 in the morning and surface tension was here, having to walk the Greyhound in Wales. So yeah, see how that's covering it. That wouldn't have done that a couple hours ago, but we were patient. We waited while we were painting up our Anakin here. So yeah, hobby we use this, right? And you can I'm trying look at it, see how it's tracking the shadows right there. I said, well, we better paint those in just the same way here when we used our blue light. And guess what? Boom, there was a shadow. So I said, well, let's paint that shadow. And there is one more color here. There's the green. You also have white. So when we did, we'll probably a spell brush here. Guess what? We were using our green light, trying to figure out where exactly that would go and what it would look like. So 7 a.m. Yes, we had. Well, let's see. When we first started, it was what? It was 8 a.m. I think in maybe in Sydney, and it was midnight. Yeah, it was midnight in Germany. Well, even in Spain. I didn't think of Spain and Germany as being on the same time zone. Now that for sure that Spain or maybe I don't know, maybe Portugal is on its own time zone. Or maybe you have to go all the way to the Azores to hit a different time zone. I don't know. Alright, now here. Let's find something really, 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 really soft. I think what we were using maybe was this here. No, it's got a little bit of firmness to it. We're going to try this right here. Get this to where you can see it. And then we'll do our same little tap, tap, tap right here. Get the same brushstroke management technique there. More of our orange now that we can get this going in here. There we go. Oh, wow, that really does. First of all, it's really, really, really atomic, but looks a little bit more fiery than just the yellow. That's for sure. See if we can get a little bit more of my orange down in here too. But again, you cannot be hasty. If we do this too soon, it's just not going to stick at all. I mean, nothing really bad's going to happen. It just won't stick. And you'll get kind of frustrated with that. Definitely. So I always recommend either painting multiple figures or at least if you're painting only one figure, maybe also be working on bases or prepping other figures. Just even if you set the figure aside for a half an hour, that is much better than again trying to race through it all at once. Don't want to be racing through it all at once. Now again here, let's do more of our orange down here. There we go. Now this might require a little bit of blending brush here, so let's make sure we got no paint on there. And we'll spread some of that orange out. Yeah, see, that's early on. You can't even do something like that. Ooh, there's way too much yellow right here. And also some weird edges. Blending brush again. Same deal here. That's more like it. There. Why don't we do a little bit of light right here? Something here. Alright, let's do the more of the orange here. And you can see we're using that little tap, tap, tap again. When you got the death grip, well, first of all, brush, it's easier to paint a miniature when the brush touches it. Who'd have thought? Also, this, a light grip on the brush. See, my elbows are resting on one of those kind of keyboard pads for your wrists, so they're not moving anywhere. This hand, actually, my hand is even on the table. This hand, see, it's sitting on this dead paint jar. So you can notice there's no shakies, nothing like that. Now, if there's an earthquake or something, maybe a different story. But I don't have to worry about steady hands or being tired because my hands are fully supported by a very large table. Something that I strongly suggest instead of having your, I see people painting all the time with their hands kind of suspended in the air, and I think, man, oh man, my elbows, my back, everything would be hurting really fast if I was painting that way. So give your back a little bit of a rest there. Have your hands down on the table. I'm using a magnifier light, by the way. It's very nice because it puts the light in between you and the miniature, so no shadows, nothing like that. Alright, so we've done this. We have all these weird hard lines here. Let's make those go away. Hey there, Metalovich, nice to see you again. Yeah, this is the third stream back now. This is by far the longest one because it's 7 hours and 23 minutes in. I think we did a 3-hour stream, then I did about a 5.5. So now we got a 7.5 hour going. And I really like to get back to my old Saturday streams, those really long ones. 10, 12 hour long streams. Having a blast. Alright, let's get a little bit more of our blending happen there. So we don't want to have too much of this. See all these little brush strokes here? That's what we're going after right now. Yeah, Tim, and that's still ongoing. Actually, we're going to have to, believe it or not, a lot of the old stuff keeps coming back in here. Like the old chair is coming back in here because this new chair is just ouch. That's the best way I can describe this new chair is ouch. Well, you have Metalovich. Remember this used to happen all the time, right? There'd be people saying, well, wait a minute. I went to sleep. Now I'm awake and you're still streaming. That used to happen quite often. We will have to train the voice to be able to endure that, though, because, well, the streams got shorter and shorter and shorter as things happened here. Now, I need to get some dark back up here, too. I did manage, though, to get, remember the old nasty microphone? We're still using that one, but we have these new earphone things. So, like I was saying earlier, I can use that microphone for probably another 25, 30 years or so, and it should be all good. Don't have to worry about the earphones falling apart anymore. You would think that a $20 headset that is, I don't know, at least about 6 years old, it's pretty much destroyed, would not sound as, or would be not sounding better than all of the razors and all the other stuff that I've tried to put in its place. Yeah, the recoil like a tripod, right? And there's just so much support that offers. Yeah, so recoil, it really does make a difference. Hey, Queeze. Queeze is still around at 1:12 in the morning on a Sunday there for Queeze. There we go. So yeah, that's now fortunately obviously we're not going to be using these headsets on all the other machines. So all the other headsets, those can go on the other machines, and for whatever reason, equipment seems to work differently on different machines. I still have no idea why that is, but it happens. And there's Megan too. There's Queeze and Megan. But recoil, all kidding aside, that again, this both arms resting on a pad. Even this here, my hand there, and this is just a dead paint jar. No fancy thing. This is a blue tack right here. Dead paint jar, some blue tack, and we're good to go here, aren't we? Good to go. So Queeze and Megan still awake there. I mean, okay, it's Saturday, but still, it's a very late evening there. But thanks so much for staying up with me as we create all kinds of mayhem here. Mayhem and shenanigans. I think this needs a... Yes, it does. What about... yeah, see this here. No wonder that doesn't look like metal. It's going to now. This thing needs to get straightened out a little bit here. So there we go. So spilled paint pot. The obvious ones like your cadmiums, cobalts, that sort of stuff. Things that have heavy metals in them, you can really understand that. Let me see. Can I even find that quinacridone golden brown? There's not too much left in that tube. Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot track that one down. Don't know where it is. But I'll have to. If you look at Dick Blick, go to the Dick Blick website, and they have pigment information. So when I tell you things like how Indian yellow is made, or Prussian blue, or the Perline black, where that comes from, used to be a printer's ink for the longest time, then became basically a paint color. If you go to the Dick Blick website and you go to quinacridone golden brown, it'll give you some pigment information. It'll give you a history of the color. So Queeze, again, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Boy, oh boy, it's and so I guess the more of these that I do, the more it's gonna feel like, just the way it always did, and that will be sensational. Let me see, but we're gonna be tricky here. Going to be tricky, but I'm gonna try and do this on this side here. Let's see if we can make this work. Looks like it. Yeah, I got a little bit more to do here around this edge. Really glad that I looked over and saw this one and said, oh, wait a second. There's a bunch of stuff we can do with our orange. And of course, all this time too, our Anakin, well, he's doing the same thing. This paint is starting to set, and you can also tell by how not shiny it is. So when the paint has a little bit of a sheen to it, that means it's really not set. So Spill Paint Pot researched it, and it started out as automotive paint. Now, so Spill Paint Pot, sometimes it'll say why it was so desired. They'll say, okay, well, why did it go from automotive paint to a paint color? And it'll say something like, well, its tinting ability were much desired by artists or something like that. So sometimes out of that information too, there's like a second page, I think. I think there's one page that has basically kind of what the colors are, the pigments are, and then it'll have a little bit of a history of it too, like it's got there. Yeah, making that fluorescent orange is just so. That is such a spicy color right there. I'm just gonna chuck some of this on there. So odorous stench says that it made those 1970s style vans. Almost a little bit of iridescence to it, maybe, because that's what I'm thinking. That's all I can imagine, is that it kind of gave them that little bit of that sheen or something. I'm going to do this. I'm not sure we really need that, but we won't give it a try. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Then we're going to take this little bit of tap, tap, tap here with maybe some orange. No, we'll just go straight up this way. See what happens with this. Maybe it creates something a little bit more ashen, and it does. There we go. Yeah, we're not doing this. We're going straight up and down. Just tap, tap, tap here with our tiny little micro blending brush. So Metalovich, I have well, you've got you're on the Patreon page too. I know you have a whole bunch of videos there. There's actually some color theory and oils, and also some workbench ones. The very simple thing, if you're looking to just do your basic kind of skin tone, right? Terra Rosa and Brilliant Yellow Pale. That's kind of be your most common elements there. Again, Terra Rosa, Brilliant Yellow Pale. And that's pretty much what I use the vast majority of the time. So spilled paint pot, well, basically it means you're going to put your painting out in the sun or expose it to sunlight. Now, of course, none of us exposes our miniatures to sunlight ever. And if you're putting a painting in the sun, well, that's just going to be, it doesn't matter what you're using, that's just a bad idea. So they call it basically light fastness. Because let's put it this way, Dr. Martin's dyes is considered terrible as far as light fastness go. I have watercolors that I painted over 30 years ago that are holding up just fine because, well, guess what? They're not exposed to direct sunlight. So they're doing just fine after 30 years. Spilled paint pot. Now that explains why you'd want it on your van, right? Because your van is going to get exposed to the sun quite a bit. So yes, Terra Rosa is just the, and what's amazing is that it's super, super, super cheap. It's a Series 1, yeah. About as cheap a color as you can get, and it's very versatile. This is the same stuff I use for rust. So yeah, spilled paint pot, and that must be it. Now, does it actually say that too? It might even say in the Dick Blake info that, well, because it is so light fast, that's why artists were really wanting it. Now, thanks for solving the mystery, spilled paint pot, of the why in the world is it made out of gold? What the heck? Is it actually made of gold? But clearly not. Well, whatever. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe that's why it's so light fast. Because gold doesn't tarnish, right? Maybe there's gold in that there, Gonachnome Golden Brown. Now I want to try and do a little bit of something with this. This thing got a little bit weird here. I try for some orange. Where the heck did my... There it is. I try for a little bit of my orange right over here. Just a smidge there. And look at that. See that? That just sticks right there. That would not have done that a couple hours ago. Wouldn't have done it. Yes, indeed. There we go. Let that yellow be there. Why not? Let that stay there. So Puro Red and Quinacridone Gold. Well, there you go. So who knows? Maybe Pigment 48 is actual gold. So Spiel Paint Pot, thanks for solving that mystery right there. And of course, I do have some here. It's from the old starter set where they used to include that. Obviously, they don't include that anymore. But yes, they used to include Cornacono Golden Brown in the starter set. Now it was a tiny tube, but yeah, I used to be able to get that in the starter set. Now what do we got here? Indigo, some of this. Let me try this here. Yeah, you know what? That makes a little more sense now. I'll try that here too. Also, over here. Where are we at? There's my indigo here. Now, Metalovich, it can be, the pigment red can be, because also burnt sienna is pigment red 101, and yet it's massively, massively different. Now, is this also, so Mars red, French Indian red might also be pigment red 101, but those are kind of different there. Now, let me, let me break that out for you here. So they call it brilliant yellow pale. However, you see this areolide yellow right there. See that one right there? That's kind of the key one. Now, actually, what is it? The stuff scale 75. Their oil paint set actually had areolide yellow there. But brilliant yellow pale. That's the color there from Williamsburg. I really love it because it's very strong. It's way stronger than the what is that? The version from scale 75. That's for sure. By orders of magnitude stronger. Now I think I might have to do it again because the voice is really, really starting to go as we get even closer to an 8-hour stream. I think, well, let's see. Can we, is Kagome's Fury painting? Yeah, Kagome's Fury is painting. I think we can head over there. So yeah, it's brilliant yellow pale, but the operative word in there is this aureliolide yellow. And that's right. So it's a titanium dioxide, but ARYLIDE. That's the yellow that you're really after. But I think it's this benzidimazolone yellow here. That's probably what gives it the little extra boost. So yeah, the scale 75 stuff, sadly, really not all that potent. I will be trying to use some of that stuff again. I would have been using it more. However, with everything going on here, that really just was not possible. So we're gonna try and get to some more of the kind of the other paint lines too. So I've got Kagome's Fury lined up for some rating there. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Thanks everybody for all the cheers, the subs, the raids, the bits, the follows. Appreciate all that. Thanks so much for Megan posting links and such. Appreciate that. And thanks, Queez, for keeping me company too. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's been a fantastic relief to get back to streaming again. Absolutely love doing this and love being with all of you guys. And of course, painting some fun miniature. That never hurts either, does it? So thank you so much, Megan. And here's again, there's our Anakin. So 7 hours, 40 minutes. 2 figures from nothing to this. There you go. Well, Metalovich, they're worse. They're actually much worse. Definitely you want to stay away from those, that's for sure. They're tempting, but you want to ignore that siren song. So thanks again, Queez. I'm going to actually start a rate countdown here because it does take a wee while to get that going. There we are. So again, we did different pre-glazes here. Lightsaber glow, fiery glow from this right here. Oh, sorry, Doji, we're just about to raid out here. And thank you so much, Asmo, Night Whisper, for hanging around. I'll just shoot you a message there, Doji. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, everybody, and I'll hopefully see you on Monday.